My parents boycotted my wedding to fund Sis's trip. In front of 149 guests, my husband revealed they stole my $150,000 trust. We sued for $238,000. We won. Savannah Carter is 32 years old, and on November 22, 2025, my parents boycotted my wedding, which I had prepared for months and had 180 guests, simply because I refused to modify the date to accommodate my sister's Hawaiian trip. They did not even show up. 2 seats in the front row remained vacant. Everyone witnessed it. Everyone understood. My father had already told me unequivocally, if you don't change the wedding date, don't expect us to be there. We're going to teach you a lesson. They followed their word. The murmurs began before the ceremony had started. People tried to act normally, but their absence left a hole that could not be ignored. They knew nothing about my spouse, Brooks. They had no idea what he'd uncovered. And they certainly didn't know that at 8:41 p.m. that night, he would stand up at our reception and tell the entire room one thing. One thing is certain. My parents never wanted anyone to know. That's when everything flipped, and by everything, I mean their reputation, business, and power over my life. Here's what occurred. It began like every good story, with hope. The 14th of January 2024. Brooks proposed to me in Zilker Park, Austin. It was simple and excellent. A blanket beneath the oak trees, string lights he had strung himself, and a ring his grandmother had worn for 58 years. When I said yes, I felt like the most fortunate woman alive. The following morning, I called my parents. My mother cried. Happy tears, I thought. My father's voice sounded warm and almost proud. Savannah, he said, we're so happy for you. We'll help however we can. I should have recorded that call. I should have saved it, but I didn't know I'd need proof of kindness yet. A week later, my mother brought it up over lunch at their house in Westlake Hills. The house I grew up in had marble countertops and vaulted ceilings, which screamed success. My father, Richard, owns 4 vehicle dealerships throughout Austin. Toyota, Honda, the works. They aren't billionaires, but they live comfortably. Very comfortable. Net worth, about $5.2 million. My mother, Victoria, placed down her wine glass and smiled at me. Savannah, honey, your grandparents have left something for this, your wedding. I blinked. What do you mean? The trust fund, she stated as if it were obvious. When Grandma and Grandpa died in 2020, they set aside money expressly for this. $150,000 for their first grandchild's marriage. My throat clenched. That is me. Yes, sweetie. That's you. Tears stung my eyes. My grandparents had been gone for over 6 years. But, in that instant, I felt them. I felt their love moving forward through time. They had wanted this for me. They had planned for it. We'll make sure you have a beautiful wedding, my father offered from across the table. He was browsing through his phone and hardly looked up, but his tone was clear. You are the first grandchild to marry. The money is yours. I hugged my mom. I thanked my father. I left that house thinking, for once, they see me. For once, I'm the priority. I should have known better. By April 2024, Brooks and I had seen 9 wedding venues. We were fatigued. Most venues were fully booked, ridiculously pricey, or simply wrong. Then we found Barton Creek Resort and Spa, which has an overlook pavilion, outdoor string lights, hill country vistas, and a capacity of 180 people. I walked in and felt something. This was the place. We'll take it, I assured the coordinator, Lauren Mitchell, a lady in her 40s with warm eyes and a leather planner, in the 22nd of November 2025. Lauren smiled. Perfect. That is 16 months out. You made a wise decision to book early. Fall weddings in this area fill up quickly. The deposit was $9,200 and non-refundable. Brooks and I shared it from our savings. We signed the contract on the 6th of May, 2024. I texted my folks a picture of the pavilion. My mother responded within minutes. Sweetheart, the venue is stunning. November 22nd is perfect. Fall weather, beautiful photos. We can't wait to celebrate you. I preserved the content. I wasn't sure why at the moment. Maybe a part of me sensed the storm coming. My sister Madison is 29, 3 years younger than me, yet the way my parents pamper her, you'd think she's royalty. She is a lifestyle influencer. Madison Lux Living now has 142,000 Instagram followers. She shares photographs of Bali sunsets, European cafes, and health getaways. The type of stuff that makes you feel bored with your life. She's never had a real job. My parents pay for everything. Rent a car and take trips. They call it supporting her dreams. I call it empowering. Madison received ballet and piano classes as well as an art camp in Santa Fe while growing up. I got, Savannah, you're so responsible, you don't need help. When I graduated college with honors, my father replied, that's good, honey, and went back to watching football. When Madison's first Instagram reel received 12,000 views, my parents hosted a dinner party. I realized early on that I was not the golden child. I was the dependable person, the one who would be okay. My father said something I will never forget on Thanksgiving 2020, just after my grandparents passed. We were seated around the table, and Madison was discussing her plans to become an influencer. My father's eyes shone brightly as he stared at her. Madison's going to do something big, he told me. She's got that spark. Then he glanced at me. Savannah, you're steady. Steady is good. You'll be fine. Okay. That word stayed with me for years. But I didn't need their approval anymore. I had Brooks. I had a fulfilling career, program coordinator for a nonprofit that mentors adolescents. I led my own life. Or so I thought. Madison's Instagram story from July 2025 made my stomach plummet, a video of her leaping on her bed and squealing. The caption read, "Just booked the opportunity of a lifetime. Bali, here I come. Some things are just meant to be." I didn't think much about it. Madison was always going somewhere. Then, on the 19th of August 2025, 4 months before my wedding, my mother texted me, "Call me about the date." I was at work. I strolled outside into the Texas heat, phone placed on my ear. "Hi mom, what's up?" Her voice sounded tight. "It's about your wedding date." "What about it?" Madison booked a trip, a wellness retreat in Bali. It's a huge opportunity for her. She'll be networking with major brands, creating content. It's non-refundable. I felt my chest tightening. "Okay, when is it?" "November 16th through the 30th. Silence. "Mom, that's my wedding." "I know, sweetheart, that's why I'm calling. Can you move it? Maybe December, or even spring of next year." I stared at the parking lot. A heat wave reflected off the asphalt. "Mom, we booked the venue 16 months ago. We sent out save the dates to 180 people in May. The florist contract is signed. My dress is being altered. Everything is locked in." "I understand, but this is important for Madison. This trip cost $21,000. Savannah, if she cancels, that money is gone." $21,000 for a vacation? I had saved for 6 years to pay for my wedding. Brooks and I had scraped up $64,000. Every dime counts. And they wanted me to throw everything away for Madison's Instagram content. "No," I replied, "I'm not changing the date." There was a pause. Then my mother's voice became frigid. "Savannah, this is about family. Madison's career is taking off. Your wedding can happen anytime. We have a contract, Mom, we'd lose thousands of dollars." "I'll call you back," she said, before hanging up. I stood there in the heat, holding my phone, and felt the first crack in my universe. 2 days later, my father called. His voice was not warm this time. It was the tone he used at the dealership when a sale was going bad. "Savannah, this is about family. Madison's career is important. This Bali trip, she's networking with major brands. Your wedding can happen anytime. You're being selfish." Selfish. That word landed like a smack. "Dad, we signed a contract." "Money isn't the point, Savannah, respect is." I wanted to shout, but my voice remained steady. "We're not changing the date." He breathed sharply. "Then we have a problem." He hung up. I stood in my apartment, shaking. Brooks entered the room, saw my face, and drew me into his arms. "What did he say?" Brooks inquired. "He called me selfish." Brooks gripped me closer. "You're not selfish. You're standing up for yourself. There's a difference." I wanted to believe him, but part of me, the part that had spent 32 years striving to earn my parents' approval, wondered whether I was mistaken. Perhaps I should just change the date. Perhaps I was ripping the family apart. That night, I was unable to sleep. On August 26th, my parents insisted on an in-person meeting. Brooks and I drove to their home in Westlake Hills. I felt sweat on my palms despite the fact that the air conditioning was turned on full blast. Madison was also present, communicating via speakerphone from Los Angeles, where she was staying with a friend. I could hear cafe noises in the distance. She didn't even take it seriously. My mother sat across from us, her hands folded. My father stood by the window, arms crossed. "We've come up with a compromise," my mother replied, her voice sweet. "You move the wedding to June 2026. We'll help pay for the change fees. Everyone wins." Brooks was staring at me. He clasped my hand beneath the table. "The change fees would be $14,000 to $18,000. I told them, minimum, and we'll lose our date. We'll have to start over." My father looked away from the window. "We're offering to help. What else do you want?" Madison's voice crackled across the speakerphone. "I mean, I already paid the deposit for Bali, so." I felt something crack inside me. "No," I shouted. "The date stays." My father's expression hardened. "Then we have a problem." The meeting concluded 10 minutes later. As Brooks and I headed to the car, my mother stood in the doorway, crying. My father did not look at me. The next morning, I received an SMS from my father. Timestamp, 7:18 a.m. "Since you've chosen this path, don't expect our financial support. You're on your own. Your mother is devastated. I hope you're proud of yourself. The $150,000 grandma and grandpa left, that was for a wedding that honored family. This does not qualify. You will receive nothing from us." I read it 3 times. Then I showed Brooks. "Can they do that?" I inquired. "Legally." Brooks's jaw tightened. "I don't know, But we're going to find out. For 39 days, my parents did not talk to me. I called my mom 6 times. Voicemail. I called my dad 4 times. Go straight to voicemail. I sent texts. They had seen them, as evidenced by the read receipts. No responses. On September 14th, I texted my mom, "Mom, can we talk? I miss you." Read at 2:17 p.m. No response. On September 28th, "I'd love you both at the wedding, please." The message was delivered rather than read. Meanwhile, Madison shared 29 Instagram images on her Bali trip preparations. My folks liked each and every one. They commented, "So proud of you, sweetheart, and you deserve this." They never acknowledged my wedding countdown posters. Brooks watched as I spiraled. He hugged me while I cried. He made me tea since I couldn't sleep, and he started performing something I wasn't aware of until much later. He began digging. On October 10, my phone rang. My mother. My heart jumped. "Hello?" Static. Then her voice was cold. "We'll come to the wedding, but don't expect us to be happy about it." I sat down on the sofa. "Mom, I just want. Your father and I have discussed this. We'll be there because family shows up, but we won't pretend this is okay. You chose your date over your sister's dreams. Actions have consequences." She took a seat. "We won't participate in photos until you apologize to Madison, and we're not contributing money. This is to teach you humility, Savannah." Humility, my father's word is now my mother's. I wanted to say, "You're punishing me for having boundaries." I wanted to say, "This isn't humility. It's control." But I just responded, "Okay." She hung up. I sat there, phone in hand, feeling empty as I had never felt before. Lauren Mitchell, the venue planner, sent me an email 8 days before the wedding, on November 14, 2025. Subject line, urgent, conflicting instructions. I opened it. "Hi Savannah, I hope you're doing well. I'm reaching out because I've received some conflicting communication regarding your November 22nd event. I wanted to clarify with you directly before proceeding. See attached emails. Please let me know how you'd like me to handle this. Thanks, Lauren." There were 3 emails attached, all from my mother. Email 1, October 7, 2025. "Hello, this is Victoria Carter, mother of the bride. We need to discuss moving the November 22nd event to 2026. What are our options? Please call me at your earliest convenience." Email 2, October 18, 2025. "Lauren, I understand there are penalties, but this is a family matter. Surely, you can work with us. The bride is making a mistake, and we're trying to protect her. Please advise." Email 3, November 3, 2025. "This wedding should not proceed on this date. I'm asking you as the mother of the bride to help us stop this mistake. Call me immediately." My blood went cold. She tried to cancel my wedding 3 times without my knowledge. I forwarded the email to Brooks and typed, "She tried to cancel our wedding." He contacted me right away. "Savannah," he added quietly, "we need to talk tonight. I've been working on something." "What do you mean?" "I'll explain when I get home." "But, Savannah." He looked at her, "This is bigger than you think." That night, Brooks returned home with his laptop. He placed it on the kitchen table and pulled up a chair for me. "I need you to trust me," he continued. "I do." "Good, because I've spent the last 3 weeks digging into your family's finances." I blinked. "What?" "Brooks is a financial analyst with Frost Bank. He has access to research tools that most people don't, and he has used them. Your grandparents' trust fund," he explained, "the $150,000, I wanted to see if your parents could actually withhold it." He moved the laptop screen toward me. "Bank statements, account ledgers, highlighted entries. In February 2025, the trust fund's balance was $150,000. This is exactly what my grandparents left." I nodded. "On the 22nd of August 2025, there was a withdrawal, $95,000. My stomach sank. "What?" He navigated to the next page. "Madison R. Carter was the recipient. Memo, advance wedding distribution." I could not breathe. "Madison's not even engaged," I said quietly. "I know." I stared at the screen. August 22nd, 5 days before the family reunion, 5 days prior, they insisted that I change my wedding date. They had already taken the money before they even asked. Brooks brought up another document, my grandparents' will and trust paperwork from 2020. He spoke the words, "Wedding fund of $150,000 to be distributed to first grandchild upon marriage, to be used for wedding expenses, first home down payment, or marital establishment, as beneficiary sees fit." He stopped and stared at me. "That's you, Savannah. Not Madison." "You. But they're the trustees," I explained, "they control it. They're supposed to act in your best interest. This," he said with a smile, "is breach of fiduciary duty. They gave $95,000 to someone who isn't even the beneficiary. That's illegal." I sensed a shift inside me. Not sad, not anger, something colder, clarity. "What should we do?" I said. Brooks opened another folder on his laptop. We build a case. And then, at the reception, we show everyone exactly what they did. I stared at him. You want to expose them at our wedding? They walked out on you. They tried to cancel your wedding. They stole your inheritance. Savannah. His tone was raspy. They humiliated you in front of 180 people. They deserve to know the truth. I thought of my grandparents. I considered the trust fund they'd left. Not for my parents to control, but for me to establish a life. Okay, I said, let's do it. Brooks put everything together over the course of the next week. Bank statements show a $95,000 transfer to Madison. The trust documents have the beneficiary clause emphasized. My mother's venue sabotage emails. Text messages from my folks. You'll get nothing from us. This is to teach you humility. Madison's Instagram posts were screenshotted, including one from August 24th, just 2 days after receiving the money, in which she booked first-class tickets to Bali. The title, Treating Myself Because I Deserve It. Brooks made a PowerPoint presentation. 24 slides. The title slide reads The Price of Humility. Subtitle, What the Carters Do Not Want You to Know. This will destroy them, I stated. Brooks looked at me and said, they destroyed your wedding first. On November 21st, the night before the wedding, Brooks inquired, last chance to back out. We can just get married and move on. I thought of my grandmother. I was thinking about the trust fund she had left in my name. I considered the words my father had used. Humility. Consequences. Family. We show them everything, I explained. Brooks discovered one more thing. At 11:37 p.m., he called me into the living room. His laptop was open. Another bank transfer appeared on the screen. Look at this, he stated. October 14th, 2025. 3 days after my mother called to say they'd attend the wedding, but not be happy. Transfer amount, $18,200. Memo, Madison Bali extension package plus excursions. Source account, my father's personal Chase account. I laughed. It came out broken. Almost hilarious. They paid for her trip, I explained. After punishing me, after saying they had no money, they paid $18,000 for Madison's vacation. Brooks wrapped his arm around me. Tomorrow, everyone knows. The 22nd of November 2025. I awoke at 6:42 a.m., in the bridal suite of Barton Creek Resort. My heart was pounding before I opened my eyes. Hair appointment is scheduled for 9 a.m. Ceremony begins at 5. Reception begins at 8. And somewhere in the middle, my parents would either arrive or not. I checked my phone. No messages. My bridesmaids tried to lighten the mood at Bang's Salon on Congress Avenue. Chloe, my maid of honor, delivered mimosas. Brooks' sister told terrible jokes, but I couldn't concentrate. Madison posted an Instagram story at 10:12 a.m., featuring a video of herself on a beach in Positano, Italy. Apparently, she had expanded her Bali trip into a full European tour. The post title was, Sometimes You Have to Choose You. Number, Living My Truth. Number, No Regrets. Chloe saw my face. Don't look at her page. Too late. However, it made what we were about to do easier. At 2 p.m., I was back in the bridal suite, staring at my dress. Ivory A-line, lace sleeves, $3,600. I had paid for it myself. My mother was supposed to help me get into it. Instead, Chloe zipped me up. I put on my grandmother's pearl necklace, which came from her estate. It felt heavy on my collarbone. I looked at myself in the mirror. Grandma would be proud, I whispered. Chloe hugged me and said, Your mom is missing this. That's on her. At 3:11 p.m., my phone vibrated. Text from my mother. We'll be there, but don't expect smiles. I switched off my phone. A knock came on the door at 4:20 p.m. Uncle Daniel, my father's younger brother, is 60 years old and owns an HVAC company. He's the type of guy who shows up when you need him. I had called him 2 days earlier and asked him to walk me down the aisle. My dad had refused. Uncle Daniel agreed immediately. Savannah, your father is making a mistake. I would be honored. He stood in the doorway in his suit, his eyes slightly red. Ready, kiddo? He asked. I took his arm. Through the window, I could see guests arriving, including my parents. Back row, far left and away from everyone. There were 2 empty seats in the front row that should have been filled. The ceremony began at 5 p.m. The overlook pavilion was ideal. String lights and hill country views. 180 white chairs, arranged in rows. 162 people actually showed up. Some distant relatives had already learned about the drama and stayed at home. Patchell's cannon sounded. My bridesmaids strolled down the aisle. The flower girl, Brooks' 6-year-old niece, scattered petals. Then it was my turn. Uncle Daniel and I walked. I did not look at the back row. I kept an eye on Brooks. He stood at the altar wearing his gray suit. When our gazes met, he said, You've got this. Our pastor, Andrew Collins, smiled, Dearly beloved, we have gathered here today. The ceremony proceeded. A reading from Corinthians and a prayer. Then Pastor Andrew Collins spoke the words that every officer says. If you have any objections to this union, speak up now or forever remain silent. Silence, then movement. Back row. My father stood up. Gasps echoed throughout the crowd. Pastor Andrew Collins blinked. Sir, it isn't. My father's voice rang through the air, loud enough for everyone to hear. Savannah, your mother, and I are leaving. Think about what you have done to this family. We will not be part of this mistake. My mother stood beside him, sobbing theatrically and loudly. They walked down the central aisle. Mom's heels clicked against the stone. Dad's hand on her back guided her. 50 people on the unsweet side of the family sat frozen, mouths open, some crying. Nobody breathed. The silence lasted for 38 seconds. It felt like 38 years. Uncle Daniel, still holding my arm, leaned in and whispered, "Keep going, honey." I looked at Pastor Andrew Collins. My voice was steady. "Continue, please." Pastor Andrew Collins nodded, cleared his throat, and continued, "Love is patient, love is kind." We exchanged vows. Brooks held my hand. His voice was steady throughout, but at the end, he improvised. "Savannah, your strength humbles me. Today, in front of everyone here, I promise I will always stand up for you. Always, no matter who's watching." I could see that my eyes were watering. We exchanged rings. Pastor Andrew Collins smiled. "I now pronounce you as husband and wife." We kissed. The crowd applauded, with some crying and others still in shock. As we walked back down the aisle, I spotted Aunt Margaret, my father's older sister. She sobbed. She said, "I'm so sorry." I smiled at her because in 4 hours, sorry wouldn't be necessary. Justice would be cocktail hour from 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. The terrace provided views of the surrounding hills. Sunset was beginning to spread across the sky. People drank wine, ate appetizers, and whispered, "What happened? Are they coming back? I can't believe they just left." I said the same thing to everyone who inquired. They made their decision. Brooks moved through the crowd, calmly and composed. But I saw him checking his watch. 8 p.m., dinner. 9:05 p.m. toasts. That's when. At 5:45, the photographer requested family photos. "Just Brooks' side," I said. She appeared confused. "How about just his side?" Brooks adjusted his tie, game face on. At 6:30 p.m., we entered the grand ballroom. The transformation was stunning. String lights crisscrossed the ceiling. Eucalyptus garlands adorned the tables. There are 18 round tables, each of which seats 10. The DJ announced us. "Mr. and Mrs. Brooks Peterson appear before you for the first time." Cheers. Applause. We danced to Ed Sheeran's Thinking Out Loud. For 4 minutes and 12 seconds, everything seemed normal, except for table 3, front left, parents' table, 2 empty chairs, name cards still in place, Richard Anua, and Victoria Anua. Everyone witnessed it. Dinner was served at 8 p.m. filet mignon, also known as Chilean sea bass, salad, main course, dessert, and tiramisu. I could not eat. Brooks couldn't, either. We were waiting until 8:10 p.m. Brooks excused himself. He mentioned the restroom. He went to the DJ booth, set up his laptop, and connected it to the projection screen, which we had rented for a photo slideshow. He loaded the PowerPoint, returned to our table, and squeezed my hand. "Last chance, do it." The toast began at 9:05 p.m. Tyler, the best man, shared amusing stories about Brooks. 6 minutes of laughter. Chloe, my maid of honor, told me heartwarming stories about our friendship. 5 minutes of tears. The DJ then announced, "And now a special message from the groom." Brooks stood and took the microphone. The room became quiet. He looked at me. I nodded. He turned to face the audience. 149 people. He expressed gratitude for everyone's presence tonight, especially those who remained after the initial interruption. Several nervous laughs. "I'm not usually one for public speaking," Brooks explained. "But today, something happened that I cannot ignore, and neither should you." He pressed a button. Behind him, a projection screen lit up. Title slide with white text on black. "The Cost of Humility." People leaned forwards. Brooks' voice was steady, calm, and deadly. Savannah's father told her that she needed to learn humility. Her mother said the wedding would teach her about consequences. "Let me show you how much humility costs and who has been paying for it." Click. Slide 2. A photograph. Black and white. 1958. My grandparents' wedding day. "This is where the story begins," Brooks explained. Slides 3 through 6 showed trust documents and excerpts from my grandparents' will. The language was highlighted with yellow. A wedding fund of $150,000 will be distributed to the first grandchild upon marriage. Brooks read aloud slowly. Savannah's grandparents passed away in 2020. They established a trust fund of $150,000 specifically for their first grandchild's marriage. "That's Savannah." He paused. "Madison, you are not her sister." "Savannah." The room was silent. "This is what her parents did with it." Click. Slide 7. A bank statement. The 22nd of August, 2025. The transfer amount is $95,000. Madison R. Carter was the recipient. Memo, advance wedding distribution. Gasps. People whispered, and heads turned. Brooks paused for 5 seconds before continuing. Madison, who isn't even engaged, received $95,000 2 months before Savannah's wedding, despite her parents' warning that Savannah would receive nothing. Click. Slides 8 to 11. Instagram screenshots. Madison's posts. Bali. First-class flights. Luxury resorts. The caption from August 24th. I'm treating myself because I deserve it. Then another post, on November 16th, this time from Bali. The dates overlap with my wedding. Then today's post from Positano, Italy. Sometimes you have to choose yourself. Brooks' voice was colder now. Richard and Victoria Carter called Savannah selfish for not rescheduling her wedding, which she had booked 16 months in advance for Madison's vacation. They paid $18,000 to extend the vacation. Click. Slide 12. Another bank transfer on October 14, 2025. Amount, $18,200. Memo, Madison Bali extension package. Brooks stated that after punishing Savannah and claiming to have no money, they spent $18,000 on Madison's Instagram content. Aunt Margaret stood up. Her hand covered her mouth. She whispered something I couldn't hear. 3 people at her table began crying. Brooks advanced to slides 13 through 15. My mother sent emails to the venue coordinator. He read them aloud, each word. The wedding should not take place on this date. I'm asking for your assistance in stopping this mistake. My mother sent this on November 3rd, 19 days before the wedding. People gasped. Someone exclaimed, "Oh my God." Uncle Daniel stood up, looked at the empty chair where his brother should have been, and said loudly enough for everyone to hear, "Richard, you son of a bitch." He then sat back down. Brooks continued, slides, 16 through 18. This morning, my mother texted me. Screenshot of the screen. We'll be there, but don't expect a smile. Then a 10-second video clip from the ceremony. My father is standing. His voice, "Savannah, we're leaving. Think about what you have done to this family." Audio is crystal clear. A frozen frame. My mother's face was sobbing theatrically. Brooks allowed it to play twice. And then today, in front of 180 people, Richard Carter stood up and said this at his daughter's wedding ceremony. He pointed to the screen before walking out because Savannah refused to change her vacation date, which he had paid for with her inheritance money. The silence was so complete that I could hear my own heartbeat. Slides, 1921. Financial breakdown. Wedding costs a total of $64,000. Itemized, venue costs $21,000. Catering costs $18,400. Photography costs $6,300. Flowers cost $3,900. Dress costs $3,600. Savannah's savings paid for the rest, totaling $27,000. Brooks' savings and inheritance from his grandmother total $37,000. Parents' contribution is $0. Brooks' voice was quieter now, almost a whisper, but the microphone captured it. Savannah is a nonprofit program coordinator. I am a financial analyst. We saved for 6 years. I used the money my grandmother left me when she died last year. Savannah's parents, who own 4 car dealerships and have a net worth of $5.2 million, did not contribute anything. He paused. Correction. They contributed $95,000 that they had taken from her. Click slide 22. Final slide. White text on black. Savannah did not learn humility today. She discovered who her family truly is. Brooks put down the microphone and approached me, holding out his hand. I stood. He addressed the room one final time. If anyone needs copies of these documents for legal or other reasons, I have 3 folders available. Come see me afterwards. He placed 3 manila folders on the table. Then he sat beside me. The room was silent. 5 seconds, 10. Then Aunt Margaret stood up. She began clapping, slowly at first, then faster. Uncle Daniel stood clapping first, followed by Brooks's parents, and then by each table, 149 people stood and applauded. Not for us, for the truth. The ovation lasted 90 seconds. After the ovation, there was chaos. 15 people grabbed their coats and departed. Distant Carter cousins, a few of my father's golf buddies, and people who couldn't believe what they'd just witnessed. Aunt Margaret approached me, mascara running. I didn't know, she sobbed. I swear to God, Savannah, I didn't know. Uncle Daniel embraced Brooks. You did the correct thing, son. My cousin Harper, my father's niece, stormed out, phone pressed to her ear. Through the window, I saw her pacing and gesticulating wildly. She was yelling at someone, possibly my father. My phone, silenced on the table, lit up like a Christmas tree. 37 text notifications. Brooks' phone number is 28. He turned it off. Not tonight, he replied. Tonight, we dance. After an awkward pause, the DJ said, okay, let's keep this celebration going. He played Uptown Funk. The dance floor exploded. People required release. The energy was intense. Laugh louder, dance harder. It truly became the best party I'd ever been to. Tyler took the microphone at 9:45 p.m. and gave an impromptu second toast. To Brooks for having balls, Savannah for having a spine, and all of us for witnessing history's most famous wedding toast. Cheers! The room erupted. At 11:42 p.m., the final guests were leaving. Aunt Margaret hugged me once more. "Your grandmother would be so proud," she remarked. "Not of the money, but of you." That's when I burst into tears. Happy tears. By midnight, we were back in the bridal suite. Brooks turned the phone back on. 4 voicemails. One from Uncle Daniel. "Brooks, call me tomorrow. I need copies of those documents." 3 from unknown numbers. He played the third one on speaker, which was a woman's voice. "This is Rebecca Lynn from KVUE News. We received a tip about an incident at a wedding tonight involving Richard and Victoria of Anzua Auto Group. Can you confirm and provide comment?" Brooks said. "It's already spreading." He pulled me closer. "Good. Let it spread. Tell everyone what they did." Sunday morning, November 23rd, at 10 a.m. I awoke to my phone buzzing nonstop. 3 of Brooks' cousins had mentioned the speech on Facebook. It was spreading. As of noon, one post had 3,100 shares. The comments were brutal. "This is insane. Sue them. Avoid Enzoa dealerships." Someone had started the hashtag number justice for Savannah. Then my phone rang. Unknown number with Austin area code. I responded, "Hello. Savannah, this is attorney Matthew Sullivan. I specialize in trust litigation. I saw what happened last night. I'd like to represent you. Pro bono." Today is Tuesday, November 25th. Brooks and I met with Matthew Sullivan at his downtown office. The 9th floor has glass windows that overlook the city. He was 55 years old, had silver hair, and dressed sharply. He had been practicing estate law for 28 years. He examined everything. Trust documents, bank statements, emails, and text messages, 90 minutes. Then he looked up. "You have an airtight case," he explained. "For what?" I asked. "Breach of fiduciary duty. Your parents as trustees violated their legal obligation to act in your best interest. That $95,000 distribution to Madison illegal. You're entitled to full restoration of trust funds plus punitive damages." He did some quick math on a legal pad. "I'd estimate a settlement of $238,000, $150,000 original trust, $70,000 in punitive damages, $18,000 in legal fees." I couldn't breathe. "How long if they settle?" 3 weeks. "If they fight," he smiled grimly, 7 months. "But they'll settle. The publicity alone will force them." Thursday, November 27th. Day 5, post-wedding. Matthew filed the lawsuit in Travis County District Court. Complaint: breach of fiduciary duty, conversion, unjust enrichment. Demand $238,000. Case number D1GN26006781. The papers were served to my parents on Friday, November 28th. At 4:02 p.m., I got a text from Uncle Daniel. "Your father just called me. He's furious. Says you're destroying the family name." I told him, "You destroyed it when you walked out on your daughter." He hung up on me. Saturday, November 29th. I googled AITA Auto Group. And 53 new 1-star reviews. Sample. Owner steals from his own daughter. Would you trust him with your money? Another. Family values? More like family lies. Never buying here. The reviews kept coming. By Monday, December 1st, the Austin American-Statesman had picked up the story. Headline: Local dealership owner sued by daughter over wedding fund. KVUE ran a 2-minute segment. They interviewed Uncle Daniel on camera. He said, "My brother made a terrible mistake. He let pride and favoritism destroy his relationship with his daughter, and now he's facing consequences, legal and social, as he should." According to Uncle Daniel's inside sources, sales at the dealerships dropped 41% that week. Tuesday, December 2nd. Matthew called. "They want to mediate. Their lawyer contacted me this morning. They're ready to settle." I felt nothing, no victory, just tired. "Okay," I said, "let's finish this." December 9th, 3 weeks post-wedding, mediation took place in a neutral office building. A retired judge acted as mediator. My parents' lawyer was defensive, aggressive. Matthew was calm, methodical. He had everything documented. 4 hours, 10 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. My parents never entered the room where I sat. We stayed in separate rooms the entire time. The mediator shuttled back and forth. Finally, an offer. $238,000. Full amount. The mediator came into my room. "They have one request. No press conferences, no further social media. You take the money, they take the lesson, everyone moves on." Matthew looked at me. I thought for a moment. Add one more term. Written apology signed acknowledging what they did. 3-0-minute wait. The mediator returned. "They agree. Apology will be drafted tomorrow. Funds transferred within 5 business days." I stood up. Brooks held my hand. We walked out. "Done." Friday, December 12th. The apology arrived by certified mail, one-page type signed by both. We, Richard and Victoria Unsuita, acknowledge that we allowed favoritism and pride to guide our actions regarding Savannah's wedding and the trust fund established by our parents. We violated the trust they placed in us as fiduciaries. We failed Savannah as parents. We are deeply sorry. I read it once, felt nothing. Brooks asked, "Is it enough?" "It's words." I said, "The $238,000 is justice. This is just paper." I filed it in a drawer. Never responded. Tuesday, December 16th. The money hit our account. Wire transfer. Memo. Settlement. Unsuita versus Anzua. Balance $238,000. I stared at the screen for a long time. Then I started looking at houses. 8 months later. July 2026. Brooks and I bought our first home. 3-bedroom, 2-bath, Buda, Texas. Purchase price $412,000. Down payment $62,000 from the settlement. The rest, we got a mortgage like normal people. I was 14 weeks pregnant. We hadn't spoken to my parents since the mediation. No calls, no texts, complete silence. Madison's Instagram followers had dropped to 84,000. She'd lost 58,000 followers. Several brands had dropped her when the story went viral. She posted less frequently now. The captions were different, less confident. Easter Sunday, April 20th. Aunt Margaret invited us to dinner. Uncle Daniel was there, Brooks's parents, a few cousins. Over dessert, Aunt Margaret said quietly, "Your father asks about you through your uncle. He wants to meet the baby when it comes." I set down my fork. Maybe if he earns it. Actions, not words. Uncle Daniel nodded. That's fair. That night, Brooks and I sat in the nursery. We were painting. Soft yellow walls, a crib we'd assembled together. He was reading through trust documents, new ones, the ones we were creating for our child. "What should we put in our will?" he asked. "For this kid?" I thought about my grandparents, about the trust fund they'd left, about how it had been weaponized against me. I smiled. "How about use this to build a life that makes you happy, not us, you?" Brooks kissed me. "Perfect. If you're listening to this and your family is using money to control you, using humility to silence you, using guilt to manipulate you, document everything. Know your legal rights. Get a lawyer if you need one. And remember, sometimes the family you build is stronger than the family you're born into. You're not alone. We're still in that house, still painting the nursery. My parents sent a gift last week. I returned it. Maybe someday there will be reconciliation. Maybe not. But I learned something that day at the Overlook Pavilion with 149 people watching and 2 empty chairs in the front row. Some families are born, some are built. Ours. My dad suspended me for exposing my sister's impossible $5 million promises. Now, it's failing, and Dad is begging for help. I'm busy building my own firm. My father suspended me until I apologized to my sister. I simply answered, "All right." The next morning, she smirked when she saw my deserted desk and resignation letter. The company attorney hurried in. "Ashen, please tell me you didn't post it." My father's smile faded right there. That morning, my own father stared me in the eye and suspended me from the corporation I had helped develop. What he didn't comprehend was that the punishment he expected to shatter me was just what I needed to recover my life. The air in the meeting room was thick and heavy with unspoken tension as my father, Colt, delivered his conclusion. Around the polished mahogany table, the board members moved uncomfortably. My sister Taylor sat near Colt, a sneer on her lips, while I stood at the head. My quarterly report presentation has become a distant memory. Suspended. I repeated my voice steadily to ensure I had heard accurately. "Until you apologize to your sister for undermining her authority," Colt said, his tone bearing that familiar, unwavering firmness. 2 weeks without pay should give you time to reflect on appropriate workplace behavior. Taylor subtly adjusted the fashionable blazer she'd purchased on her expense account, seeking to appear wounded. It was a performance I had been watching for 30 years. Behind her faint hurt, I noticed an evident sparkle of satisfaction in her eyes. This whole circus had begun 2 days before. Taylor, the head of customer relations, had promised a big client a tailored software solution in 5 weeks. In actuality, 10 weeks is the minimum. She would have known if she had bothered to consult me or anyone in the development department, which I had been directing for 5 years. I just emailed the customer, copying Colt and Taylor as a courtesy, and explained the actual schedule. Professional, simple, and necessary to avoid a lawsuit if we failed to keep Taylor's ridiculous promise. Taylor had stormed into my office, yelling sabotage. And now here we were, with Colt taking her side as always. "All right," I murmured, my voice breaking the silence. My straightforward statement appeared to catch everyone off surprise. Colt had evidently prepared for an argument, possibly rehearsing themes about loyalty and chain of command. "That's it." Taylor couldn't hide her surprise. "You're not going to fight this? You want me suspended?" I'm suspended. You want an apology? You'll get one. I grabbed my presenting materials, my hands remarkably steady. Is there anything else, or can I go clean up my desk for the next 2 weeks? Colt frowned, plainly uncomfortable by my compliance. Well, expect you back on the 10th, ready to move forward professionally. I nodded and went out, ignoring Taylor's smug smile and the uneasy shifting of the board members, who just witnessed another family drama unfold during what should have been a typical business meeting. My office had been my sanctuary for 5 years. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking downtown Denver, and the walls proudly exhibited my degrees from MIT, alongside awards the development department had received under my guidance. Photos of my staff celebrating product launches lined one shelf. Another featured prototypes of every project I'd overseen from concept to conclusion. I developed something real here. The development department had tripled in size during my tenure, and our division's revenue had surged by 320%. I'd attracted great talent, introduced systems now adopted by other organizations, and built a workplace culture where people truly wanted to come to work. Colt had created Morrison Tech Solutions 35 years ago, expanding it from a 2-person business into a company with 300 employees and clients across North America. He'd worked 16-hour days, sacrificed relationships, thrown everything into making it successful. Then he'd ceded growing amounts of control to Taylor, who brought poor ideas and excellent manipulation abilities to the table. Our family dynamics had always been difficult. Taylor was the firstborn, 2 years my senior, and she'd spent our entire childhood battling for Colt's attention. Every milestone I earned was disregarded or reduced. Honor roll became expected, not commended. My admittance to MIT was overshadowed by Taylor's announcement, the very same week. My mother, God rest her soul, used to attempt to balance things, making sure I understood my successes mattered. She died from a sudden stroke 5 years ago, 2 months after I joined the company. Without her mediating presence, Colt's fondness toward Taylor grew. I started collecting my personal items into boxes, working meticulously through drawers and shelves. My degrees came off the wall first, wrapped securely in bubble wrap. The prizes followed, each one signifying late evenings, problem-solving sessions, and breakthroughs that had once seemed unachievable. My phone buzzed. It was Delilah, my second in command in development. What just happened? Taylor's telling everyone you're suspended. I typed back, taking some personal time. You're in charge. Trust your instincts. More texts arrived from team members, but I silenced my phone and started packing. Each item I wrapped was like removing a weight I'd been carrying without understanding how heavy it had grown. The burden of continuously defending my decisions. The exhaustion of proving my competence to people who are determined to question it. The disappointment of seeing my father prioritize Taylor's ego over the company's success. All of this had accumulated into a burden that I'd accepted. Emily from my team had sent me 3 messages asking if everything was okay. Daniel, one of my best developers, was curious if this was really happening. Even people from other departments were reaching out, perplexed by Taylor's triumphant announcement that I had been dealt with properly. Grapevine had always been efficient, but seeing it operate in real time revealed something I hadn't fully appreciated before. Everyone knew. They'd witnessed Taylor's incompetence, her taking credit for work she hadn't completed, and her pattern of making promises that my team had to scramble to keep. They had noticed Colt's favoritism, even if they had never expressed it directly. My telephone rang. It was Aunt Linda, my mother's sister. She was the only family member, aside from Mom, who had a clear understanding of the dynamics. Aunt Linda tried to maintain a relationship with Taylor and me after Mom died, but the balance had become increasingly difficult. I responded to this one. Hey, Ivy, she abruptly said, Colt just called me asking if I'd talk some sense into you. He seems to think you're having some kind of breakdown. I told him that suspending you for doing your job was probably the stupidest decision he's made in 35 years of business. Regardless of everything, I smiled. How did he take that? About as well as you'd expect. He hung up on me. She moaned. Are you okay, sweetheart? Honestly, Aunt Linda, I said. I think I'm better than I've been in years. Is that weird? Not even a little bit. I watched you try to earn his approval your entire childhood, and I saw him dismiss every achievement and excuse Taylor's failures. Your mother and I were constantly discussing how concerned she was about both of you for never being enough and Taylor for never having to be. The validation hit harder than I had anticipated. Mom never told me anything about it. She didn't want you to feel forced to choose between admitting the problem and maintaining your relationship with your father. She had hoped you'd figure it out on your own. Aunt Linda's voice softened. She would be proud of you for walking away. She always said you were stronger than you realized. We talked for another 20 minutes. Aunt Linda filled me in on conversations with my mother that I had no idea about. My mother had apparently been documenting Colt's favoritism for years, keeping a journal of how he treated Taylor and me differently. She intended to confront him eventually, but the stroke had come first. "Do you still have Mom's journals?" I was wondering. "I do. She asked me to keep them safe and said, someday you might need to know you weren't imagining things." Aunt Linda paused. "Do you want them?" "Yeah," I answered, my voice thick. "I think I do." After we hung up, I sat in my empty office, reflecting on all the years Mom had quietly witnessed the imbalance, seen my pain, and recognized the harm being done. She attempted to compensate by becoming my champion, celebrating my victories when Colt refused, and listening to my frustrations when I couldn't express them anywhere else. Losing her had removed the only barrier between me and the full extent of Colt's favoritism. The last 5 years without her had been increasingly difficult. Each incident became more painful as there was no one left to validate my reality. The framed photo of my team from last year's holiday party went into a box. The ridiculous World's Okayest Boss mug I'd received as a gag gift was wrapped in tissue paper. Beneath a stack of technical manuals, I discovered a card given to me by the team 2 years ago after we met an impossible deadline. Inside, they'd all left personal messages thanking me for protecting them from unreasonable expectations and pushing for the resources they required. "You never throw us under the bus," Daniel wrote. "Even when it would be easier," Delilah had said. "Best boss I've ever had. You actually listen." Reading through those communications today, with the office stripped bare and my time here coming to a close, I realized I'd created something far more precious than Colt anticipated. Loyalty is earned via respect rather than demanded by hierarchy. A team that trusted me because I continually put their needs before my own. Professional relationships are built on skill and mutual support, rather than favoritism and politics. Taylor had the title, the corner office she'd been hoping for, and Colt's unshakable backing. What she had never been able to establish was credibility with the folks who did the actual work. By late afternoon, my office had become bare. 5 years of my work experience fit into 4 cardboard boxes and a rolling cart. I anticipated to feel sad or angry. Instead, I felt a peculiar sense of serenity. Being undervalued your entire life means you ultimately stop trying to prove your worth to people who refuse to see it. I had waited 3 decades for Colt to recognize my efforts, realize that I had inherited his work ethic and business intelligence, and perhaps even express his pride in me. Clearly, none of that was occurring. I took out my laptop and launched a new document. I had been composing versions of the resignation letter in my head for months, but it only took me 20 minutes to write. I kept it professional and brief, thanked the organization for the chance and gave 2 weeks' notice for my contract, which became effective immediately. Then I opened my email and composed a new message. Every board member, all department heads, and a number of major clients were among the recipients. The subject line said, Development Department Documentation and Project Status. I was always cautious about paperwork. Every project included thorough files, defining timetables, resource allocations, budget considerations, and technical specs. Every team meeting included notes. Every choice was supported by documentation that explained why it was made. I'd also documented every time Taylor made commitments without consulting development, every ridiculous timeline she requested, and every budget she squandered on frivolous things, while expecting my teammates to do so with less formal documentation. Nothing personal, only facts, dates, and email chains. The email took 2 hours to complete. I've attached spreadsheets comparing the revenue provided by development to other departments. Project timings, comparing the predicted completion dates I provided to the dates Taylor promised clients. Budget analysis show how resources were distributed among divisions. I submitted the email chain from the incident that precipitated my suspension, as well as 5 additional such situations from the previous year in which Taylor made commitments without engaging the teams that would have to follow through on them. One particularly incriminating attachment depicted a project from 6 months ago in which Taylor promised a client a deliverable in 5 weeks. Development estimated 14. Colt had agreed with Taylor, claiming that we could meet her deadline. We completed in 12 weeks, but only because my team worked 60-hour weeks and I personally funded the overtime expenditures that over budget, taking a pay cut to make the numbers work. The client had been satisfied. Taylor had taken credit for the successful delivery, but no one except my team realized how much it had cost to make it happen. My finger was hovering above the send button. This would burn bridges, sever my connection with my father, and rule out any hope of reconciliation with Taylor. Everything I developed here would be reduced to a cautionary story about family companies and ineffective management. I pressed send. The second email was sent to a recruitment business with whom I had already communicated 2 months before, when I was seriously considering quitting. They'd approached me about a post directing the technology division at a competitor, but I gently declined due to family loyalty. It's funny how quickly loyalty disappears when it just goes in one direction. Hi, Ivy, I typed. I'm ready to discuss that opportunity we talked about in August. If the position is still available, I can start immediately. The third email went to Mark, a lawyer I spoke with last year about contract terms. Mark, I need to review the non-compete clause in my employment agreement. Can we meet tomorrow morning? I already knew what the provision said, because I had written it myself during the company's legal restructure 4 years ago. It barred me from working for direct competitors for 14 months, but the term of direct competitor was narrow enough to leave several possibilities. The contract also featured elements I insisted on that other employees lacked, such as complete vesting of my stock options regardless of job tenure and a severance payment that kicked in under certain conditions. Being suspended without cause qualifies. By 6 p.m., my office was empty, and my car was full. I took one final look at the space that had been mine and went out without looking back. The house I bought 2 years ago was in a peaceful community about 15 minutes from the office. Small by executive standards, but mine, paid for with money I earned rather than inherited. The payment was affordable, the garden was tranquil, and the neighbors were pleasant without being bothersome. I carried the boxes inside, drank a large glass of wine, and sat on the couch with my laptop. The responses to my documentation email have begun to arrive. The first came from Robert Anderson, the company's lead attorney. Call me immediately, said board member Christopher Davis. We need to discuss this information. Could you come in tomorrow? 3 clients copied my email to their account managers, asking about project schedules. 2 of them had explicit worries about Taylor's commitments. Delilah from development. Holy. Is this true? Everyone is freaking out. I did not answer to any of them. Instead, I opened a better bottle of wine and ordered Thai cuisine, feeling lighter than I have in years. The phone rang 7 times that evening. Colt called 12 times. Taylor called 8. Robert Anderson called every 30 minutes, like clockwork. I let them all go to voicemail. The text became increasingly frenzied. Colt's first voicemail was aggressive, asking that I contact him back soon and accusing me of being unprofessional. His second question was perplexing, asking what I felt I was accomplishing. The third was nearly imploring, stating that we needed to discuss this sensibly. Taylor's messages resulted in threats. She accused me of attempting to damage the company, being envious, and betraying the family. Her final voicemail burst into tears, stating that I was destroying everything Colt had created. The irony was almost humorous. I'd spent 5 years contributing to Colt's success, but Taylor had spent the same time coasting on his reputation and making mistakes that others had to clean up. Robert Anderson's messages were more measured but increasingly urgent. The legal consequences of the documents I'd supplied appeared to have become clear, and he wanted to talk about my objectives. That night, I got the best sleep I'd had in months. The morning came with prolonged silence for me and continued chaos from everyone else. The calls had expanded into text messages, emails, and even a visit from my father's secretary, who asked me to contact the office. I replied with a group text to Colt, Taylor, and Robert Anderson. I'll be in at 9 to collect my final belongings and submit formal paperwork. No discussion necessary. Ivy from the recruitment firm called at 7:30. The position is still open, and after seeing your portfolio, they want to fast-track the interview process. Can you meet with the CEO this afternoon? Absolutely. My lawyer, Mark, called the second time. Your non-compete is narrower than I remembered. You have options. Come by at 11 and we'll discuss strategy. Perfect. I dressed well for the office, opting for a blue suit that exuded confidence without aggression. Professional, composed, and eager to close this chapter neatly. The parking lot was fuller than normal at 8:30 a.m. Apparently, word spread, and people wanted to see what happened next. I strolled through the foyer, head held high, carrying a leather portfolio with my resignation letter and numerous other documents Mark had produced when I emailed him about the situation last night. The executive floor was chaotic. Assistants crowded in corners, murmuring. Department heads stood at doorways, appearing anxious. Everyone seemed to be expecting an explosion. My former office door was open, and I could see Taylor seated at my desk, digging through the drawers I'd already emptied. When I approached, she looked up, her expression changing from frustration to rage. You had no right to send that email, she exclaimed, jumping up so fast that my former chair tumbled backwards. You've made me look incompetent in front of everyone. The documentation speaks for itself, I said quietly, without entering the office. I simply provided information about project timelines and resource allocation. If that makes you look incompetent, perhaps the issue isn't with my email. Her face turned crimson. Colt's going to fire you for this. You've destroyed any chance of coming back. I held up the portfolio and said, I'm not coming back. I'm here to make it official. Footsteps echoed along the hall. Colt appeared with Robert Anderson close behind him. My father appeared to have aged 4 years overnight, his face drawn and his suit rumpled in a way I had never seen before. My office now, he announced, turning without waiting for an answer. Actually, Robert Anderson remarked quietly, the conference room would be more appropriate. This has moved beyond family matters. The identical conference room where I was suspended yesterday suddenly had a completely different vibe. The board members were not present, but Robert Anderson had brought along a paralegal who set up a laptop to record the proceedings. Before we begin, Robert Anderson explained cautiously, I need to clarify that this meeting is being documented for company policy regarding employment matters. Colt appeared to want to protest, but Robert Anderson's expression stopped him. My father might run the company, but smart executives listen to their lawyers during potential legal situations. I'm resigning effective immediately. I explained, handing the letter across the table to my father. Per Section 7 of my employment contract, suspension without documented cause triggers the severance provision. I'm also exercising my stock options per Section 12, which allows immediate vesting upon voluntary departure following disciplinary action deemed inappropriate by outside counsel. Robert Anderson grimaced. He had clearly read my contract and was aware of the specific sections I was addressing. You wrote those provisions yourself during the restructuring. Colt explained slowly, a realization dawning on his face. I did. At the time, you called me paranoid for including them. Turns out just prepared. Taylor had followed us to the conference room and is now standing at the doorway. This is blackmail. You're trying to extort the company. Exercising contractual rights isn't extortion, Robert Anderson explained calmly. These are provisions Ivy negotiated in good faith 4 years ago, and the company agreed to them. How much? Colt's voice had become flat. The total, when calculating business losses. The severance package is 5 months' salary. The stock options are currently valued at approximately $400,000 based on yesterday's evaluation. I kept my voice professional. I'll also need my complete personnel file, documentation of all projects I led, and references from the 3 board members who served on the Development Oversight Committee. And what if we refuse? Taylor clenched his fists. Then I refer you to Section 19, which outlines the dispute resolution process. It involves arbitration, which would be expensive, time-consuming, and public. I looked into my father's eyes squarely. I'd prefer to handle this cleanly. I've already secured another position. I'm not interested in dragging this out or causing additional damage to the company. Additional damage? Colt asked, his voice rising. You sent confidential information to clients and board members. You've undermined your sister's credibility. You violated about a dozen policies regarding information disclosure. Actually, Robert Anderson clarified, the information she shared was project documents and internal conversations. I've checked everything she sent, and it's all accurate reporting on project statuses and business choices. There's nothing sensitive, proprietary, or in violation of her contract or corporate policy. The paralegal was silently typing, recording every word of the talk. Why? Colt eventually said, and for the first time, his tone was fatigued rather than furious. Why would you blow up everything like this? You suspended me for doing my job. You sided with Taylor when she made promises she couldn't keep. And you blamed me for being honest about realistic timelines. I kept my voice calm, refusing to allow emotion enter. Yesterday wasn't the first time, Dad. It was just the final time. So, you sabotaged the company? Taylor charged. I documented reality. If reality is damaging, maybe the problem isn't with my documentation. Taylor sounded disgusted. You're just mad because Colt gave me a leadership position. You've always been jealous that I'm older, that I got to work with him first, that he trusts me more. I couldn't stop myself from laughing. Trust. He trusts you to make promises you can't keep. He trusts you to take credit for other people's work. He trusts you to prioritize your ego over the company's success. That's enough. Colt exclaimed forcefully. You're right. It is enough. I stood and gathered my portfolio. Thomas, I'll have the paperwork for the severance and stock options before the end of business today. You have my lawyer's contact info. Wait. Colt raised his hand, a gesture that had always indicated. Stop. Listen. Obey. We can work this out. Take a few weeks to cool down, and we'll discuss how to move forward. There is no moving forward, I said. Not here. I approached the door and then halted. You built something incredible, Colt. Morrison Tech was everything you imagined it could be. You should probably figure out how to keep it that way rather than letting it fall apart because you can't admit your favorite child isn't qualified for the role you assigned her. Taylor's cheeks turned pale. How dare you? I turned back to face them and stated. The Hamilton project launches in 5 weeks. It's the largest contract the company has ever secured. Development has been working on it for 6 months. Delilah leads the team and is smart, but he requires help from management who understands technical realities. I glanced straight at my father. Taylor promised the customer that they may have additional features not included in the initial scope. These enhancements would necessitate another 3 months of development and double the present budget. The client believes they would receive them in 5 weeks, because that is what she told them. Robert Anderson's face became much whiter than Taylor's. The data is all on the shared drive, including Hamilton project scope specifications, timeline analyses, resource requirements, and an email exchange in which Taylor made commitments without consulting development. I altered my portfolio. You may fire Delilah for giving you the same facts as I did, or you can resolve the matter before it escalates into a lawsuit. It's your choice. I walked out while they were still processing the information. The elevator journey down seemed strange. I'd been working in this building for 5 years, traversed these hallways hundreds of times, had relationships and projects, and had a job I was proud of. Everything ended because I revealed the truth and refused to apologize. My desk had already been emptied, but I paused at development on my way out. The team was gathered around Delilah's office, evidently having witnessed enough drama to figure together what was going on. "Ivy, are you really leaving?" Emily, one of my senior developers, seemed distraught. "I am, but you are in great hands." I caught Delilah's eye. "Trust yourself. You know exactly what you're doing. Do not let anyone tell you otherwise. The Hamilton project," I said, addressing the entire crew, "has been thoroughly documented. Hold your ground on the timeline. Do not allow them pressure you into making promises you cannot keep. You are the best developers I have ever dealt with. You created something wonderful here. Do not let anyone belittle or take credit for your efforts." There were tears, hugs, and promises to remain in touch. I meant every assurance I gave them, but I also realized that going out that door meant cutting most of these ties. People would feel torn between allegiance to me and loyalty to the organization. Most people would prefer the firm because that's where their paychecks came from. The lobby seemed like a challenge. Employees I'd worked with for years watched me go, some with sorrow, others with curiosity, and a few with hardly veiled pleasure at witnessing executive drama. I got to my car before the shaking began. Adrenaline had gotten me through the confrontation, but now the reality of what I had done hit me. I'd abandoned my job, ruined my connection with my father, and vowed never to talk to my sister again. My smartphone vibrated with a text from Ivy at the recruitment business. "CEO wants to meet you at 2. Send me your portfolio." I sent her the identical documentation file I supplied yesterday, but without the internal email chains, project summaries, development achievements, revenue growth, and team leadership examples. My career was reduced to a PDF, ready to be examined by strangers who would determine whether I was worth their time. Mark, the lawyer, called as I drove out of the parking lot. "Robert Anderson just contacted me. They want to negotiate." "Nothing to negotiate. The contract is clear. They're concerned about the Hamilton project. Apparently, your judgment of scope creep was correct, and they're facing a potential lawsuit if they don't produce what was promised. They want you to consult until the project is completed. Premium fee, flexible schedule, no direct reporting to family members." I nearly laughed. "So, they want me to fix Taylor's mess while she takes credit for it. They want you to prevent a 7-figure lawsuit. The offer is compelling." "The answer is no." Mark was quiet for a bit. "You're sure? This could be a bridge back if you change your mind later." "I don't want a bridge back. I want out. Then I'll handle the severance negotiation. They'll probably try to reduce the stock option valuation, but we have documentation showing the accurate assessment." The remainder of the day was a blur. Meeting with Ivy and her client, discussing the new role, negotiating a pay and benefits package that exceeded what I was earning at Morrison Tech, taking a tour of their facilities, meeting the team I'd be directing, and talking about vision and growth strategy. By 5 p.m., I received an official offer letter with a start date of 2 weeks away. The severance paperwork had arrived at Mark's office by 6 p.m. Robert Anderson had added a confidentiality agreement that prohibited me from mentioning the reasons for my leaving. Mark gave Beck a new version that would restrict the company from denigrating me to potential employers or clients. They agreed before 8 p.m. The stock options were transferred before the end of the next business day. $400,000 was placed into my account. 5 years of accumulating equity are suddenly liquid. With the severance package, I had enough financial buffer to take my time adjusting to the new role without stress. Colt called once more that week. I let it go to voicemail. His message was brief. "I'm not sure why you're tossing stuff out. Call me when you're ready to be reasonable." I erased the message without answering. The Hamilton project collapsed just as I predicted. 2 weeks after I left, the client learned that the features Taylor had promised were not attainable within the initial timetable. They threatened legal action. Morrison Tech had to negotiate a settlement that included a partial refund and a 5-month extension of the deadline. Delilah called me amid the crisis and asked for advice. I talked him through the technical solutions, assisted him in preparing a presentation for the client, and guided him through unpleasant meetings with management. He handled the situation well, but the harm to Morrison Tech's reputation was already done. 2 board members resigned. 3 clients transferred their business to competitors. The company's valuation decreased by 15%. Taylor was relegated from customer relations to special projects, a meaningless term that kept her on payroll but denied her the authority to make promises. Colt recruited an outside expert to help restructure the executive team. The consultant's report apparently featured harsh criticisms of nepotistic hiring practices and insufficient accountability measures. I learned about this through professional networks and old coworkers who reached out despite the evident embarrassment. The shot in the face should have been pleasurable, but instead I felt sorry. Morrison Tech had been something special, and seeing it falter felt like losing a love that should have succeeded but never did. My new position exceeded my expectations. The team was talented. The corporate leadership really listened to technical assessments, and nobody expected me to clean up the damage left by incompetent family members. 5 months in, we'd released 2 key products and signed contracts with 4 Fortune 500 organizations. I purchased a larger home, adopted a dog, Buddy, a rescue mutt, and began dating someone who worked in a completely different profession and had no relation to technology or family turmoil. Life progressed in ways that seemed healthy and sustainable. Colt paid an unexpected visit to my residence a year after I graduated from Morrison Tech. He seemed older, smaller, and degraded in ways unrelated to physical size. "Can I come in?" he inquired. When I opened the door, I contemplated saying no, but curiosity won. "Sure." We sat in my living room, the silence lingering uneasily between us. Buddy looked at Colt with suspicion before sitting at my feet. "The company's struggling," Colt finally said. "We lost 2 more major clients last month. Revenue is down 30% from when you left." "I'm sorry to hear that." "Are you?" He addressed me directly for the first time. "You destroyed everything I built." "No, Colt. I documented what was already happening. You destroyed it by refusing to see reality." "Taylor made mistakes." "Everyone makes mistakes." "She made mistakes repeatedly and you enabled her every time. You chose protecting her ego over protecting your company." He was silent for a long time. "She's my daughter. So am I." The words hung in the air between us, carrying a weight that neither of us had realized previously. "I know." His voice broke slightly. "Your mother used to tell me I was too hard on you, too easy on Taylor. I thought she was imagining things, seeing favoritism that wasn't there. It was there. I know that now." He massaged his face, exhausted. The consultant's report was insightful. "Apparently, I've been showing systematic bias, favoring the older daughter and putting the younger to impossible expectations." These are her exact words. "Sounds accurate. I came here to ask if you'd consider coming back, not to your old position. As COO, full authority over operations, seat on the board, equity stake that would make you a major shareholder." The offer hovered between us, intriguing in ways I hadn't anticipated. My father's company, the legacy he left behind, the chance to right the wrongs. "No." Colt's face fell just like that. "You won't even consider it?" "I don't need to consider it. I have a position I love. Working with people who respect my expertise, building something new. Why would I go back to constantly proving my worth to people who've already decided I don't have any? Because it's family. Family should be the place where you don't have to prove anything. Colt, family should be the people who see your value, even when you mess up. You gave that unconditional acceptance to Taylor, but you never gave it to me." He remained quiet, staring at his hands. "I failed you." "Yes, you did. Is there any way to fix that?" I gave it some serious thought, hoping to find a genuine solution. "I don't know. Maybe eventually, but not by offering me a job to save your company. If you want a relationship with me, it can't be transactional." "What would it look like if it wasn't transactional?" "It would appear that you acknowledge what happened without attempting to defend it. It would appear that you respect my decisions, even when they disappoint you. It would appear to be developing something new rather than attempting to resuscitate something that has already died." Colt nodded slowly. "That sounds hard. Most worthwhile things are." He stood to leave, stopping at the door. "For what it's worth, I'm proud of what you've accomplished in your new position. I've heard good things about the work you're doing. Thank you." The words seemed inadequate but genuine. "Can I call you sometime? Not about business, just to talk." "Maybe. We'll see." He walked away, and I closed the door behind him, leaning against it as Buddy silently supported my legs. The conversation should have felt like a conclusion, but it seemed more like a beginning. Not necessarily reconciliation, but the prospect of something new based on honesty rather than obligation. Taylor never reached out. I learned through various routes that she had left Morrison Tech and went to Florida. Supposedly, she worked in real estate, where her capacity to make optimistic promises could be beneficial. Morrison Tech continued to struggle, but it eventually stabilized as a smaller, more focused company. Colt hired experienced management and delegated responsibility for day-to-day operations. The corporation would never achieve the heights it once did, but it would survive. My career grew in ways I had never believed possible. 3 years after leaving Morrison Tech, I was asked to oversee the innovation strategy for a major tech business with global reach. 5 years later, I started my own consulting firm, focusing on assisting family businesses with succession planning and management changes. The irony was not lost on me that I'd become an expert in the very factors that had wrecked my relationship with my own family company. Colt and I communicated sometimes, deliberately constructing something resembling a relationship. We had dinner every few months, and our chats were safe from work, focusing on books, current affairs, and his reluctant attempts at retirement pastimes. He never apologized verbally, but his actions demonstrated progress. He came to my wedding 3 years after our living room talk, escorting me down the aisle and giving a toast that acknowledged his mistakes as a father without making the day about him. He sent birthday cards with handwritten comments rather than generic signatures. He inquired about my life with real curiosity rather than seeking opportunities to provide counsel. It wasn't the relationship I desired as a youngster, but it was genuine and based on acceptance rather than expectations. Looking back, my suspension was the finest thing that could have happened to me. It prompted a confrontation that I had been dreading for years. Pushed me out of a devalued situation and into chances where I could excel. The expense was substantial. Family relationships have shattered. A career in which I had invested was abandoned. Certainty is surrendered for danger. But on the other side of that upheaval was independence, achievement, and the tremendous satisfaction that comes from not having to apologize for taking up space. Sometimes the most spectacular vengeance is simply refusing to play the game anymore. Walking away does not mean giving up. It's acknowledging that your involvement in someone else's tale isn't necessary for you to have your own captivating story. My father wanted me to apologize in order to maintain peace and appearances. Instead, I chose honesty and accountability, even if it meant losing everything I had achieved with his company. The vacant desk and resignation letter symbolized more than just quitting a job. They symbolized choosing myself, respecting my expertise, and demanding respect rather than begging for scraps of praise. The lawyer's pallid expression and Colt's tired smile were not about corporate drama or family betrayal. They were about people finally seeing reality after years of denying to do so. I did not destroy Morrison Technology. I just ceased shielding it from the effects of its own malfunction. The company's difficulties after my departure were neither my obligation to avert nor my failure to accept. They were the unavoidable consequence of poor management, nepotism, and a refusal to value competence over comfort. Taylor, my sister, smirked that morning, thinking she had won. She'd suspended me, proven her power over Colt, and put me in my place despite years of competence and accomplishments she couldn't equal. However, triumph does not depend on who is suspended or favored. It's about who lives a life they're proud of, who surrounds themselves with others who recognize their worth, and who achieves success without reducing others. I got it now. A career I enjoy. Relationships built on mutual respect. A life in which my accomplishments speak for themselves rather than being continually compared to someone else's comfort. That is the real conclusion to this narrative. Not the dramatic departure, the company's troubles, or even the shaky reconciliation with my father. The ending shows me 5 years later, sitting in my own office with my own team, doing something significant without continuously looking over my shoulder for approval that would never come. Sometimes you do not receive the apologies you deserve. People who should appreciate your worth may never do so. Sometimes family means grief rather than support, but you always get to decide what happens next. You can continue to struggle for recognition from people who refuse to give it to you. Or you can channel that energy into creating something new with people who already see your potential. I selected the latter and have never regretted it. What would you have done if faced with the ultimate decision? Parents abandoned me for 5 weeks. At 12, with $40, they spent $52,000 in Europe. At their return party, 45 guests watched cops arrest them. Where's my son? My name is Caleb Whitmore, and when I was 12 years old, I realized that food is not assured. People often take it for granted until they no longer have it. My parents told me in July that they were going to Europe for 5 weeks. Barcelona, Florence, and Santorini. They left two $20 notes and a silver credit card on the kitchen counter, solely for emergencies, my mother explained, before pushing her luggage out the door. They did not wait for a response. They did not look back. I had no idea the card was not active. I didn't realize the $40 would have to last 35 days. And I had no idea that when they returned, hosting a reception for 45 people to commemorate their fantastic European summer, the cops would enter into our living room and read them their rights in front of everyone. But that's the end. This is where it began. The night they left, I remained at the doorway long after the Uber had disappeared around the corner. The home felt bigger than usual, and it was quiet enough that I could hear the refrigerator humming across the hall. I did not say anything. There was no point. As a child, you assume your parents know what they're doing. Even when the arithmetic does not make up, 35 days equals $40. It accumulated up quickly. I hadn't realized until much later that someone else, 45 individuals, would witness the consequence. They'd watch the cops go by the catered food, the slideshow of cathedral images, and my mother's flawless smile, then ask a question none of them had ever asked before. What have you done to your son? But it wasn't the shock. The shock was how simple it was for them to depart. The Whitmores lived in a 2-story house in Phoenix's northern suburbs. Beige walls, a tidy lawn, and cactus plants arranged in perfect harmony. My mother appreciated order, rows, angles, and frames. Everything, including us, had to appear intentional. We kept 2 cars inside the garage. My mother drives a white Lexus hybrid and my father drives a charcoal pickup. Both were pristine and chosen because they photographed my mother. Victoria Whitmore wasn't famous, but she acted like it. She had an interior design Instagram account with 18,500 followers. Her biography described modern desert existence. Every week, she shared selected pictures of Sunday brunch settings, matching throw pillows, and holiday wreaths. She altered with each season. Blessed and appreciative, family comes first. If you scrolled far enough, you'd discover something unusual. There were few photographs of me. When I did appear, I was either blurred in the background, or cropped at the shoulder. Mom claimed it was for privacy. However, I did not fit the palette. My shirts were not neutral enough. My reactions were not staged enough, and I did not smile on cue. My father, Daniel Whitmore, worked long hours as a civil engineer. He returned home exhausted, his head full of statistics and deadlines. He allowed Mom to speak. When she made a decision, he nodded. He was not nasty, but absent, like if he had selected the quietest part of the house and remained there. By the age of 12, I'd learned to move around my parents rather than with them, to prepare my own cereal, microwave leftovers, to walk to school alone, and to sign permission sheets when my mother forgot. Nothing major, just the little things you do when you notice no one is paying attention. When guests arrived, Mom referred to me as our independent one. She said it with a light-hearted giggle and practiced, like independence was a personality attribute I picked rather than one I was compelled to have. She never awaited my reaction. I stopped offering one. People enjoyed our home. They liked my mother. They enjoyed the thought of us. The ideal family in the ideal neighborhood, with the ideal illumination. But there is a reason why perfection is so quiet. Quiet conceals things. When I was 12, I assumed invisibility was normal. That every child learnt to make himself smaller so that his parents could shine brighter online. I hadn't realized that being ignored wasn't an accident. It was the design. 2 weeks before everything fell apart, my mother summoned me downstairs. She sat on the couch, her laptop open, the screen shining with a booking website, while my father stood near the window, arms folded, staring at nothing in particular. "Caleb," Mom replied in a cheerful tone, as if she were discussing dinner plans. "Your father and I need a getaway. 5 weeks throughout Europe, including Barcelona, Florence, and Santorini. We leave on Monday." I waited. She did not look up. Dad did not turn around. "Okay," I finally asked, "who am I staying with?" And Mom clicked something on the screen. "You're staying here alone?" She grumbled, angry that I had even inquired. "You're 12, not 5, you know how to care for yourself." I didn't object, but something in my stomach constricted. I looked at Dad. He kept staring out the window, jaw tight, pretending he hadn't heard. "What about Grandma?" I asked. "Or Uncle Christopher?" "Your grandmother is busy." Mom spoke sharply. "And Christopher?" She hesitated, her lips stiffening. "We do not include him in family problems. You are aware of this." I wasn't sure why. I only knew his name made her shoulders tense. Mom stood, took 2 $20 notes from her pocketbook, and placed them on the coffee table next to a silver credit card, $40 for snacks. She tapped the card and stated it was for emergencies. Real emergencies. "Don't use it until the home is burning down." I nodded once. That is all she anticipated. "Good," she answered, returning to her laptop. "We'll be back in exactly 5 weeks." I took up the bills and the card. They felt far lighter than they should have. Monday morning, I saw them pull their baggage into the Uber. Mom wore a new dress. Dad wore the same expression he always did, exhausted, distant, elsewhere. "Remember to lock up," Mom said, waving without looking at me, "and do not worry anyone." The door closed, the automobile pulled away. The street became quiet. I stood there longer than I intended, waiting for anything. Perhaps a second glance, perhaps a goodbye that felt like a goodbye. Nothing arrived. Inside, the house echoed. It already felt as if they were gone. Later on, I realized that this was the breaking point of the story. But at 11, I just comprehended one thing. I was on my own now. The first night alone, the place did not feel like home. It felt like a container room piled with silence. I laid in bed, staring at the ceiling and listening to small sounds I'd never heard. The refrigerator hums, the air conditioner kicks on, and a dog barks 2 streets over. I barely slept. The following morning, I opened the refrigerator. Half a carton of milk, 4 eggs, a stale loaf of bread, a jar of pasta sauce, and nothing else, no fruit, leftovers, or actual meals. I placed the $40 on the counter and did the arithmetic. 35 days, $40, $1.14 per day. I did not react. Just shut the fridge and stood there until the silence became thick. On day 3, I walked to the tiny grocery shop down the road, grabbed a basket, and moved methodically through the aisles, double-checking prices. Ramen was cheap, costing 85 cents a pack. Bread cost over $1. Peanut butter was too pricey. I purchased 8 ramen packs and the cheapest loaf of bread I could locate. The clerk asked if I was shopping alone. My mom is in the car, I explained. Back home, I divided a pack of ramen into 2 dinners. Half for breakfast and half for dinner. It was not enough, but it was food. I pretended everything was fine. On day 6, I attempted to order a pizza online, entered my credit card information, and was rejected. I tried again and was declined. I flipped the card over, rang the number, and heard the robotic voice inform me that the card was not active. My chest clenched, but I didn't say anything out. That evening, I called my mother. 5 rings. She responded on the 7th. Music is playing loudly in the background. The card does not work. I stated it, and she moaned, as if I had ruined her vacation. Caleb, please quit being dramatic. You have money. You will be all right. Call again only if the situation is critical. This is serious. Caleb, she snapped. I am at supper. Eat less. Figure it out. Do not make this a thing. She hung up. I did not cry. I simply sat on the kitchen floor, back against the fridge, and felt my gut twist in on itself. Hunger is quiet like that. A gradual tightness that shrinks her thinking. Later that night, I opened Instagram. My mother had posted a photograph of herself and my father in front of the Florence Cathedral. She carried a glass of wine. The caption said, "Living our best life." I looked at it for a long time. Then I took the old tablet she gave me after updating. I opened the camera and pressed the record button. Day 6. I said, ramen for dinner. The car didn't work. My voice was flat, not furious, just exhausted. I didn't know why I had taped it. Maybe because no one believed children until they provided proof. Perhaps staying silent no longer felt like a safe option. I wasn't aware that anyone was observing. Not them. Someone else. For now, it was just me. A calm home, in a month that felt like it had been going on for years. On day 8, someone knocked at the door. I froze for a second. Nobody ever stopped by for me. I stepped to the window first, probably out of habit, and saw Mr. Bennett from next door, a blue house with peeling paint and an elderly tabby cat that was constantly sitting in the window. He had waved at me for years, but we had never had a proper chat. I only opened the door enough to glance at him. "Hey there, Caleb?" he asked, examining me in a way that most grown-ups don't. "Haven't seen your parents' cars around. Everything all right?" "They're on a trip," I told them. "Business?" My voice was regular. "Practiced." "Uh-huh." He slowly nodded. "And who is looking after you?" "I'm fine," I responded. "Perhaps too fast. I can handle it." He didn't question the falsehood. He simply studied me. I have cracked lips. My shirt hung a little looser than it usually did. The darkness underneath my eyes. He didn't specify whether he knew exactly what he was looking at. "Did you eat today?" he inquired. Automatic. "Not true." He sighed, softly and exhausted. "Listen, son, I made too much spaghetti and don't want to throw it away. Do you want a plate?" I didn't want to need anything from anyone. Pride hits harder when you're hungry, yet hunger triumphed. "Okay," I said. At his table, I ate in silence. Not fast. Not desperate, but steady. He did not say much either, which I appreciated. Some adults fill silence with noise. He let quiet remain silent. After I finished, he folded his hands. "Caleb, where are your folks really?" I didn't intend to tell him, but tiredness causes honesty to come out. "Europe," I answered. 5 weeks, they left $40. The card doesn't work. He did not respond with astonishment or fury. Just take a long, slow breath. That made it both worse and better. He was not startled by the cruelty. He recognized it. "You need me to call someone?" he inquired gently. "Police? A relative? Anyone?" I shook my head quickly. "Please don't. My mother said not to bother anyone." His jaw stiffened. He did not argue, however. "All right," he replied calmly. "I won't call, but I'm bringing you meals. There's no excuse." I didn't thank him out loud. I'm not sure how, but something softened inside me, barely apparent. It's like loosening a belt by one notch. His last words to me were, "Caleb, sometimes it's the things you write down or record that protect you later. Evidence matters." I didn't fully understand it at the time, but the significance of the term evidence stayed with me. Mr. Bennett fulfilled his promise. He remained mute. He didn't meddle, but he did observe. He cared. And he waited longer than necessary, until waiting became unavoidable. By day 21, hunger was no longer the worst part. The hardest aspect was how normal it began to feel. Wake up, check the fridge, divide what was left, and try not to ponder too much. Repeat. That was the day I decided to record everything fully, rather than just short, shaky snippets. Not out of fear, but out of clarity. Mr. Bennett's remarks kept repeating in my thoughts. Evidence can sometimes protect you, therefore I approached it as a job. Every morning, before I spoke to anyone, I picked up the old tablet and hit record. Day 21. I announced, pointing the camera toward the fridge. 2 eggs left. Bread's almost gone. No milk. I focused on expiration dates, empty shelves, and my hands, which were thinner than they had been 5 weeks before. I filmed the bathroom scale. 92 pounds, down another one. No emotion. Just facts. Cold. Simple facts. I screenshot every email my mother sends. The brief ones, the annoyed ones, the ones that suggested I was acting dramatically or that she was on vacation and couldn't cope with this. I read them aloud on camera with a bland voice. I would sometimes hold the tablet at arm's length and simply document myself. The shadows behind my eyes, the ribs are starting to show. I didn't give speeches. I did not explain. I simply provided the date and numbers. It was easier that way. My journal was next, a spiral notebook I discovered in a drawer. I composed short entries. Efficient. Day 22. 1 egg and half ramen. The stomach hurts. Mom posted a lobster supper in Monaco. Day 23. There's no food left. Mr. Bennett delivered a sandwich. I don't know why he cares. Day 24. The school emailed Mom. No response. When the house felt too huge at night, I would scroll through my mother's Instagram posts. Her photos show her standing on terraces overlooking the beach, dishes full of olives, fish, and pastries, with notes like savor every moment. I did not become angry. I did not yell. I just made another video. Day 24, I announced. She spent more on this meal than I've eaten in a week. The tablet served as a sort of anchor, a link between what I felt and what I knew. If I couldn't trust adults, I could rely on evidence. Hard data. Proof. Mr. Bennett observed the shift. You're documenting more, he commented one evening as he delivered dinner. He nodded briefly, as if he understood something unspoken. Keep going. So I did. Every day. Every meal. Each email. Every number. Not because I intended vengeance. I was not thinking that far. I just wanted the truth to be somewhere outside of my head, where it couldn't be argued and could be seen. Summer school began the second week. My mother had signed me up months before, not because she was concerned about my academics, but because she didn't want me to sit around all summer. I now understand the real cause. It protected folks from realizing I was alone. The first day, I arrived late. My clothing was crumpled. I hadn't figured out the washing machine yet. My hair stuck up in spots. I hadn't slept longer than a few hours in days. I kept my head down while walking to my seat. Caleb, Mrs. Caldwell replied, her voice lower than normal. Are you feeling all right? Yes, ma'am. Short answer. Automatic. She didn't push, but I could feel her eyes on me throughout class. Day 3. The room tilted during math. The board blurred. I attempted to blink it away and sit straighter, but my body didn't care what I did. My hand slipped from the desk. Then the floor rose faster than I imagined. I opened my eyes to find myself resting on the nurse's cot. The school nurse loomed over me, her gaze filled with worry. Honey, did you eat breakfast this morning? Yes, I said. It seemed easier than explaining anything. What did you eat? Ramen earlier. Even I noticed my voice was faint. She did not argue. She walked me to the scale. Numbers flashed. 101. 92. I'd lost 9 pounds in less than 4 weeks. She wrote something down. Then there's another thing. Her expression stiffened. Caleb, she said gently, where are your parents? I asked, looking down at my hands. They appeared smaller. Bonier. There. Not here. Who's taking care of you? It was quiet. I was not trying to hide anything. I just didn't know how to respond in a way that wouldn't ruin my life. I eventually replied, no one. The nurse stared at me for a long time. No pity. Genuine concern. She stepped outside and returned with Mrs. Caldwell. They spoke quietly, but their gazes remained fixed on me. Mrs. Caldwell sat down by the cot. Caleb, she added gently, you don't have to explain everything right now, but I need you to know, we see you. I didn't cry. I only nodded once. That's all I could manage. That evening, my mother called. I was at the kitchen table, eating the rice Mr. Bennett had brought over, when my phone rang with an international call. Caleb, she said quickly, voice harsh. The school called me. What did you say? Nothing. You're embarrassing me, she yelled. I am in Santorini, having dinner. And I get a call saying you have health concerns. You have food. You have money. Stop being dramatic. I didn't reply. If you tell anyone anything, anyone, I will send you to a boarding school the moment I come home. Do you understand me? My jaw stiffened. Don't call again. Click. I stared at the table, at the plain dinner in front of me. Something in me settled. Not broken, not defeated, just settled. That night, I recorded another video. Day 25, I said. She threatened me. I'm not lying. I'm not exaggerating. This is what it is. I didn't know it yet, but that was the final moment the grown-ups at school needed. Their silence wasn't an option anymore. The report was coming. Day 25. Someone tapped again, not hesitant this time, steady, determined. I checked the window the way I always did. A woman stood on the porch. Blazer. Clipboard. Calm posture. I opened the door halfway. Hi, Caleb, she responded, with a faint, steady smile. My name is Melissa Grant. I'm with Child Protective Services. May I come in? I didn't move at first. Mom's voice echoed in my head. Don't tell anyone anything. But I was tired of the stillness, the hunger, the guesswork. And something about Melissa felt anchored, like she wasn't here to guess. Okay, I said. Inside, she didn't look around rapidly, the way curious adults do. She took her time. The silent living room, the mound of unwashed dishes, the air that seemed heavy. She penned a few of notes, no expression altering on her face. Your parents are in Europe? She inquired. Yes, ma'am. How long have you been alone? 4 weeks. Who's been taking care of you? I stopped, then answered the only honest way I could. No one. Melissa didn't flinch. She simply nodded and closed her notebook. Can I see the kitchen? I escorted her there. She opened the refrigerator. The frigid light exposed everything. 2 eggs. An almost empty loaf of bread. Condiments. Nothing else. She checked the trash, ramen wrappers especially. Then she turned to look at me again, not surprised, not pitying, just seeing. Caleb, is there anything you want to show me? This time, I didn't hesitate. I walked to my room, grabbed the tablet, and handed it to her. I recorded stuff, I said, in case someone thought I was lying. She pressed play on a clip of me displaying the empty fridge, the date, the scale reading. When the video ended, she inhaled slowly. You're very brave, Caleb, she remarked. These videos are important. Her voice wasn't theatrical, just solid. Then she asked something no grown-up had asked me before. Do you want to be safe? A simpler question, heavy answer. Melissa nodded once, like a promise had been made. The next morning, she called my mother. I wasn't in the room, but Melissa told me what happened afterward. Hey, this is Melissa Grant from Arizona Child Protective Services. Mom's tone turned sweet. Oh my goodness. Is Caleb okay? What happened? Melissa explained the report. The days alone, the weight decrease. Mom laughed gently. Caleb exaggerates. He has a babysitter. Megan. Lovely woman. Melissa inquired for the babysitter's contact. Mom said she'd send it right over. She never did. Melissa checked. There was no Megan on the neighborhood registry. No one had visited the house. So Melissa filed a subpoena for my parents' credit card statements. 3 days later, she took the documents to Mr. Bennett's house, where she had moved me temporarily for safety. Caleb, she murmured, opening the folder carefully. Your parents spent $52,780 in Europe this month. Restaurants, hotels, shopping. She changed the page. The supplementary card they left with you. Another wait. It was never activated. You couldn't have bought anything, even if you tried. I didn't speak, didn't need to. Something inside me, not wrath, not grief, just aligned, like the truth had finally stepped into the room. What happens now? I asked. Melissa closed the folder gently. Now, she added, we make sure you're safe, and when your parents return, there will be consequences. My parents arrived home on a Saturday. A clear Arizona sky. Heat rising off the sidewalk in waves from Mr. Bennett's living room window. I witnessed the setup begin well before they came. Cars pulling up, neighbors bringing gift bags, women in sundresses, men in golf shirts. 45 people turning up to celebrate a vacation I hadn't eaten through. Inside my house, balloons hung from the banister, a banner hung across the living room. Welcome home, Whitmore's. A slideshow played on the TV. Photos from Europe. Cathedrals, beaches, champagne glasses. My mother posing like she belonged everywhere but home. I wasn't in the house. Wasn't at the celebration. They had no idea where I was. From Mr. Bennett's window, I could see my mother moving through the crowd. New dress, new tan, new jewelry from Milan. She touched people's arms when she chatted. Laughed too loud. Performed. Always performing. Dad trailed behind her, nodding and smiling like he was half a second behind in his own life. They didn't look worried. They didn't look like folks who were about to be arrested. Melissa arrived first. Dark sedan, calm walk, clipboard in hand. 2 uniformed officers behind her, Officer Ramirez and Officer Jenkins. They waited across the street. Out of vision, my mother lifted a champagne glass. Guests clapped. She started a speech. Something about recharging. Gratitude. Family time. Watching from a distance felt weird. Detached. Like witnessing someone else's life disintegrate in slow motion. Then the doorbell rang. Mom opened it with her party smile already set. The smile vanished abruptly as she noticed Melissa. Whitmore, Melissa said. Professional. Steady. I'm Melissa Grant with Child Protective Services. These officers are here with me. We need to speak with you and your husband. Conversation paused. Music kept playing strangely as 45 people turned to see. My mother tried to step outside, keeping her voice calm, pretending everything was all right. This really isn't a good time. We're hosting. This concerns your son, Melissa remarked. The room went silent. Dad walked forward, confused. Is Caleb okay? Melissa didn't bother softening anything. Your son has been in protective custody for 5 days. Mom's face snapped into something sharp. What? That's impossible. He's upstairs resting. She shouted it loudly. For the room, not for Melissa. Melissa lifted the folder. Caleb has not been in this house for 5 days. He has been staying with a neighbor for his safety. Whispers swept through the crowd like heat. Mom laughed. Hi, Brittle. This is ridiculous. There has been some mistake. Melissa opened the folder. We have video documentation recorded by Caleb over a 4-week period. Empty refrigerator. Weight loss. Your emails. The school's medical report. And your credit card statements obtained through subpoena. Dad's face drained. He seemed like he was shrinking. Mom's voice cracked. This is being blown out of proportion. He had a babysitter. There was no babysitter. Melissa responded quietly. We verified with the neighborhood registry. No adult entered this home for 35 days. Someone in the crowd gasped. A champagne flute clinked against tile. My mother's eyes raced across the room, searching for someone to believe her. No one moved. Then Melissa nodded to the officers. Officers, please proceed. My mother backed up rapidly, running into the coffee table. No, wait. This is a misunderstanding. Officer Ramirez stepped forward. Ma'am, you are being charged with child endangerment under Arizona Revised Statute 13 to 3619. Please turn around and place your hands behind your back. The room froze. It felt like the air stopped moving. Dad reached toward Mom, voice shaking. Victoria, just do what they say. She yelled at him. Don't touch me. This is your fault too. But she still turned around. The metallic snap of shackles rang in a room full of individuals who had once loved her Instagram posts. Dad didn't run, didn't argue. When the second cop reached him, he just exhaled like someone finally letting go of a weight he'd been pretending not to carry. Sir, please place your hands behind your back. He complied. Melissa then nodded to Officer Jenkins. Please play it. The slideshow on the TV flickered off. A new video appears, holding the iPad, speaking right into the camera. Day 15, my voice stated. There's 1 egg left. Mom tweeted a picture from Monaco. The video revealed the empty fridge. The scale. My face slimmer. Eyes dim. Guests gazed, frightened. One woman covered her mouth. A man gasped, oh my God. Another clip. Day 21. Reading my mother's emails aloud. Hearing her discard me while eating at Michelin star restaurants. Then the video from day 25. The threat. Her words. My monotone voice repeating them. My mother broke. Not out of guilt, but out of terror. He's lying, she yelled. He's manipulating those videos. He's making me look enough, Melissa replied. Quiet, but final. Your son told the truth, he documented the truth, this is what happened. My mother's voice trembled into a whisper. He was never supposed to show anyone. And there was the moment I understood she wasn't appalled by what she'd done, she was horrified she'd been seen. The officers guided my parents toward the door. People moved out of the way, stunned. Silent, no goodbyes, no sympathy, just distance. On the porch, additional neighbors had assembled. Phones hovered. Recording. My mother's face fell as she fully realized the shape of the outcome. She tried to look for me. Some instinctual, last attempt to find control. But I wasn't there. Not for her, not anymore. From Mr. Bennett's window, I witnessed the cops place them in separate cars. I didn't smile. Didn't weep. Didn't experience triumph. Just finality. A subtle closing of a door that had been hanging open too long. The lights on the patrol cars flashed once, twice, then they drove away. The world didn't end, it just got honest. The day after the arrest, my world didn't move the way I expected. The house remained quiet. Mr. Bennett still made breakfast. The Arizona heat still pressed against the windows. Life didn't burst. It just kept moving. Melissa sat with me at Mr. Bennett's kitchen table that morning. A large folder in front of her. Caleb, I want you to understand what happens next. I nodded. No questions. I was used to letting adults talk. Your parents will be charged with child endangerment. It's a felony in this state. Her voice stayed calm, like she'd done this speech 200 times. I took the information in the same manner I'd taken everything else that month, quietly. One piece at a time. They'll likely take a plea deal to avoid trial. She continued. Probation. Community service. Mandatory counseling. And, Caleb, the state will move to suspend their parental rights, at least temporarily. I didn't flinch. People expect kids to tear down at a sentence like that. Ask why. I just answered, okay. Melissa examined me for a bit, maybe anticipating more, but there wasn't anything else. Do you want to know if they asked about you? She said gently. It came out quicker than I thought, but it was the truth. She closed the folder. You don't have to see them. You don't have to speak to them. Everything goes through me or through the court. That seemed weirdly like breathing room. A week later, their lawyer tried to contact me, not directly. Everything filtered through Melissa. He claimed, my clients misjudged the situation, that the 5 weeks alone was an oversight and that they deeply regretted the misunderstanding. He didn't mention the credit card or the emails or the films. Melissa responded for me. I didn't need to. The proof said everything. Court hearings came soon. I wasn't required to attend, and I didn't. I preferred distance. People think kids seek closure. I craved quiet. In the end, the court ruled exactly what Melissa had expected. 3 years probation, 300 hours of community service, required parenting programs, and a permanent ban on their parental rights. Parents have a duty, the judge had declared. According to Melissa, these parents abandoned theirs. When Melissa told me, I didn't celebrate. I didn't feel vindicated. The ruling didn't give me back the food I didn't eat or the nights I didn't sleep. It merely drew a line in the sand, a boundary the world finally agreed I deserved. 3 days after the hearing, someone knocked on Mr. Bennett's door. Not a heavy knock. Light. Unsure. Mr. Bennett stared at me before opening it. A woman stood there, mid-30s, jeans, simple sweater, no makeup created for Instagram. Her eyes roamed the room until they fell on me. Caleb, she whispered, voice shaking just a little. I'm your aunt, Abigail Whitmore. The name wasn't familiar. My mother never talked about her, or anyone, really. I did not move. Didn't say anything. She stepped inside when Mr. Bennett gestured her in. When she finally stood close enough to see me fully, my weight loss, the shadows on my face, her expression broke. Oh, sweetheart, she whispered. She stopped herself from reaching out, giving me room. That won a point in her favor. Your teacher called me, she said. Mrs. Caldwell. She found my number in an old emergency contact form your mother forgot to erase. She let out a breath. I came as soon as I heard. I nodded once. I didn't know what to do with her remarks, so I didn't do anything. We sat at Mr. Bennett's kitchen table, she explained slowly, cautiously, like she knew I didn't trust easily. Your mother and I stopped talking 6 years ago, she added, because I told her she cared more about her image than about being a parent. She didn't appreciate hearing that. That tracked with the woman I knew. Abigail stared at me straight. What happened is not your fault. None of it. And you're not going back to that house. I observed her. Steady. Quiet. I didn't see pity. I saw resolve. She brought out documents. CPS approved temporary guardianship. I filed to make it permanent. I watched her expression. Not looking for lies, just trying to understand why someone I barely knew would battle for me. Why? I finally said. She retained my stare. Because you're family, and because someone should have shown up for you a long time ago. I did not respond. But something inside me moved. Not hope. Not yet. More like permission. Permission to entertain the concept that I didn't have to do everything alone. Moving inside her place seemed odd. Smaller than my prior house. Messier. Warmer. This room's yours, she remarked, opening a door to a modest bedroom. We can set it up however you want. Posters, shelves, your choice. My decision. That wasn't a phrase I heard often growing up. We ate dinner together. Pasta with canned sauce. Nothing extraordinary, but she sat across from me, truly listening as I answered questions. Not performing. Not pretending. I'm not perfect, she said one night. I'll mess up sometimes, but I'm here and I'm staying. I didn't say anything back. Not because I didn't believe her, but because I didn't know how to respond to something that didn't ask anything from me. But when she scribbled Caleb's basketball tryouts on the kitchen calendar 4 weeks later, something loosened in my chest. Not trust. Not yet. But the beginning of it. Healing didn't arrive in any big event. It showed up slowly, almost unnoticed, like the way soreness diminishes after an injury. One day, you discover the anguish is still there, only quieter. Abigail put me in therapy within a month of living with her. My therapist, Dr. Harrison, didn't ask me to reveal everything in the first session. She didn't push. She just asked questions that made room. Caleb, how are you sleeping? Are you eating enough? Do you feel safe? A silence. She observed me, not doubting the words, but studying the way I carried them. Over time, I discovered therapy wasn't about retelling every memory. It was more like sorting tools. Figuring out which ones were broken, which ones still worked, which ones I needed to construct from scratch. I didn't talk about my parents much. Dr. Harrison didn't force it. When I did mention them, it was factual, like reporting weather. My mom emailed again. What did she say? That she wants to talk. Do you want to talk to her? That's a barrier. She said it simply, like expressing my height or age. I learnt boundaries weren't punishments, they were choices, locks on doors only I controlled. The first year with Abigail, I checked the refrigerator every morning. Some habits die hard. Once I checked there was food, the knot in my chest loosened a little. I didn't tell Abigail about that. I didn't have to, she appeared to understand anyhow. As I grew older, Mother offered me greater independence. Not because she wanted to step away, but because she trusted me to step forward. She showed up at basketball games, parent-teacher conferences, school ceremonies, always in the back row, never garnering notice. When I turned 14, letters from my mother started coming more often. Not handwritten, emails vetted through attorneys, through CPS inquiries, apologies that felt more like negotiations. Attempts to rewrite context. I didn't respond. Not out of spite, but because I didn't owe her a response. Dr. Harrison reiterated it. You're protecting yourself, Caleb. That's not cruelty. That's maturity. Abigail never pressured me. She preserved every letter in a folder, in case I wanted them eventually. I did not. By 17, I'd established a life that didn't circle around the past. Good grades, varsity basketball. A part-time work at a bike maintenance shop. Friends who didn't know my history unless I choose to tell them. Abigail and I slipped into a kind of rhythm. Quiet dinners, shared routines, occasional disagreements that were settled with talk instead than fear. She wasn't trying to replace anyone. She was merely showing me what steadiness looked like. When I got admitted into a pre-law program on a full scholarship, Abigail cried. I did not. Not because I wasn't proud, but because my pride didn't need to burst out to be real. A few months before I turned 19, a plain envelope came up in Abigail's mailbox. The lettering on the front stopped me cold. My mother's. I didn't open it immediately away. I put it in my desk drawer next to the old tablet, the one I'd used to record everything. 2 pieces of proof from 2 versions of my existence. It took me weeks before I eventually opened the mail. She apologized, sort of. Explained her childhood, explained her shortcomings, said therapy was helping, said she hoped one day I'd forgive her. But she understood if I didn't. I didn't feel rage reading it. I didn't feel moved, either. It was like reading a letter addressed to someone else. I folded it back into the envelope and put it aside. Forgiveness wasn't something I required in order to move forward. Boundaries were, and I'd already created those. By the time I left for college, I wasn't running from my history. I was merely traveling toward a destiny that finally belonged to me. People ask me sometimes if I regretted speaking the truth, showing the footage, letting things fall the way it did. The answer is easy. I didn't destroy my family. My parents shattered the idea of family long before I even hit record. All I did was cease covering for them. If you grew up invisible, if you learned early that your comfort didn't matter, if you were instructed that silence makes you strong, hear this from someone who lived through it. Silence doesn't protect you. It protects the person's hurting you. You're permitted to speak. You're permitted to go away. You're permitted to protect yourself, even from the individuals who were supposed to undertake that job initially. I endured the 5 weeks alone. I documented everything. I let the truth stand where I couldn't. And when the consequences arrived, when officers walked into my mother's lovely celebration and read her rights in front of 45 astonished guests, that wasn't revenge. That was reality finally catching up. Family isn't just blood, it's who turns up. Abigail showed up. Mr. Bennett showed up. Mrs. Caldwell showed up. Melissa showed up. The people who love you won't ask you to hunger for them. They won't ask you to hide the truth. They won't punish you for seeking aid. My parents left me just $40 and an inactive credit card. But I walked away with something they were never capable of giving me. Boundaries, clarity, a life I'm now permitted to call my own. If my story hit something familiar in you, if you recognized a piece of your own life in mine, then you already know the truth. You deserve better. You always did. My parents kicked out pregnant. At 17, they sued for my $750,000. Trust 18 years later. Only to realize their daughter is a prosecutor. My name is Clara. I am a prosecutor. I stand in courtrooms. I build airtight cases. I speak clearly, and I do not flinch. When people look at me today, they see someone who looks like she was forged in fire, someone built for the harsh fluorescent lights of the justice system. They see the tailored suit, the unwavering eye contact, the rigid posture. They do not see the girl who sat on a porch in the freezing rain at 17 with nowhere to go. But she is still in there. She is in every case I take, in every file I open, in every door I hold open for someone who looks like they are about to give up entirely. I need to tell you about my grandmother before I tell you what she left me. Because the money is absolutely not the story here. She is. Her name was Martha. I will call her my grandmother for the rest of this because that is what she was to me in every single way that mattered in this world, not just through the coincidence of blood, but through the deliberate act of showing up. I got pregnant at 17. The boy who did it disappeared the exact same week I told him. It took one brief, panicked conversation behind the bleachers at school, And he was gone like he had never existed in the first place. A ghost. I was left holding the terrifying reality all by myself. I told my parents on a bleak Sunday evening in late November. My mother was standing in the kitchen, wiping down a counter that was already perfectly clean. My father was sitting in the living room, watching some sports game on the television. I stood in the narrow hallway between them because I did not know which room to choose. I felt like if I stepped into either room, the floor would collapse beneath me. I told them. I just blurted it out. I'm pregnant. My mother stopped wiping the counter. She closed her eyes tight, as if she could make me disappear just by refusing to look at me. My father stood up from his recliner. The television was still blaring in the background, a stark contrast to the absolute, suffocating silence that had just fallen over our house. He did not yell. He did not scream. He spoke in a voice that was infinitely worse than yelling because it was chillingly calm and entirely final. He said I had made my choice, and now I could live with it somewhere else. My mother did not argue with him. She did not say, wait. She did not say, let us sit down and talk about this. She did not cry. She simply walked past me, her shoulder brushing against mine, went straight to my bedroom, and started pulling my clothes out of my dresser. She shoved them into an old, beat-up canvas suitcase. So it's packed my life away as if the container made the act of discarding her only daughter more civilized. She zipped it up. She carried it to the front door and dropped it on the hardwood floor with a heavy thud. And then, she went right back to the kitchen and picked up her sponge. I stood in the hallway, clutching a positive pregnancy test in my coat pocket, watching my mother return to whatever mundane task she had been doing before her daughter's life completely fell apart. My father walked over and opened the front door. He did not say, get out. He did not have to. He just held the door open and looked at me the exact way you look at a piece of broken furniture you have already decided to drag to the curb. I picked up the suitcase. I walked out. The heavy oak door clicked shut behind me. The deadbolt slid into place. That sound, the sharp, metallic snick of the lock, is something I still hear in my nightmares. It was raining. Not a light drizzle, but that heavy, bone-chilling Pacific Northwest rain that soaks through your clothes in seconds. I did not have a plan. I did not have a bank account. I had a suitcase full of sweaters, a cell phone with exactly 14% battery, and a baby growing inside me that absolutely nobody in the world wanted except me. I was 17. I was terrified. I did not know what my life was going to look like anymore. I just knew that the door behind me was locked, the rain was getting heavier, the streetlights were flickering on, and I had to go somewhere before I froze. I walked to my grandmother's house. It was not close. It took me over an hour and a half on foot, dragging that heavy suitcase over cracked sidewalks in the dark. By the time I finally reached her street, my cheap sneakers were completely soaked through, my toes were numb, the suitcase felt like it weighed 100 pounds, and I was shaking violently from cold, fear, and the specific kind of bone-deep exhaustion that only hits you when your body realizes that nobody is coming to save you. I stumbled up her wooden porch steps. I knocked. It was nearly midnight. The yellow porch light flickered on, casting a warm halo in the freezing mist. The door opened. My grandmother stood there in her thick flannel robe. She looked at me, dripping wet on her welcome mat. She looked at the canvas suitcase. She looked at the dark, relentless rain falling behind me. And she did something that no one else in my entire family had done that night. She reached out, grabbed my arm firmly, and pulled me inside. She did not ask why I was there. She did not ask what had happened. She did not ask who, or when, or how. She simply closed the door against the storm, locked it, walked to the hallway closet, came back with a thick blue towel, and draped it over my shivering shoulders. Then, she walked into her small kitchen, and put the kettle on the stove. That was it. There was no lecture. There was no heavy sigh of disappointment. There were no conditions laid out. There was just a warm towel, a whistling kettle, and a woman who fundamentally understood that some people do not show up at your door at midnight because their life went right. They show up because they have completely run out of places to go. I told her everything that night. I sat across from her at the small, scratched wooden kitchen table. I wrapped my freezing hands around a steaming mug of chamomile tea, and I cried until I couldn't breathe. She listened without interrupting once. When I finally finished, wiping my face with the back of my sleeve, she was quiet for a long moment. Then she looked me dead in the eye and said, "You are staying here." She said it the way she said everything in her life. Simply. Factually. Like, the answer had been incredibly obvious, before I had even managed to ask the question. I lived with my grandmother from that exact night forward. She gave me the small guest bedroom at the back of the house, the one that looked out over her overgrown garden. She cleared out the closet the very next morning. She bought a crib from a second-hand store before my stomach even started showing, because she said it was better to have it ready and waiting than to scramble and panic later. She did not make me feel like a burden. She did not make me feel like a charity case or a guest who had overstayed her welcome. She made me feel like I had finally come home, which, looking back now, is exactly what I had done. I had just never lived there before. My son, Leo, was born on a Tuesday morning. The delivery was agonizingly long, and I spent almost all of it gripping my grandmother's fragile, wrinkled hand until my knuckles turned white, because there was absolutely no one else's hand to hold. My mother was not in the waiting room. My father was not pacing the halls. At one point, a young nurse came in, checked my vitals, and asked my grandmother, "Are you Mom?" My grandmother smiled softly and said, "No, I am her grandmother." But on that day, in that sterile hospital room, she was the only parent I had. The first few years of Leo's life were the hardest thing I have ever endured. Harder than the bar exam. Harder than any murder trial I have ever prosecuted. Leo was a tiny, colicky baby, and I was barely more than a child myself, trying to figure out how to keep us both alive. The massive, terrifying distance between the life I desperately wanted to give him and the life I could actually afford felt like an uncrossable ocean. I worked brutal, back-to-back shifts at a greasy diner downtown during the day. I smelled like stale coffee and frying oil constantly. I took community college classes, and then eventually university classes, at night. My grandmother watched Leo while I was gone. And every single time I dragged myself through the front door, exhausted to the marrow of my bones, she would meet me in the hallway, take the baby from my arms, walk into the kitchen, and come back with a plate of food she had kept warm in the oven. She never once said, "You look terrible." She never said, "This is too much for a teenager." She never told me I was ruining my youth. She just kept the food warm, the house quiet, and my baby safe. I studied at that scratched wooden kitchen table every single night. Massive, heavy law books cracked open. Spiral notebooks, stacked beside them. A cheap calculator. 3 different colors of highlighters. The table was small, and the overhead light above it was a harsh, buzzing yellow that gave me headaches, but it was my sanctuary. I would sit there reading about torts and criminal statutes until my eyes physically could not focus anymore, sometimes well past 2 in the morning. Sometimes, until the dense text blurred into meaningless shapes, and my heavy head would drop onto my crossed arms. My grandmother developed a quiet habit during those grueling years. On the nights I fell asleep at that kitchen table, she would come out of her bedroom down the hall without making a single sound. She would walk into the living room, take the heavy blue blanket from the back of the floral couch, the soft, worn one with the slightly frayed edges, and she would gently drape it over my sleeping shoulders. Then, she would quietly set a fresh cup of tea on the table, right next to my highlighters, where I would immediately see it when I inevitably woke up shivering. She never shook me awake. She never scolded me to go to a proper bed. She just covered me, left the tea, and went back to her room. I did not even know she was doing it at first. I was so exhausted I thought I was sleepwalking. I would wake up at 4 a.m. with the heavy blue blanket wrapped around me and the tea gone cold beside my open books, and my sleep-addled brain would think it had magically appeared on its own. It took me 3 weeks to finally catch her. I was half awake, my head resting on my textbook, when I felt the warm, familiar weight of the blanket settle over me, and I smelled the faint, comforting scent of her lavender soap. Every single night. Without fail. Without a single word of praise expected. That frayed blue blanket became the most important, sacred object in my entire life. Not because of the cheap synthetic fabric. Because of what it represented. It meant that someone in this cold world was watching over me. Someone noticed when I was too broken and tired to keep pushing forward. Someone cared enough to drag themselves out of a warm bed in the dead of night just to do something incredibly small, incredibly quiet, and incredibly warm. Nobody else in my life had ever done anything like that. My parents had opened a door and shoved me out into a freezing rainstorm. My grandmother opened a door and wrapped me in a towel. The vast, immeasurable difference between those 2 open doors is the only reason I am alive today. I finished my undergraduate degree. I took the LSAT. I got accepted into law school. I graduated near the top of my class. I passed the bar exam on my first try. I walked into the district attorney's office and became a prosecutor. Every single one of those monumental life achievements was born at that tiny kitchen table, under that buzzing yellow light, with that frayed blue blanket draped heavily over my shoulders and that cup of tea going cold, beside my case files. Leo grew up in that warm, quiet house. He took his very first wobbly steps on the living room rug. He babbled his first coherent words sitting in his high chair in the kitchen. I watched him grow tall enough to reach the edge of the counter, then tall enough to open the fridge, and finally tall enough to reach the ceramic mugs on the very top shelf. My grandmother watched all of it happen. She was present for every single milestone. She used to sit in the rocking chair and tell Leo stories at bedtime. I would stand in the hallway, pressing my back against the wallpaper, and listen to her frail voice drifting through the thin walls. She told my son that his mother was the bravest, strongest person she had ever known in her long life. She told him that one day, when he was older, He would fully understand what that kind of bravery meant. I stood in that dark hallway sometimes, listening to her praise me, and I covered my mouth with both hands and cried silently until my ribs ached, because I did not feel brave. I never felt brave. I felt like a terrified girl who had simply gotten lucky enough to stumble up the right porch steps on the worst night of her life. But my grandmother was doing something else entirely during those 18 years, something I would not find out about until she was permanently gone. Something quiet, steady, and entirely invisible, which was exactly the way she did everything. She did it without ever asking for credit, without ever needing a round of applause, without anyone knowing. And when the truth of what she had done finally came out into the light, the exact same people who had locked their door and thrown me away 18 years ago suddenly decided they desperately wanted back into my life. Not because they missed their daughter. Not because they wanted to meet their teenage grandson. But because of the staggering secret she had left behind. My grandmother got sick on a rainy Tuesday in October. By the following Wednesday, she was admitted to the hospital with severe pneumonia and complications from a failing heart. By the end of that miserable month, she was allowed to come home, but she was fundamentally different. The vibrant spark was fading. She was slower, quieter, more fragile. The kettle would stay whistling on the stove much longer because she simply forgot she had turned the burner on. Her daily walks to the mailbox at the end of the driveway suddenly took twice as long, her breathing shallow and labored. Leo was 17 by then, the exact same age I was when I showed up on her porch, and my son stepped up in a way that shattered my heart and glued it back together all at once. He started helping her with all the small things she used to do without a second thought. He carried the heavy groceries from the trunk. He reached for the plates on the top shelf. He sat with her on the porch swing in the cool evenings, and neither of them talked much. They did not need to fill the air with noise. They had their own silent language, built over 18 years of bedtime stories, shared Saturday morning cartoons, and the kind of deep, unconditional trust that absolutely does not require spoken words. One evening, I came home very late from the DA's office, after prepping for a brutal homicide trial. The house was dark. Leo was fast asleep on the living room couch. He had been studying for his AP history exam. His thick textbooks were open on the coffee table. His spiral notebook was beside them. A yellow highlighter was still loosely gripped in his hand. He looked exactly, terrifyingly like I had looked at that kitchen table 18 years ago. I stood there in the doorway for a long moment, my briefcase heavy in my hand. Then I set it down, walked to the back of the couch, and picked up the blue blanket. The exact same one. Soft. Frayed at the edges. Smelling faintly of laundry detergent and old memories. I gently draped it over my son's broad shoulders, tucking it under his chin the exact same way my grandmother had draped it over mine 1,000 times before. I walked into the kitchen, filled a glass of ice water, and set it on the table right where he would see it when he woke up. I did not shake him awake. I did not tell him to go sleep in his bed. I just covered him, stepped back into the shadows, and watched his chest rise and fall. And in that quiet, devastating moment, I realized I had become her. Not on purpose, not by trying, but by pure inheritance. The real kind of inheritance. Not real estate. Not money. The kind of inheritance that lives deep in your hands and instinctively shows up when someone you love is simply too tired to keep going. My grandmother's final days were incredibly quiet. She explicitly told the doctors she did not want to die in a sterile hospital room hooked up to a chorus of beeping machines. She wanted her own house, her own kitchen, her own window looking out at her garden. Leo sat beside her bed more than I did in those final 2 weeks. He held her fragile, paper-thin hand. He read chapters of his history books out loud to her. One rainy afternoon, I was walking past her bedroom door, and I heard her voice. It was incredibly thin, barely a whisper, but still sharp and clear. She was telling my son to make sure he took care of his mother. She told him, "Leo, the strongest people in this world are the ones who still desperately need someone to put a blanket over their shoulders sometimes." She coughed weakly and added, "Do not ever forget that." I stood in the hallway, pressing my spine against the wall, shoved my hand hard over my mouth, and I cried the exact same way I had cried 100 times in that house, completely silently. In the shadows of the hallway where nobody could see me break. She passed away peacefully on a Sunday morning. Leo and I were both sitting right there beside her. When she took her last breath, the entire house went still, in a way that was fundamentally different from just being quiet. Quiet is merely the temporary absence of noise. Stillness is the permanent absence of a soul. The silver kettle was sitting cold on the counter. Her reading glasses were folded neatly on the side table. The blue blanket was draped over the back of the couch. Everything she had touched in that house felt like it was still warm with her presence, even though her body was rapidly cooling. After the grim, exhausting arrangements were handled, and the funeral passed in a blurry haze of black clothes and meaningless condolences from distant relatives, her estate attorney called me. His name was Mr. Vance. He told me there were several legal documents I needed to come into the office to review. I drove to his downtown office expecting standard, boring paperwork. A simple will. Maybe the transfer deed to the house. Something straightforward. It was absolutely not straightforward. Mr. Vance sat me down in his leather chair, slid a thick manila folder across the mahogany desk, and opened it. My grandmother had been secretly setting aside money since the exact year I arrived shivering on her porch. Not massive, suspicious amounts, small, highly calculated ones. Consistent, relentless deposits. The exact way she did everything in life. She had taken a modest inheritance of her own from decades ago, invested it with ruthless, quiet precision, and over 18 years, the compound interest and smart market moves had grown it into something staggering. Furthermore, years ago, there had been a sale of a piece of family property, a small lakeside cabin. She had received her legal percentage of the sale. Instead of spending a single dime of it, she had folded her entire share directly into this secret investment account. Quietly, without breathing a word of it to my parents or anyone else in the extended family. The account was locked inside an ironclad, irrevocable trust. The only named beneficiaries were Clara and Leo. I sat in Mr. Vance's pristine office, staring at the final number at the bottom of the financial statement, and my throat closed up. I physically could not speak. $750,000. $750,000. It was not billionaire money. It was not going to put us on the cover of a magazine. But to a single mother and her teenage son, it was earth-shattering. It was enough to completely change the trajectory of our lives forever. It was enough to pay for Leo's entire college education in cash. It was enough to pay off the house. It was enough for absolute, untouchable security. It was enough to know, with absolute certainty, that the quiet woman who had covered me with a frayed blanket every night had also been secretly weaving a massive financial safety net underneath me for almost 2 decades. Mr. Vance folded his hands on the desk and looked at me gently. She gave me very specific, strict instructions, Clara. She expressly did not want you to know about this account while she was alive. I wiped a tear from my cheek. Why? She said you needed to learn how to stand on your own 2 feet first, Mr. Vance replied, reading from a handwritten note attached to the file. She said this money was never meant for rescuing you. You rescued yourself. This money was for making sure that if you or Leo ever needed a solid floor to land on, it would always be there. I drove home in a complete daze. I walked into the empty house. I sat down at the kitchen table, the exact same scratched wooden table, the exact same buzzing yellow light. I placed my palms flat on the cool surface, and I thought about every single night I had sat in that exact chair, surrounded by heavy textbooks and highlighters, crying from pure exhaustion. Every night I had passed out and woken up with a blanket on my shoulders and cold tea beside my notes. She had been building 2 distinct things at the exact same time: my internal strength and my external safety net. She forced me to feel the grueling pain of the first one, and she completely hid the second one, until she knew I was ready to handle it. I sat Leo down in the living room that evening and told him everything. He listened quietly. He didn't jump up and down. He didn't scream. He just stared at the kitchen table the exact same way I had stared at it an hour earlier. Like he was seeing the wood grain for the very first time, even though he had eaten every meal of his life there. Then he looked at me, a soft smile playing on his lips, and said, "Great-grandma always told me she was taking care of us. I always thought she just meant cooking dinner." I almost smiled. Almost. Then, the phone calls started. In a family as deeply dysfunctional and gossipy as mine, nothing involving a lawyer's office, a dead relative, and a massive sum of money stays quiet for more than 48 hours. Word of the trust had already started leaking through the extended family grapevine before I had even processed the grief. My mother called me first. I had not heard her voice on a telephone in 18 years. She did not say, "Hello, Clara." She did not say, "I am so incredibly sorry about your grandmother passing." She did not ask how her grandson was doing. She immediately said, her voice tight and clipped, "I heard about the trust account Vance is managing." I sat on the couch, the phone pressed to my ear, and said absolutely nothing. She kept talking, her tone shifting into a sickeningly fake, diplomatic cadence. She said that the lakeside family property sale that had funded a large portion of that trust involved assets that morally belonged to the whole family. She said that she and my father had a rightful, equitable claim to a significant portion of that $750,000. She said it was only fair to split it. I sat there and listened to her the exact same way I listened to a desperate defense attorney trying to spin a pathetic lie in my courtroom, without a single expression on my face. Without a single interruption. I let her dig her own grave with her words. When she finally ran out of breath and stopped talking, I spoke. My voice was deadly calm. "There is absolutely nothing to discuss," I said. "What you are generously calling family money was Martha's legal, documented share of a sale from over a decade ago. Once that money hit her bank account, it was hers. She had every legal right on earth to place it wherever she chose. The account is locked in an irrevocable trust with 2 legally named beneficiaries. It is mine, and it is Leo's. You are getting nothing. My mother gasped, her fake diplomacy vanishing instantly. Clara, that is completely unfair. We are your parents. We are her family. I felt my blood turn to absolute ice. You packed my clothes into a cheap canvas suitcase when I was 17 years old. You watched your husband open the front door and throw your pregnant daughter out into a freezing rainstorm. You can call me to talk about what is fair, when you have stood on that porch, freezing to death, and thought long and hard about what you did to me. I hung up the phone. I didn't slam it. I just pressed end. I looked down and realized my hands were shaking violently. Not from fear, from something much older, much deeper. The sound of her voice had dragged me violently back to that narrow hallway 18 years ago, just for a few agonizing seconds. Then, the prosecutor in me took over, and the shaking stopped. My father called the very next morning. His voice was terrifyingly calm. The exact same chilling, final calm that had pushed me out into the rain all those years ago. He didn't bother with fake pleasantries. He said they were not trying to cause unnecessary problems. He said they simply wanted what was rightfully theirs. He argued that the property sale proceeds should have been split among all living family members at the time, and that Martha hoarding it was a betrayal of the family trust. Then, the calm mask slipped, and he delivered the threat. He said, "Clara, if you do not cooperate and sign over half of that account, we will take you to court and freeze the assets indefinitely." I let his threat hang in the air for 5 full seconds. Then I said, "Then take it to court." He was dead quiet for a very long time. All I could hear was his heavy breathing through the receiver. I do not think he expected that answer. I do not think he had any earthly idea who he was actually talking to. The last time this man had spoken a word to me, I was a terrified, weeping, pregnant teenager standing in his hallway with a suitcase. Now, I was a senior prosecutor who had spent the last decade in chaotic courtrooms, aggressively dismantling people who lie under oath for a living. He didn't know that. He hadn't bothered to pay attention to my life. They actually filed the lawsuit. The court date was set for early spring. My parents hired a flashy, expensive civil litigation attorney who drafted a massive complaint arguing that the proceeds from the lakeside property sale had been improperly and unethically allocated. They argued that my grandmother was suffering from early-stage cognitive decline when she finalized the trust, and that the trust did not reflect the original intent of the family's generational wealth. They even had the absolute audacity to claim undue influence, insinuating that I had manipulated a frail old woman into giving me everything. I hired my own attorney, a brilliant estate litigator named Sarah, but I essentially co-counseled the entire defense myself. We didn't just respond to their complaint. We crushed it under a mountain of irrefutable, suffocating evidence. We compiled 18 years of meticulous documentation, bank records, showing every single deposit, investment statements tracking the exact growth of the funds, my grandmother's handwritten, notarized instructions to Mr. Vance, letters from her primary care physician confirming she was completely sound of mind and possessed full mental capacity on the exact dates the trust documents were signed and updated. We built a paper trail so clear, so incredibly consistent, that it showed every single dollar in that account had been deliberately, legally, and joyfully placed there by a woman who knew exactly what she was doing, and exactly who she was protecting. The morning of the hearing, I woke up early, I took a shower, I walked into my closet and I put on my armor. I put on the sharp, tailored navy blue suit I wear when I am prosecuting a major felony. I looked at myself in the full-length mirror. 18 years ago, I had stood in front of a different mirror in my childhood bedroom, sobbing uncontrollably while I watched my mother lazily toss my sweaters into a suitcase. Today, I was standing in my own house, bought and paid for, putting on the clothes I wear to command a courtroom. I was not walking into that building as a terrified defendant. I was walking in as someone who owns the floor. Leo drove to the courthouse with me. He was 18 now, a senior in high school, tall and broad-shouldered. I explicitly told him he did not have to come, that it might be ugly, that he could just go to school. He looked at me, grabbed his jacket, and said, "I'm going." She was my great-grandma too. He sat in the very back row of the gallery benches. He was quiet, still, watching everything with sharp eyes. The exact same way my grandmother used to sit on the porch and watch the neighborhood, present without needing to perform. He was there simply because he chose to stand by my side. My parents were already seated at the plaintiff's table when I walked through the heavy double doors. Their expensive attorney was organizing a stack of messy folders. He glanced up as I confidently strode down the center aisle, my heels clicking sharply against the polished wood floor. He saw my posture, my suit, my leather briefcase, and he paused. "Good morning, counselor." he muttered nervously, recognizing me from the county directory. That was the exact moment my father turned around in his chair and looked at me fully. I had not seen his face in person in 18 years. My mother sat next to him. She looked significantly older, her face lined with bitterness and age. They looked older in that jarring, shocking way people do when they have not been a part of your life long enough for the physical changes to feel gradual. My father sat upright, his posture rigid and controlled. It was the exact same posture he had the night he held the front door open to the rain. They stared at me. I stared right back. I could see the exact second the terrifying realization hit them. I saw it register in their widening eyes. They weren't just recognizing my face, they were recognizing who I had become. The pathetic, weeping girl they had thrown outside like trash was standing right in front of them, radiating the kind of absolute authority they had never, ever given her. They were truly seeing their daughter for the very first time in their lives, and they were exactly 18 years too late. The hearing itself was an absolute bloodbath, and it lasted less than an hour. My parents' attorney stood up and tried to argue his flimsy case. He puffed his chest out and claimed that the proceeds from the family property should have been distributed equally among all living relatives. He loudly declared that my grandmother had no moral right to redirect family funds into a private trust without consulting my parents. He spoke confidently, pointing to large, colorful charts and timelines, spinning a version of history that sounded somewhat reasonable if you didn't know the actual monsters involved. Then, my attorney, Sarah, stood up. She didn't raise her voice. She didn't use flashy charts. She simply opened our binders and presented the documentation the exact same way I do when I build a murder case. Cold, hard, chronological facts. She presented the bank records showing 18 years of small, consistent deposits. She presented the investment statements. She presented the medical affidavits proving my grandmother's razor-sharp mental state. And then, Sarah dropped the absolute hammer. The twist we had been saving. My parents' attorney had argued that my parents were financially responsible family members who deserved their fair share of the estate. Sarah calmly pulled out a secondary file that my grandmother had left sealed with Mr. Vance. Your Honor, Sarah said smoothly, opposing counsel claims his clients were unfairly excluded from their moral share of the estate. However, we have a detailed ledger, kept in the deceased's own handwriting, spanning the last 30 years. Sarah handed copies to the bailiff, who passed them to the judge and to my parents' attorney. My father's face instantly drained of all color. The deceased, Martha, meticulously documented every single loan, bailout, and stolen asset the plaintiffs took from her over the decades, Sarah continued, her voice echoing in the silent courtroom. The $15,000 they borrowed for a failed business venture in 1998. The $22,000 they took from her to pay off their own credit card debt in 2004. The $10,000 they demanded for home renovations they never completed. The ledger totals exactly $114,000 of the deceased's money that the plaintiffs took and never repaid. My mother physically shrank down into her chair. My father stared at the table, his jaw clenched so hard I thought his teeth would shatter. Furthermore, Sarah said, pulling out one final piece of paper. We have a letter written by the deceased, dated and signed, explaining her intentions with absolute clarity. The judge, a stern older man with silver hair, adjusted his glasses and read the letter out loud for the court record. I have started saving this money the exact year my granddaughter arrived freezing on my porch. Nobody else in this family has contributed a single red cent to this account, or to the survival of the two people it is meant for. The plaintiffs have already extracted their share of my wealth through decades of unpaid debts and financial manipulation. I am leaving this trust entirely to the ones who actually came when I needed them. I am leaving this to the ones who stayed. My parents' attorney weakly tried to stand up and argue that my grandmother had been manipulated by me. That a teenager who showed up pregnant had somehow masterminded a 2-decade-long financial conspiracy to brainwash a grown woman. The judge slowly lowered the letter. He looked at the massive stacks of documentation. He looked at the 18-year timeline. He looked at the ledger of my parents' debts. Then, he looked directly down at my parents' attorney, his eyes narrowing with absolute disgust, and asked, "Counselor, do you have a single shred of actual, empirical evidence of this supposed undue influence, beyond your client's blatant entitlement and bruised egos?" The attorney swallowed hard. "No, Your Honor." The ruling took less than 3 minutes. The lawsuit was dismissed with prejudice. The trust was ruled completely valid and ironclad. The funds remained exclusively with the named beneficiaries. My grandmother's final wishes were upheld perfectly. Before striking his gavel, the judge looked over his bench, locking eyes with my parents, and delivered a statement that I went home and wrote down in my journal so I would never forget it. He said, "The record before me reflects a woman who made incredibly deliberate, legally sound, and heavily documented decisions over a period of 2 decades. She knew exactly who she was protecting, and more importantly, She knew exactly who she was protecting them from. This court will not penalize a grandmother's foresight to reward her children's greed. Case dismissed. Bang. 18 years. That is exactly how long my grandmother had been silently planning for this exact moment. She never imagined it would end in a courtroom. She hated courtrooms. She had simply been planning for the inevitable moment when Leo and I might need a floor to land on, and she knew my parents would try to rip it out from under us. So, she built it out of concrete, one small deposit at a time. Quietly. Without asking for a single drop of recognition. I stood up from the defense table. I looked across the aisle at my parents. My mother was staring blankly at the mahogany table, looking like she desperately wanted to crawl under it and disappear. My father was looking directly at me. I expected to feel a massive surge of adrenaline. I expected to feel explosive anger, or maybe a deep, vindictive satisfaction. I thought I would want to gloat. I didn't feel any of those things. I just felt incredibly, overwhelmingly tired. And underneath the exhaustion, there was a quiet, heavy sadness. Not sadness for what they did to me. I had processed that trauma years ago. It was sadness for what they had missed. They had missed 18 years of Leo. They missed his first steps. They missed his laughter. They missed 18 years of sitting at that scratched kitchen table, wrapped in that blue blanket, drinking warm tea. They missed all the beautiful, quiet moments that actually make a life worth living. And now, they were sitting in a cold courtroom, utterly humiliated, trying to steal a piece of the only person who hadn't missed it. I turned my back on them and looked at Leo in the gallery. He gave me the smallest, almost imperceptible nod, just a slight tilt of his chin. My grandmother used to do that exact same nod when I came home late from law school. It meant, I see you. I am proud of you. Let's go home. We walked out of the courtroom doors and into the wide marble corridor. My parents stayed seated in the courtroom, frozen in their defeat. As Leo and I were walking toward the elevators, I heard frantic footsteps echoing on the marble behind me. Clara. It was my father's voice. He was practically jogging to catch up. He said my name. Just my name. Nothing else. I stopped. Leo stopped right beside me, his shoulders tensing defensively. I could feel my father standing 3 feet behind me. I could hear his ragged breathing. I could feel the desperate, pathetic energy radiating off him. He was trying to figure out how to say something. I could hear the words caught in his throat, choking him. The exact same man who had swung the front door open so effortlessly and banished me to the rain 18 years ago physically could not open his mouth to apologize now. I did not turn around to look at him. Not because I was boiling with anger. Not because I wanted to inflict emotional pain. But simply because I had spent the last 18 years of my life, facing forward, moving forward, surviving forward. And the man standing behind me had never, not once in 18 years, taken a single step in my direction. I was officially done turning around for people who refused to walk toward me. I stepped onto the elevator with my son. The metal doors slid shut, cutting off my father's face forever. We walked out of the courthouse and into the Seattle afternoon. The rain had finally stopped. The sun was breaking through the thick gray clouds, casting a bright, blinding light over the wet pavement. The air smelled clean and washed. Leo reached out and put his heavy hand on my shoulder for just a second as we walked to the car. He didn't say a word. He just gripped my shoulder, the way people hold on to things they fiercely want to protect. The exact same way my grandmother used to grip my arm when I was having a panic attack over my law exams. Briefly. Firmly. Without requiring an explanation. We drove straight to my grandmother's house. Neither of us turned the radio on. Neither of us spoke. Leo drove. I sat in the passenger seat, resting my head against the cool glass of the window, trying to feel something clean and triumphant like victory or closure. But life isn't a movie. I just felt the immense, crushing weight of a very long, very hard day, finally settling deep into my bones. We pulled into the driveway. The house looked exactly the same. That was the magic of it. The entire world could shift, families could tear each other apart in courtrooms, time could march on, but that small house stayed anchored. The white paint on the porch, the overgrown rose bushes, the smell of old wood, lavender soap, and something underneath it all that I could never put a name to, but would recognize blindly in a dark room. We walked inside. I went straight to the kitchen. I stood over the scratched wooden table where I had studied every single night for years. I ran my fingertips slowly along the surface. I could feel the physical grooves in the wood from where I had pressed my pens too hard into my notebooks. I could see the faint, overlapping rings from 100 mugs of hot tea that my grandmother had silently set down beside me while I slept. I stood in the center of the kitchen for a long time before I moved. A part of my exhausted brain was still expecting to hear her slow, shuffling footsteps coming down the hall. I was waiting for the sharp whistle of the kettle. I was waiting for the familiar creak of her rocking chair in the living room. None of those sounds came. The house was holding its breath. the exact same way it had been holding its breath since the morning the paramedics took her away. I walked over to the stove. I filled the silver kettle with water and turned the burner on. I reached up to the top shelf and took down 2 ceramic mugs. I dropped a tea bag into each. When the kettle whistled, I poured the boiling water. I carried the mugs to the table. I set one down in front of the chair where Leo usually sat. I set the second one down directly across from it, at the empty chair at the head of the table. Leo walked into the kitchen. He looked at the steaming mug in front of his chair. He looked at the second mug sitting in front of the completely empty chair. He leaned against the counter and asked softly, "Why 2?" I stared at the steam rising from the hot water. "It is just a habit." He didn't ask again. He didn't tell me I was being sentimental. We both knew exactly whose seat that was. We sat there in the kitchen for hours as the sun went down. Leo drank his tea while reading an article on his phone. I mostly just wrapped my cold hands around my mug and stared at the wall. I wasn't even thirsty. I just desperately wanted to sit at that table one last time with the heat of something comforting radiating into my palms. That night, I stayed up very late. I wasn't studying case files. I wasn't prepping for a trial. I was just sitting in the dark living room, staring at the shadows on the wall. I think I was trying to permanently memorize the exact dimensions of the room. Or maybe I was just too emotionally drained to stand up and walk to my bedroom. I don't really know. At some point, my eyes grew incredibly heavy. I crossed my arms on the table, rested my head down, and I fell asleep. I don't remember exactly when the exhaustion finally pulled me under. I woke up hours later, just before dawn. The house was freezing. But I was warm. There was a heavy weight draped perfectly over my shoulders. I reached up and touched the fabric. It was soft. It was slightly frayed at the edges. It was the blue blanket. The exact same blanket my grandmother had used to cover me 1,000 times when I was a terrified, exhausted teenager. The exact same blanket I had draped over Leo when he was studying. I slowly lifted my head and looked toward the dark hallway. Leo was standing there in his sweatpants. He wasn't saying anything. He was just leaning against the doorframe, watching me in the dim light. He looked at me the exact same way she used to look at me when I woke up startled at that table. Quiet, grounded, present. Just making absolutely sure I was warm enough before he went back to sleep. I sat there in the dark, with the heavy blanket resting on my shoulders, my cold tea sitting on the wood table, and my tall, strong son standing in the doorway watching over me. Neither of us spoke a single word. I think we both inherently knew that if either of us opened our mouths to speak, we would start crying uncontrollably, and neither of us was emotionally equipped for that kind of breakdown at 4 o'clock in the morning. So we just stayed exactly where we were. Him standing guard in the hallway. Me sitting at the table. The frayed blue blanket resting between us like a physical bridge, powerfully connecting 3 different people across 3 different generations. I understood something profound in that quiet, pre-dawn moment. What my grandmother actually gave me was never, ever the $750,000. The money was just a tool. The money was just math. Her real legacy was this. The frayed blanket. The front door, she threw open without asking a single judgmental question. The hot tea, she left silently beside my law books. The 18 years of quietly, relentlessly showing up when it mattered most. And now, that exact same legacy was living and breathing inside Leo. It was in his hands. It was in the way he stood in the doorway to protect me. I didn't sit him down and formally teach him to do that. He just knew how to do it. He absorbed it. The exact same way you just naturally know things that have been lingering in the air of a warm house long enough to become permanently woven into the drywall. Real love does not require a grand explanation. It doesn't require a loud announcement or a demand for gratitude. It just requires showing up when the world gets cold. She showed up for me every single day from the exact moment I knocked on her door, shivering in the rain. And now, almost 2 decades later, her great-grandson was standing in a dark hallway at 4 in the morning, making absolutely sure his mother wasn't cold. That is her true legacy. Not the massive trust fund. Not the explosive victory in the courtroom. Not the defeat of my parents. The blanket. I still make 2 cups of tea some mornings before I leave for the courthouse. One for me, one for the empty chair. I don't do it every single day. Just on the heavy days when the rain is falling hard in Seattle, and I miss her the most. At my 32nd birthday dinner, my sister said, "I'm pregnant, your husband's the father." I toasted calmly, then exposed his infertility and destroyed them both. They say revenge is a dish best served cold. But let me tell you, when you've been betrayed by everyone you love, watching their world burn while you stand perfectly calm, that, my friends, is a symphony of pure, unadulterated satisfaction. This is the story of how I orchestrated that symphony. It was supposed to be my 32nd birthday, a glittering celebration at the exclusive LeBlanc restaurant. I sat at the head of the table, surrounded by the people I foolishly believed were my closest allies. Crystal champagne flutes clink-ticked, sparkling like 1,000 tiny stars, mirroring the fake joy in the air. My husband, Graham, his hand resting possessively on my shoulder, raised his glass. To my beautiful wife, he purred, his voice dripping with that charming cadence that once made my knees weak. Happy birthday, darling. Beside me, my sister Madison fidgeted with her water glass. She hadn't touched her champagne. It was a detail I might have missed if I hadn't already known the bombshell she was about to drop. Just as everyone was about to drink, Madison cleared her throat. Actually, she interrupted. I have an announcement to make. My mother Patricia beamed, annoying, almost triumphant smile already gracing her lips. Of course she knew. My mother always knew everything about Madison first. I'm pregnant. Madison's voice rang out, a bell of false triumph in the private dining room. The stunned silence lasted exactly 2 agonizing seconds. Then she delivered the final crushing blow. And Graham is the father. I felt Graham's hand tighten on my shoulder, not in guilt, but in anticipation. They all expected hysterics, tears, maybe even a dramatic scene. The restaurant staff hovered nervously, ready to intervene. But I just took a slow, deliberate sip of my champagne. That's interesting, I said, my voice steady, almost a whisper. Very interesting indeed, Claire. My mother began, her tone already sharp, that familiar scolding edge she'd perfected over the years. Don't make a scene. I smiled, a slow chilling smile, and reached for my purse. Oh, I wouldn't dream of it, Mother. In fact, I have my own announcement to make. I pulled out a cream-colored envelope, crisp and official. You see, I've been wondering why Graham, and I couldn't conceive for the past 4 years. Madison's triumphant smirk faltered just a fraction. Graham's hand dropped from my shoulder. Claire, this isn't the time, he hissed, a clear warning in his eyes. Actually, I said, unfolding a medical report with meticulous precision. It's the perfect time. My gaze locked with Madison's. Because according to Dr. Caroline Hayes at the fertility clinic, my dear husband has what they call aospermia, 0 sperm count. I leaned in, my voice dropping. In layman's terms, he's completely infertile. The sound of Evelyn's fork clattering against her plate echoed through the suddenly silent room. Madison's face drained of color so fast I thought she might actually faint. That's impossible, she stammered, her voice thin. The test must be wrong. That's what I thought too, I said, pulling out a second envelope. So, I had him tested again. Different clinic, different doctor, same result. I smiled sweetly at Graham, who was now utterly motionless beside me, a statue of shock. Would you like to see the dates, darling? Both tests were from 6 weeks earlier. You had me tested without my knowledge. Graham's voice shook, not with fear, but with pure incandescent rage. Oh, like you've been so honest with me. I turned to face him fully. 4 years of trying. 4 years of you telling me maybe I was the problem. 4 years of watching you comfort my sister through her tough times while I cried myself to sleep. Patricia stood up abruptly. This is absolutely inappropriate. No, Mother, I countered, my voice rising for the first time, tinged with a delicious bitterness. What's inappropriate is your precious Madison sleeping with my husband, and then trying to pass off someone else's baby as his. I rose, gathering my purse, my dignity perfectly intact. So, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to walk out of here with my head held high. And you too. I looked between Madison and Graham, their faces a mask of horror. Can figure out how to explain to everyone why you lied. That test. Graham grabbed my arm as I turned to leave. It was wrong, wasn't it? I leaned in close. So close I could smell his cologne. The same cologne I'd smelled on Madison's jacket 6 weeks earlier. Oh no, darling, I whispered, pulling my arm free. I double-checked twice. And I have so much more proof where that came from. As I walked toward the door, Madison's voice cracked behind me, raw with desperation. Claire. Wait. I can explain. I paused at the doorway, turning back one last time. Save your explanation for your baby's real father, Madison. I'm sure he'd love to hear it. The last thing I saw as I left was Evelyn pulling out her phone. No doubt she was already dialing everyone in her considerable social network. By morning, everyone would know. And that was exactly what I wanted, because revenge isn't just about exposing lies. It's about watching them scramble to piece together a truth they can't possibly explain. And I was just getting started. The real story, the one they never saw coming, began 8 weeks earlier. I was in my home office when the first real, undeniable evidence landed in my lap. Not the subtle signs I'd been ignoring for months. The lingering hugs, the inside jokes, the way Madison's visits always coincided with Graham's work-from-home days. No, this was an actual email accidentally left open on our shared iPad. "We need to be more careful," Madison had written. "Claire is getting suspicious. Not Claire, not sister, just like I was some obstacle to be managed." I stared at those words until they burned into my retinas, igniting a cold, quiet fury. The next morning, I called Sam. "I need you to meet me for coffee," I said, "and I need you to not ask questions until we're face to face." 25 minutes later, we were in a corner booth at Cafe Luna, far from prying ears. "Show me again," Sam said, squinting at the email on my phone. "This could mean anything, right?" "Look at the timestamp," I replied, my voice flat. 2:18 a.m. Why is my sister emailing my husband at midnight? Sam's face hardened. "What are you going to do first?" I said, stirring my untouched coffee. "I'm going to visit Dr. Caroline Hayes. Remember how Graham insisted on handling all the fertility appointments? How he always came back with vague explanations about keeping trying? You think he was lying about the results? I think I'm done letting other people tell me what's true." Dr. Caroline Hayes' office was exactly as I remembered it. Sterile, professional, with a faint antiseptic odor. The receptionist recognized me immediately. "Mrs. Harrington, we have not seen you in months. I need copies of all of our test results," I told, my voice firm. "Everything you have on file for me and my husband." She paused. "Typically, Mr. Harrington handles all paperwork." "I am aware," I smiled, channeling Madison's sweet manipulation. "But as his wife and patient, I have a legal right to see our medical records, unless there is a reason I shouldn't." 20 minutes later, I sat in my car, hands trembling as I read through the documents. My results were, and had always been, normal. But at Graham's, there were no results, tests, or anything. He never took them. I told Sam later in the day. He tried for 4 years and was never tested. Sam whispered, "That bastard?" "But why?" "Control," I stated simply. As long as we tried, he had an explanation for everything. My depression is only treated with hormones, my suspicions, baby stress, my isolation, and doctor's orders to reduce stress. I took out my planner, which Graham always teased me about. So I scheduled an appointment, told him it was a romantic dinner, and served him champagne laced with sleeping pills. Sam's eyes widened. "Claire, do not worry," I reassured her. "A perfectly safe dose, just enough to put him to sleep while the clinic ran tests." That's when I received the first results. The second test used the same method but was performed at a different clinic. I needed to be certain. I closed my planner. But that's not the most interesting part. I saw Madison 3 months ago at the same fertility clinic. She was leaving just as I arrived to get the second test results. Sam leaned in, captivated. "Do you think she's really pregnant?" "Oh, I know she is. She's been avoiding wine at family dinners, citing antibiotics." I pulled out my phone and showed Sam a series of photos. "She's also been meeting someone, but not Graham." Madison was photographed outside a cafe before getting into a car. The driver's face was clear in a single shot. A strikingly handsome man with dark hair. Tyler is her ex from college. I found him through social media. They've been liking each other's posts for several months, so the baby may not be Graham's at all. She's probably using their affair to trap him. Make him leave me. I laughed. A bitter, unfunny sound. The irony is that she is unaware that he is incapable of fathering children. He's also been lying to her. Sam reached across the table and squeezed my hand. "What is your plan?" I took out an invitation, cream-colored and elegant. "My birthday dinner. I'll let them make their grand announcement. Let them believe they have won." My voice was steady and cold, and I was going to destroy everything they thought they knew. "Claire," Sam spoke softly. "This isn't just vengeance. This is nuclear." I met her eyes. "They didn't simply betray me, Sam. They made me question my sanity, worth, and ability to be a mother." I put the invitation back in my bag. "I don't just want vengeance, I want consequences, destruction, and accountability." And then I smiled, remembering the apartment I'd already leased, the lawyer I'd contacted, and the mountain of evidence I'd gathered. After that, I plan to create a life so good that they will choke on the ashes of what they have lost. By the way, if you're as hooked as I hope you are, don't forget to click the subscribe button. You won't want to miss the other crazy, unbelievable stories I have in store. The restaurant descended into chaos after I left. I could hear Madison's shrill voice through the glass doors. She is lying. She must be lying. I got halfway to my car before Evelyn caught up with me, her heels clicking quickly on the pavement. "Claire, please wait." She gripped my elbow, her voice low. Madison always seemed off to me, the way she'd hang out at Graham's office parties, touching his arm and laughing too loudly at his jokes. "Did you know?" I suspected, but I did not want to see it. Evelyn looked back at the restaurant. "What are you planning to do now?" "Now I'm going home to pack my bag." When I pulled into our driveway, Graham's car was already waiting. I found him pacing around the kitchen, phone in hand. "Where have you been? I've called you 8 times. I walked past him into the bedroom, pulling out the suitcase I'd hidden in the back of my closet weeks before. "Claire, stop. We need to discuss this. That test must contain an error. We can seek another opinion." 4 years, I said, not looking at him while packing. 4 years of watching me blame myself, take medications, and attend therapy while you slept with my sister. It wasn't like that then. What was it like? I finally turned to face him, my gaze hard. "Explain to me, Graham. Explain how you could watch me cry every month when my period arrived, knowing you couldn't get me pregnant, even if you tried." His phone vibrated. Madison's face flashed across the screen. "You should answer that," I said, zipping up my suitcase. "Your girlfriend seems to need you." "Where are you going?" "Away from you." My phone vibrated while I drove. Madison had sent several frantic messages. "We have to stick to our story. She's not telling the truth. Please answer me. You are ruining everything." I turned off the phone and drove to Sam's house. She was waiting on her porch, holding a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. "Evelyn called," she told me as I sat down. "Madison apparently had a complete meltdown after your departure. You started screaming about how jealous you have always been of her." I took a large sip of wine. "Remember 3 months ago when I mentioned seeing Madison at the fertility clinic?" "Yes, I did more than simply see her." I took out my phone and opened a photograph. I followed her indoors. Madison was talking to a nurse, her hand resting on her still flat stomach. "She was there for a prenatal appointment," I explained. "But get this. She used her old insurance card from when she was still with Tyler." Sam's eyes widened. "Her ex?" "She has been secretly meeting with her ex for coffee." I showed her another photograph. Madison and Tyler stand outside a cafe, his hand on her lower back. I found his profile. He's been sharing cryptic posts about second chances and unexpected blessings. Sam took a deep breath and grabbed her laptop. "Allow me to look him up." While she typed, my phone lit up with Evelyn's text message. "Graham is telling everyone that you're having a mental breakdown. Madison is backing him up. We found him." Sam turned the screen toward me. "Check out his social media." There it was. A hidden folder in Tyler's profile. Photos of him and Madison from various dates in the last few months. Carefully untagged but not deleted. Sam pointed out the timestamps. These are from right around the time she would have become pregnant. My phone vibrated again. This time it was my mother. "Claire," she said as I responded, her voice tight with rage. "What you did tonight was unforgivable." "What did I do? What about what Madison did? She's your sister, and she's currently carrying your husband's child." I interrupted her with a bitter laugh. "No, Mother. She's carrying someone else's child and passing it off as Graham's. But don't worry, I'm confident it won't affect her status as your perfect daughter. You've always been jealous of her." "No," I replied quietly. "I've always been your scapegoat, but no longer." I hung up as Sam discovered something else. Tyler left a comment on one of Madison's photos from a holiday party 5 months ago. "Claire, I had the best night of my life." Sam spoke slowly. "You should talk to him." I nodded, mentally composing an email. "Oh, I intend to, but first I must make a few calls, beginning with Graham's company. What are you planning to tell them?" I smiled, recalling the financial documents I found while looking for evidence of the affair. The truth is that their VP of Finance has falsified reports, and that's only the beginning. Because revenge is more than just exposing lies. It is about pulling every thread until the entire tapestry unravels. I met Tyler in a quiet coffee shop downtown, far from my usual haunts. He was already there, fidgeting with a paper cup, looking exactly like his photos, handsome in that boy next door style Madison had always preferred. "Thank you for meeting me," I said, sliding into the seat across from him. "I am Claire, Madison's sister." He refused to meet my gaze. "Look, I don't know what this is about. I believe you understand exactly what this is about." I placed my phone on the table, screen up, and displayed a photo of him and Madison outside the fertility clinic. 5 months ago there was a holiday party at the Grand Ring. Ring any bells? His face turned pale. She claimed she was single. Of course she did. I took a sip of my coffee. "Tyler, she's pregnant. She's attempting to pass it off as my husband's baby." He knocked over his cup, spilling coffee across the table. "She is what?" "Pregnant. I would say they are about 5 months along. Interesting timing. Would you agree?" Tyler grabbed napkins and wiped up the spill with shaky hands. "We use protection. She said she was using birth control." "Madison has always been creative with the truth," I explained, pulling out a document. "I need you to sign this." "What is it?" "Consent to a paternity test, just in case." He stared at the paper for a long time. "If I sign this, Madison will know I spoke with you." "Madison is already about to lose everything," I said quietly. "The question is, do you want to know the truth?" He signed. Meanwhile, across town, Graham's carefully built world was collapsing. His assistant sent me an email chain. His colleagues avoided him. His boss was reconsidering his position, and the board convened an emergency meeting. I'd sent them an anonymous tip about the fake reports, along with copies of his fertility tests, and a carefully worded recommendation about trustworthiness. My phone vibrated with a text from Sam. "Madison just showed up at your mother's house. Complete waterworks." I drove there and parked across the street. Madison was sobbing on the couch with my mother Patricia patting her hand as I watched from the living room window. The ideal victim, as always. I walked inside without knocking. "How dare you?" Madison jumped up, mascara streaking her cheeks. "You're trying to ruin my life." "You ruined your own life," I explained calmly. "I'm simply exposing the truth." "Truth?" My mom stood up. "The truth is, you're attempting to harm your sister because you can't keep your husband happy." "Really, Mother? What's your take on this?" "I somehow coerced Madison into sleeping with my husband." Patricia spat. "You've always been so cold. You're so focused on your career. What were you expecting?" I laughed, the sound was sharp and bitter. "I expected my sister to not be a... I expected my husband not to lie. I expected my mother to have a spine." Madison screamed, "Get out. Get out of my home." "Your house?" I raised an eyebrow. "You mean the house Graham bought for his mother with money he embezzled from his company? What about that house?" Both of their faces lost their color. "What exactly are you talking about?" Patricia whispered. "Oh, you didn't know. Graham has been cooking the books for years, using company money to fund his side projects, including this house." I grinned. "The board is currently meeting to discuss it." My phone was pinging. I received an email from the testing facility. The paternity result was confirmed. Tyler Bennett. "Perfect timing," I said as I opened the attachment. "Would you like to know who actually got you pregnant, Madison?" She lunged for my phone, but I kept it out of reach. "Do not worry. Everyone will learn soon enough. Tyler will undoubtedly be overjoyed to learn that he will soon become a father." "You." Madison swung at me, but I moved back. "You are lying. Like you lied about the baby being Graham's. Like you lied about being on birth control with Tyler. As if you've been lying your whole life." Patricia grabbed my arm. "Stop this. Stop right now." I pulled away. "No, Mother. I am done stopping. I'm done being quiet. I've had enough of Madison destroying everything she touches while you clean up her messes." Madison's voice shook as she said, "I will deny it. Nobody will believe you. They already do." I approached the door and paused in the doorway. "Graham's company just called. They are freezing all of his assets, including this house. You may want to start packing." As I walked to my car, I could hear Madison scream through the open window. However, for the first time in my life, they did not make me feel guilty. They made me feel free. The family brunch was my idea. I sent a group text suggesting that we all meet to discuss things civilly. Sam thought I was crazy, but she didn't notice my smile when everyone agreed. I chose the country club because it was neutral territory and had plenty of witnesses. More, it featured an excellent audio-visual system for presentations. Madison arrived first, dressed in a flowing dress that highlighted her small baby bump. She had clearly been crying, but her chin was up in defiance. "I'm only here because Mom insisted," she explained, sliding into her seat. "Of course you are." I smiled as I watched the others enter. My mother Patricia, Evelyn, Graham, and a few extended family members had heard about the drama. Claire and Graham started. "Can we speak privately first?" "Oh no, darling. I will say everything in front of everyone." When everyone was seated, I stood up and smoothed my dress. "I'd like to apologize for my behavior during my birthday dinner." Madison's face lit up with satisfaction. My mother nodded in approval. "I should not have revealed your lies so quickly," I continued. "I should have been more thorough." Before anyone could respond, I took out a remote and clicked it. The club's large television screen came to life. "What's this?" Madison demanded. I said with a chilling calm in my voice, "These are the paternity test results I received yesterday." The document appeared on screen, emphasizing the match between Tyler and Madison's unborn child. "Congratulations, sister. Tyler is going to be a dad." The room erupted. Madison jumped up and knocked over her water glass. "You cannot do this." "I already did." I clicked again. Madison and Tyler's photos appeared. Their secret meetings, fertility clinic visits, and holiday celebration. "Do you remember Tyler, Graham? Madison's ex, whom she was sleeping with while attempting to trap you." Graham stood up so quickly that his chair fell backward. "You said he was out of the picture." "She tells everyone what they want to hear," I explained calmly. "Just as you had told me I was the reason we couldn't have children." "Claire, please stop this immediately." My mother's voice shook with rage. "Why?" "Because it is embarrassing. Because it shatters your idealized image of your perfect daughter." I clicked again. Bank statements appeared on screen. "Speaking of ruined images, let's discuss how Graham paid for your house, Mother." Patricia turned pale. "What? Company funds?" I explained, "embezzled. Of course, along with the money he's been sending Madison for her pregnancy expenses. I suppose sleeping with two men at once can be expensive." Importantly, Madison lunged at me, but Evelyn grabbed her arm. "Do not," Evelyn warned. "You have done enough damage." "Me?" Madison screamed. "She is the one destroying everything." "No, Madison. You ruined everything the moment you believed you could take what was mine." I turned to Graham. "By the way, your company's legal team would like to meet with me tomorrow. Something about being a material witness." Graham slumped into his chair, head in his hands. His carefully constructed world came crashing down around him. "You've lost your mind," my mother said, her voice wavering and uncertain. "Actually," I replied, a small, triumphant smile spreading across my lips. "I finally found it." I clicked one final time. A video started playing. Madison and Graham are in his office, planning how to tell me about the pregnancy and how to break me. "How did you get that?" Graham demanded, his eyes widening in fear. "You really should change your email password, darling," I advised. "I'm gathering my purse and checking your office for recording devices." "Oh, and Madison, Tyler's lawyer will contact you. Something about fraud and emotional damage." "I will deny everything," she hissed. "With what proof?" "The paternity test is legally binding. The financial records are clear. This video speaks for itself." I shrugged, "But please try to deny this. I'm sure the media would like to hear your perspective." "What about the media?" Madison's voice cracked, filled with dawning horror. "Did I forget to mention that Evelyn has been live streaming the entire conversation on social media?" I motioned to Evelyn, who held up her phone, still recording. "Say hello to your followers, Madison." Madison's face crumpled as she watched the comments pour in. "You thought you enjoyed being center stage?" I spoke softly. "How does the spotlight feel right now?" My phone vibrated. Graham's company called again. I responded on speaker. "Hello, Mrs. Harrington. This is Michael Carter from Legal. We need to talk about some irregularities in your husband's financial documents." "Of course," I said, watching Graham's face lose color. "I will bring everything I have to our meeting tomorrow." I hung up and faced my shattered family for the last time. I would love to stay and talk, but I have a meeting with my lawyer. Divorce papers do not file themselves. As I walked out, I could hear Madison's raw sobs, my mother's desperate attempts to console her, and Evelyn's quiet voice still narrating to her followers. But I did not look back. I did not need to. The truth finally came out, and it was more devastating than any lie they could have told. My mother arrived at my temporary apartment the next day, uninvited and unannounced. She appeared older than I'd ever seen her, as if the weight of scandal had accelerated her age. "We need to talk about what you've done," she insisted, pushing past me into the living room. "What have I done?" I quietly closed the door. "Not what Madison did. Not what Graham did. I always feared you'd inherit your father's coldness." She sat down, smoothing her skirt with trembling fingers. "This calculated revenge is exactly what he would have done. Don't compare me to him." I remained standing. "He abandoned us. I am protecting myself by destroying your sister's life and your husband's career. They destroyed themselves. I just exposed the truth." My phone buzzed, Sam texting that she'd found something else. Before I could read it, my mother spoke again. "Madison is devastated. She can barely eat, barely sleep. Like I did for 4 years. I cut her off while she was sleeping with my husband, while you were helping her hide it." Patricia's face went white. "I never saw it. Evelyn told me everything. The girls' lunches, where you helped Madison plan how to tell me, the money you helped her hide." I pulled out my phone, showing her the transfer records. "Did you think I wouldn't find out? I was trying to protect the family." "No, you were protecting Madison, like always." I sat across from her. "Tell me something, Mother. When did you stop loving me? Don't be dramatic. Was it when Dad left? When I refused to play the perfect daughter role? Or was it when I started succeeding without your help?" The silence stretched between us until Sam burst through the door, waving papers. "Claire, you need to see this." "Oh." She stopped short at the sight of my mother. "Sorry, I didn't know." "It's fine," I said. "What did you find?" Sam glanced at Patricia before continuing. "Graham took out a loan in your name. $65,000 transferred to Madison's account 4 months ago." My mother's sharp intake of breath confirmed what I'd suspected. "You knew about this too, didn't you?" "Madison needed help," Patricia whispered. "The fertility treatments, the prenatal care. The fertility treatments she didn't need because she was already pregnant by someone else." I laughed bitterly. "Or the prenatal care she charged to Tyler's insurance." Sam handed me the loan documents. "There's more. The bank is investigating fraud. They froze all joint accounts." "Good." I turned to my mother. "You should probably warn Madison. Her credit cards might stop working soon." Patricia stood up, swaying slightly. "You're going to regret this vindictiveness." "No, Mother. I regret the years I spent trying to please you. I regret believing Madison could change. I regret trusting Graham." I opened the door, a cold finality in my voice. "But this I'll never regret." After she left, Sam poured us both a glass of wine. "You okay?" I stared at the loan documents, feeling the weight of years of deception. "No, but I will be." My phone rang. Jonathan Jack Mercer, my lawyer. "Claire, we need to meet now." 45 minutes later, I sat in his office, listening as he laid out the full extent of Graham's financial fraud. "It's worse than we thought," Jack said, spreading documents across his desk. "He's been embezzling for years, using company funds for personal expenses, falsifying reports, and the loan he took out in your name. We can prove fraud. Your signature was forged." He leaned back. "The company wants to press charges. They're asking for your cooperation." I thought about Graham's smug face every time he dismissed my concerns. About Madison's triumphant smile at my birthday dinner, about my mother's constant defense of their betrayal. "What do you need from me?" "Everything. Emails, texts, financial records." Jack smiled grimly. "They want to make an example of him." "Good." I pulled out a USB drive because I have everything. That night, alone in my apartment, I finally broke down. Not over losing Graham. That pain had dulled to nothing more than wounded pride. Not over Madison's betrayal. I'd always known she was capable of it. No. I cried for the years I'd wasted trying to be the perfect daughter, wife, sister. For the family I thought I had. For the life I'd built on lies. My phone lit up with a text from Sam. Turn on the news. There it was. Graham's company announcing an internal investigation into financial fraud. Madison's social media accounts going dark after a flood of negative comments. My mother's country club membership being reviewed due to recent events. The carefully constructed facade was crumbling, and beneath it lay the ugly truth. They had all chosen their roles in this drama. Now they had to face the consequences of their performance. The security alarm woke me at 2:40 a.m. I was already reaching for my phone when I heard glass breaking downstairs. Claire, Graham's voice slurred, angry. I know you're here. I pressed the emergency button on my phone, which Jack insisted I install after filing the restraining order. Then I called Sam. He's here, I whispered. Police are on their way, she stated. Do not engage. Stay in your room. However, Graham was already stumbling up the stairs, his steps heavy and uneven. You ruined everything, he exclaimed. My job, my reputation, and your ability to steal money, I replied, reaching for the baseball bat I'd started keeping by my bed. Your chance to play happy families with my sister. He appeared at my doorway, disheveled and smelling of alcohol. You think you're so clever, he sneered. But you are just a cold, bitter woman who couldn't make her husband happy. And you're a pathetic thief who can't keep it in his pants. I held the bat ready. Leave before the police arrive. He lunged forward, but his reflexes had slowed due to years of drinking. I dodged easily, bringing the bat down on his knee. He howled in agony, crumpling to the ground just as police sirens blared outside. You violated the restraining order, I said calmly, watching him rise. That will look great in court. Moments later, the police arrived with their weapons drawn. Graham was still cursing as they handcuffed him and read him his rights, despite his drunken protests. I pointed to my security cameras and told the officers that they should add breaking and entering to the charges. I have everything on video. The next morning, Sam arrived with coffee and news. Madison's influencer status is plummeting. She has lost nearly 2/3 of her followers overnight. Scrolling through the headlines, I said, how tragic. Madison Pierce, the maternity queen who was exposed in a family scandal, was popular. She's been attempting damage control, Sam continued, claiming that everything was a misunderstanding, and that you are mentally unstable. Is this why she has been hiding from Tyler's lawyers? I showed her an email from Jack. They're bringing a civil lawsuit. Apparently lying about paternity for financial gain is frowned on. My phone vibrated. Evelyn sent a text. Madison had just tried to get into the country club. They revoked her membership. She had a meltdown in the lobby. Sam said dryly, your sister has always enjoyed having an audience. Speaking of audiences, I visited a local news website. Graham's arrest made front-page news, along with his mugshot and details about the financial investigation. Have you heard from your mom? She has been calling non-stop. I showed her my blocked call list. Probably wants me to drop the charges against Graham. Save your family name. Some family. I decided to end this chapter where it began. At the cafe where Madison first met Tyler. She was already there when I arrived, looking smaller, her designer clothes replaced by plain maternity wear. Come to gloat? She asked as I sat down. No, I've come to give you this. I gave her a gift bag. She carefully opened it, taking out a pacifier wrapped in newspaper clippings about her scandal. Her face wrinkled. Why are you doing this to me? Because you need to comprehend something, Madison. I leaned forwards. This isn't about vengeance anymore. It's about the consequences. Every decision you made, every lie you told, led to this point. I never intended. Yes, you did. You intended to steal my husband. You intended to pass off another man's child as his. You intended to destroy my life. I stood up. But here's the thing with destruction, Madison. Sometimes it recovers. I hate you, she whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks. No, you hate yourself. And that's no longer my problem. I dropped a manila envelope on the table. Tyler's lawyers asked me to give you this. They want full custody once the baby is born. Her sobs followed me out of the cafe, but I didn't turn back. I didn't have to see her pain to believe it was genuine. My phone buzzed one more time. A message from Jack. Graham pleads guilty to all charges. The company wishes to settle. High 6 figures. I smiled, thinking of the new life that awaited me. The freedom I'd fought for, and the peace I'd finally found. Because sometimes the best revenge isn't simply revealing the truth. It's letting karma do its job while you walk away unscathed. The moving truck drove away from my new apartment, leaving me alone in a space that was finally all mine. Sunlight streamed through floor-to-ceiling windows, warming the wood floors. There are no traces of Graham or echoes of Madison, only peace. My phone rang, and Sam arrived with housewarming wine. "This place is beautiful," she said, taking in the city view. "How does it feel?" "Like freedom." I uncorked the bottle. "Have you seen the news about Graham's sentencing? Given what he stole, 7 years seems like a short time. The money was not the point." I gave her a glass. It was the lies, the manipulation, and the way he made me question myself for years. Speaking of manipulation, Sam took out her phone. "Madison had the baby yesterday." "I understand." "Tyler's attorney called me." I grinned. "The DNA test was completed immediately. He is requesting full custody due to her unstable behavior and history of fraud. Your mother must be thrilled." "I wouldn't know. I haven't spoken to her since she attempted to bribe me to drop the charges against Graham." I sat on my new couch and ran my hand over the soft fabric. She chose her side. She can now live with it. The doorbell rang. Evelyn arrived with a plant and a thick envelope. She handed me the envelope saying, "I thought you might be interested in seeing this." Graham's sister mailed it. She found them while cleaning out his office. Inside, there were photos of me and Graham from happier times, family gatherings and holidays. At the bottom was a letter from Madison to Graham, dated 4 years before. "She's overly focused on her career. Too cold. You deserve better." We deserved better. They'd been planning this for years, I said quietly, the realization sinking deep into my chest. "And now they have nothing," Evelyn replied. "Graham is in prison. Madison lost her baby to Tyler. Your mother's home is being seized as part of the settlement." Sam was amused by Karma's skill as an architect. My phone lit up with a text from Jack. "The settlement check has cleared. You are officially a very wealthy woman." "What are you going to do with it?" Evelyn asked. "Already finished." I showed them my laptop screen and a confirmation email for a significant donation to a fertility support organization. They assist women who have been manipulated or abused during fertility treatments. Sam spoke softly, transforming something ugly into something beautiful. "That's the thing about vengeance," I explained. "It is not about destroying others. It is about rebuilding yourself." The doorbell rang again. This time it was a delivery, a large package from the fertility clinic where I first learned about Graham's lies. There was a letter inside. "Dear Miss Harrington, we were moved by your story and donation. We would like to offer you our services for free whenever you are ready to start your own family on your own terms." "Are you going to?" Sam asked. "Maybe," I said as I walked to the windows and watched the sunset paint the city gold. "But not because I need a baby to be whole. Not because people expect it. Only if and when I decide." Behind me, Sam and Evelyn discussed dinner plans, their voices warm and genuine. Genuine friendship, not the phony support my family had provided. My phone buzzed one more time. Madison called from an unknown number. I declined and blocked the call. Do you know what I learned from all this? I turned back to face my friends. They expected me to collapse, break down, and crave their version of love so much that I would forgive anything. "But you didn't," Sam explained. "No. Instead, I built a balcony to watch them fall. I raised the glass. To karma." They echoed karma. Later that night, alone in my new home, I discovered one final photograph at the bottom of the envelope. As a child, I smiled fearlessly at the camera. Before Madison's manipulation, Graham's lies, and my mother's conditional love. I pinned it to my mirror as a reminder of what I had found, rather than what I had lost. My strength, worth, and voice. Because watching your enemies fall isn't always the best way to exact revenge. It has risen so far above them that they are now only a cautionary tale in your success story. I took one last look at the city lights before closing the curtains. Tomorrow would present new challenges, opportunities, and chapters. But tonight, in this space I'd created out of their devastation, I felt completely at peace. My husband shoved me off our yacht for my $3.1 billion empire. I returned from the dead, to reveal my secret estate plan, and ruin him forever. My name is Victoria. I am 34 years old, and up until 3 days ago, I genuinely believed I had the perfect marriage. I am the founder and CEO of a green energy technology firm that manufactures next-generation solid-state batteries. I built my company from absolute scratch in my 20s, surviving cutthroat venture capitalists, hostile corporate takeovers, and boardrooms full of men who desperately wanted to see a young woman fail. I turned a small startup into a $3.1 billion empire. I am used to fighting for my life in the corporate world. But absolutely nothing could have prepared me for the moment the man I loved tried to murder me in cold blood. The water of the Pacific Ocean, just off the coast of Big Sur, was paralyzingly cold. My heavy linen vacation clothes instantly became a suffocating weight, dragging me down into the dark, churning depths. Salt water flooded my mouth and nose as I thrashed wildly, my lungs screaming for oxygen, the freezing temperature sending my body into immediate shock. When I finally kicked hard enough to break the surface, gasping and choking on the salty foam, the yacht was already pulling away. The roar of its twin engines grew louder, deliberately accelerating. Through the stinging salt water in my eyes, I could clearly see them standing on the aft deck. My husband, Julian, and his mother, Beatrice. They were standing shoulder to shoulder, leaning over the railing, just watching me drown. The wind carried the distinct, shrill sound of Beatrice's laughter over the crashing waves. She was delighted. It was the most joyous sound I had ever heard her make. And in that freezing, terrifying moment, as the yacht shrank into a white speck on the horizon, the devastating reality crashed over me. My husband had just tried to kill me, and his mother had helped him plan it. We were supposed to be celebrating our third wedding anniversary. Julian had suggested a sailing trip up the California coast, and he specifically asked if we could bring Beatrice along. He claimed she had been severely depressed and lonely since his father passed away a decade ago. I had strongly opposed the idea. Beatrice and I despised each other. From the very first day Julian introduced us, she made it abundantly clear that she viewed me as new money trash. She was a San Francisco high society matriarch who believed wealth was something you inherited through bloodlines, not something you worked for. The fact that I was a self-made billionaire offended her to her very core. She constantly made passive-aggressive comments about my lack of pedigree, my long working hours, and my tasteless independence. But I loved Julian. He had always been charming, supportive, and seemingly unfazed by my success. He was an independent art consultant, or so he claimed, and he always made me feel grounded when the stress of running my empire became too much. So, to make him happy, I agreed to bring her on our anniversary trip. I was a fool. The cold was seeping into my bones, turning my fingers and toes completely numb. The California coastline was miles away, completely obscured by the rolling swells. Panic, thick and suffocating, clawed at my throat. Every time a wave crashed over my head, pushing me under, the primal instinct to just give up and let the ocean take me grew stronger. But then, a different voice echoed in my mind. The voice of the relentless, stubborn woman who had built a multi-billion-dollar company when everyone said it was impossible. I refused to die out here. I refused to let them win. I forced my leaden arms and legs to keep treading water. I forced myself to think. Looking back over the last 6 months, the red flags were everywhere, glaringly obvious in hindsight. Julian had become increasingly distant. He started asking highly specific, probing questions about my corporate holdings, my stock options, and the exact legal structure of my assets. He asked what would happen to the company if I were incapacitated. I had naively assumed he was just trying to be a responsible partner, looking out for our future. Now, the truth was sickeningly clear. He was taking inventory. He was planning his inheritance. Under our strict prenuptial agreement, which my lawyers had practically forced him to sign, Julian wouldn't get a single dime of my company shares if we divorced. But if I died? As my widower, my shares would go into probate, and he would be appointed the primary beneficiary and interim controller of my assets. With Beatrice's deep connections in the banking and corporate world, they could easily liquidate my life's work, siphon billions into offshore accounts, and vanish before the board of directors could even file an injunction. My throat burned from the salt water. My muscles were cramping, seizing up from the hypothermia. I was losing the battle. My head slipped under the water, the darkness wrapping around me. But as I fought my way back to the surface one last time, coughing up seawater, I saw it. A commercial fishing trawler, maybe a quarter of a mile away, cutting through the swells. Adrenaline, pure and desperate, flooded my system. I ignored the agonizing cramps in my legs and started swimming toward it. It felt like trying to sprint through wet cement. I couldn't scream, my vocal cords were shredded from the salt water and exhaustion. I could only wave my arms frantically every time I rode the crest of a wave. Just as my strength completely gave out, just as I felt myself slipping under for good, someone on the trawler's deck pointed directly at me. The massive boat shifted course. 10 minutes later, rough, calloused hands were grabbing my arms, hauling my freezing, shivering body out of the water and onto the deck. I collapsed onto the metal grating, vomiting seawater, my whole body shaking uncontrollably. The captain, a rugged man in his late 50s named Marcus, and his daughter immediately wrapped me in heavy thermal blankets and dragged me into the heated cabin. They tried to radio the Coast Guard, asking if I needed a medevac helicopter. I grabbed Marcus's wrist, my grip surprisingly strong despite my exhaustion. No, I rasped, my voice barely a whisper. No Coast Guard, no police, no hospitals. Marcus stared at me, his eyes narrowing as he took in my expensive, ruined clothes and my absolute desperation. He had the look of a man who had seen enough of the world to know when to keep his mouth shut. "You running from someone who wants you dead, lady?" he asked gruffly. "I'm going to destroy the people who put me in that water," I told him, my teeth chattering violently. "But they need to think I'm dead for a few more hours. I need a phone." Marcus didn't ask another question. He handed me his satellite phone. I made exactly 3 calls. The first was to Sarah, my director of corporate security. Sarah was a former CIA intelligence officer whom I had poached 6 years ago. She handled everything from corporate espionage to my personal physical safety. The second call was to Arthur, my lead corporate counsel. Arthur was a vicious, bloodthirsty shark of a lawyer who specialized in destroying people who tried to mess with my company. The third call was to Chloe, my best friend and the co-founder of my company. I told them exactly what Julian and Beatrice had done. I told them I was alive, I was coming back to San Francisco, and we were going to war. By the time Marcus's trawler docked at a secluded, private marina in Monterey Bay 3 hours later, Chloe was already waiting for me. She had a black SUV with tinted windows, a duffel bag full of dry clothes, a burner phone, and a thermos of hot tea. When I stepped off the boat, she threw her arms around me, sobbing so hard her whole body shook. "Julian called the Coast Guard 2 hours ago," Chloe whispered fiercely as she helped me into the SUV. "He reported a tragic accident. He said you were leaning over the railing to take a photo of some sea lions, slipped, and fell into the wake before he could reach you. They have helicopters and search boats out looking for your body right now." He was apparently completely hysterical on the radio. The Coast Guard operator said he sounded completely broken. A cold, dark fury settled deep into my chest, completely replacing the lingering chill of the ocean. Julian was already playing the devastated, heartbroken widower. He was moving fast. But Julian was about to learn a very painful lesson about underestimating me. What Julian didn't know, what he couldn't possibly have known, was that his sudden, intense interest in my finances 6 months ago had triggered my paranoia. As a female CEO in a male-dominated industry, I learned early on to trust my gut. I had quietly directed Arthur to completely restructure my estate. If I died, or was declared legally dead, my entire fortune, my company shares, and all my personal assets, would instantly lock into a blind, irrevocable trust, controlled entirely by Sarah and Arthur, with Chloe as the sole executor. Julian wouldn't see a single penny. He wouldn't even have the authority to authorize a catering order for my funeral, let alone touch my company. Chloe drove me straight to a corporate safe house in Oakland, an off-the-books penthouse apartment Sarah maintained for extreme corporate emergencies. When we walked through the door, Sarah and Arthur were already there. The dining room table was completely covered in laptops, legal briefs, and printed financial documents. "Welcome back to the land of the living, boss," Sarah said, her expression absolute stone, though I could see the immense relief in her eyes. "We've been busy." Sarah had immediately tapped into the yacht's satellite GPS and internal network. "Julian is a moron," she said, pulling up a video file on her laptop. "He manually disabled the yacht's aft-deck security cameras exactly 20 minutes before you went into the water. But he didn't realize I installed a redundant, cloud-backed hidden camera system in the ship's comms array last year after we had those issues with corporate spies. I have high-definition video of him shoving you, and high-definition audio of Beatrice laughing." Arthur adjusted his glasses, his face completely devoid of emotion, which meant he was incredibly angry. "It gets worse, Victoria. While you were driving up here, Sarah and I initiated a forensic audit of your secondary personal accounts. Julian has been embezzling from you." I felt the blood drain from my face. "How much?" $18.5 million over the last 14 months, Arthur said flatly. He was incredibly sophisticated about it. He siphoned funds in microtransactions from your decentralized crypto holdings and your secondary real estate LLCs, keeping the amounts just below the threshold that would trigger my automated legal alerts. He funneled the money into a complex web of shell companies registered in the Bahamas. "And let me guess," I said, my voice eerily calm, "those shell companies are connected to Beatrice." "Directly to her private wealth management fund," Sarah confirmed. "They've been bleeding you dry to build a nest egg, and today was the day they planned to take the whole pie. Arthur has already drafted the emergency injunctions. The second you give the word, We freeze every single account Julian and Beatrice have ever touched. They won't be able to buy a cup of coffee by tomorrow morning. I stared at the evidence on the table, the GPS coordinates of my attempted murder, the financial records of their betrayal, the video of my husband pushing me to my death. I could hand this all to the FBI right now. They would be arrested before they even stepped off the yacht. But that was too clean. That was too easy. They needed to feel the exact same terror and absolute helplessness that I felt when I was drowning in the Pacific. I want to go home, I said, looking at Sarah. I want to be standing in my living room when they walk through the door. My primary residence was a massive, ultra-modern glass and steel mansion perched on a cliffside in Marin County, overlooking the San Francisco Bay. I had bought it with my first billion. It was my sanctuary. Julian had loved the house, the private chef, the fleet of luxury cars in the garage. He just hated the woman who provided them. We waited until 11 p.m. Sarah drove me up the winding cliffside road with her headlights off, parking the black SUV in the shadows of the guest house. Through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows of the main house, I could see the lights blazing. Julian and Beatrice were home. They had finished their grieving performance for the Coast Guard and the police, and were now safely tucked away in my mansion. The FBI's white-collar crime unit is on standby 2 miles down the road, Sarah whispered, checking her concealed weapon. Arthur filed the criminal complaints and the financial freezes 10 minutes ago. The trap is sprung. You ready? More than ready, I replied. I walked up to my own front door. I used my biometric thumbprint to bypass the outer gate. The primary alarm system was disarmed. Julian was so confident I was dead at the bottom of the ocean, he hadn't even bothered to lock the deadbolt. I pushed the heavy oak door open silently and stepped into the marble foyer. I could hear their voices coming from the formal living room. I walked silently down the hallway, stopping just out of sight. They were sitting on my custom Italian leather sofas. Julian was holding a crystal tumbler filled with my $25,000, Macallan, 1,926 Scotch. Beatrice was holding a glass of my vintage champagne. They were celebrating. To Victoria, Julian said, raising his glass with a smirk that made my stomach violently turn. May she rest in peace, and may her billions rest in my portfolio. Beatrice let out that same shrill, grating laugh I had heard on the ocean. I genuinely thought you were going to lose your nerve, Julian. When she was fighting in the water, you looked pale. I was just making sure she went under, Julian replied casually, taking a sip of the scotch. She fought harder than I expected. But it's done. The Coast Guard commander basically apologized to me for not finding the body yet. They bought the grieving husband act completely. Tomorrow, I'll call her lawyer, play the devastated widower, and start the probate process. Within 6 months, we'll liquidate the company assets, move the funds to the Swiss accounts, and we'll never have to look back. She was so insufferably arrogant, Beatrice sneered, adjusting her diamond necklace, always parading her wealth around, acting like she was better than us, because she built some battery company. Now, she's fish food, and we get everything she ever worked for. It's almost poetic. I stepped out from the shadows and walked directly into the center of the living room. Actually, Beatrice, the only poetic thing about tonight is the look on your face right now. Julian dropped his crystal tumbler. It shattered against the hardwood floor, the $25,000 scotch pooling around his expensive Italian loafers. All the blood instantly vanished from his face, leaving him looking like a literal corpse. He stumbled backward, his knees hitting the coffee table. Beatrice gasped, a horrific, choking sound, her hand flying to her chest as her champagne flute slipped from her fingers and shattered. She stared at me, her eyes wide with absolute, unadulterated terror. I was wearing dry clothes, my hair was pulled back, and I was looking at them with a smile that could have frozen a volcano. Victoria, Julian choked out, his voice a pathetic, high-pitched squeak. How? The Coast Guard. We saw you. You saw me drown? I finished for him, walking casually over to the wet bar, and pouring myself a glass of sparkling water. You really should have remembered that I was a competitive varsity swimmer in college, Julian. If you're going to attempt a maritime murder, you should at least check your victim's lung capacity. Victoria, darling, please, Beatrice stammered, her hands visibly shaking. It was an accident. Julian tried to grab you. We've been sick with grief. Save the performance, Beatrice, I snapped, my voice cracking like a whip. I know everything. I know about the $18.5 million you've been siphoning into your Bahamian shell companies for the last 14 months. I know about your pathetic little plan to liquidate my company during probate. And I know Julian deliberately pushed me. I pulled my burner phone out of my pocket and tapped the screen. The audio of Julian whispering, "Enjoy the deep blue," played perfectly through the phone's speaker, followed by the sound of the splash, and Beatrice's shrill laughter. Julian fell to his knees, literally fell to his knees, openly weeping. Victoria, please, I'm sorry. She made me do it. It was her idea. He sobbed, pointing a shaking finger at his own mother. You spineless little coward. Beatrice shrieked at him, her refined society persona completely shattering. She turned back to me, her face twisted in pure, venomous rage. You think you've won? You think you can prove any of this? I have judges in my pocket. I have senators on speed dial. You are nothing but a jumped-up little tech brat, and I will destroy you in court. You won't even make it to a courtroom with your dignity intact, I said softly. I looked at my watch. 3, 2, 1. The massive glass doors of the living room were suddenly thrown open. Sarah stepped in, followed immediately by 12 heavily armed FBI agents wearing tactical vests. Julian and Beatrice. The lead agent barked, flashing his badge. You are under arrest for conspiracy to commit murder, attempted murder, wire fraud, and grand larceny. Hands in the air, right now. I watched, drinking my sparkling water, as the FBI roughly slammed my husband and my mother-in-law against the wall, kicking their legs apart, and snapping heavy steel handcuffs onto their wrists. Julian was sobbing hysterically, begging for a lawyer, begging me to forgive him. Beatrice was screaming obscenities, threatening to sue the FBI, threatening to kill me. As the agents dragged them out the front door, Julian turned his head, locking eyes with me one last time. The absolute despair and terror in his eyes was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. Enjoy the deep blue, Julian, I called out after him. The house was finally quiet. Sarah walked over, holstering her weapon, and poured herself a glass of the surviving scotch. Well, she said, taking a sip. That was incredibly satisfying. But you know this is just the beginning, right? Tomorrow, the media is going to find out and Beatrice is going to fight like a cornered rat. Let her fight, I said, staring out the window at the flashing red and blue police lights fading down the driveway. I'm going to burn her entire world to the ground. The next 48 hours were absolute chaos. Someone at the police precinct leaked the arrest records to the press, and by sunrise, my mansion was surrounded by news vans, helicopters, and paparazzi. The headline: Billionaire green energy CEO survives murder attempt by husband and socialite mother-in-law. My company's stock took a massive hit in pre-market trading due to the uncertainty, but the moment Chloe and Arthur released a joint statement confirming I was alive, completely healthy, and fully in control of the company, the stock skyrocketed by 14%. Investors absolutely loved the narrative of a bulletproof CEO who survived an assassination attempt and immediately went back to work. But Beatrice was not going down without a vicious fight. Despite the overwhelming evidence, Beatrice's high-priced defense attorneys somehow managed to secure her release on a staggering $6 million bail. Julian, however, was denied bail because he was deemed a flight risk, leaving him to rot in a county jail cell. The moment Beatrice stepped out of the courthouse, she walked straight to a bank of microphones and launched a meticulously planned PR counteroffensive. Wearing a conservative, modest dress and looking like a frail, heartbroken grandmother, she looked directly into the cameras and lied through her teeth. My son and I are innocent, Beatrice declared, her voice trembling perfectly. Victoria is a deeply disturbed, paranoid, and controlling woman. She has always been fiercely jealous of the close bond I share with my son. When Julian finally asked her for a divorce, she staged this horrific murder attempt to frame us and destroy our family. She deliberately jumped off that boat. The financial discrepancies are simply business investments she forgot she authorized. The truth will come out, and the world will see Victoria for the manipulative sociopath she truly is. It was a brilliant, disgusting move. She was weaponizing society's inherent distrust of powerful, wealthy women. Almost immediately, certain media outlets started running opinion pieces questioning my sanity. They interviewed anonymous sources, who claimed I was a tyrant to work for. They painted Julian as a battered husband trying to escape a toxic marriage. The narrative was shifting, and Beatrice was using her decades of high society connections to poison the jury pool before the trial even started. I was sitting in my corporate boardroom, watching the news coverage, my blood boiling. Arthur was pacing the room, furiously typing on his phone. We need to issue a cease and desist, Arthur growled. She's committing textbook defamation. No, Sarah said, walking into the boardroom and dropping 3 massive banker's boxes onto the mahogany table. Defamation is the least of Beatrice's problems. I told you I was doing a deep dive into her background? Well, I found the bottom of the rabbit hole. And Victoria, your mother-in-law isn't just a greedy socialite, she's a serial killer. The room went dead silent. Chloe stopped typing on her laptop. I stared at Sarah. Explain, now. Sarah opened the first box and pulled out a stack of medical and financial files. Let's start with Julian's father, William. He died 10 years ago. The official cause of death was a sudden, massive myocardial infarction, a heart attack. But I pulled William's private medical records. He was a marathon runner. He had zero history of heart disease, perfect cholesterol, and resting blood pressure of a teenager. He dropped dead at 55. And guess what happened exactly 2 weeks before he died? He changed his will, Arthur guessed, leaning in. Exactly, Sarah nodded grimly. William had discovered Beatrice was embezzling from his family's trust fund. He drafted a new will cutting Beatrice out entirely, and leaving his entire fortune to Julian and his older sister, Evelyn. That will was never legally filed. The lawyer who drafted it died in a mysterious single-car accident 3 days after William's heart attack. Beatrice inherited $400 million. And the doctor who signed William's death certificate? A close family friend of Beatrice's who lost his medical license 4 years later for forging prescriptions. I felt a cold sweat break out on the back of my neck. She poisoned her husband. It gets worse, Sarah said, opening the second box. Julian's older sister, Evelyn. She was 26 when her father died. According to police reports I dug up, Evelyn openly accused Beatrice of murder at the funeral. She threatened to go to the police and demand an exhumation and an autopsy. 6 weeks later, Evelyn completely vanished. Beatrice told everyone Evelyn had a mental breakdown and ran off to Europe to join a cult. The police did a cursory check, found a forged note, and closed the case. Where is she? Chloe asked, looking slightly green. Dead. Sarah stated plainly. I tracked Evelyn's social security number, passport, and bank accounts. Zero activity for 10 years. Beatrice killed her own daughter to keep her quiet, and she had Julian help her cover it up. Sarah then opened the third box, which was overflowing with spreadsheets. And to top it all off, Beatrice has been running a massive sophisticated charity fraud ring for 20 years. She sits on the board of 6 major San Francisco charities. She's been laundering millions of dollars of donation money through offshore accounts, paying off local politicians, judges, and building inspectors to look the other way. We are looking at a RICO case so massive it will make the mafia look like amateur hour. I stared at the mountains of evidence. Beatrice wasn't just fighting for my money. She was fighting to protect a decades-long empire of blood and fraud. If I just went to court for the attempted murder, she might use her corrupt judges and politicians to slip away. I needed airtight, undeniable proof to bring down her entire network. I needed an inside man. Sarah, I said, my voice eerily calm. Set up a meeting with Julian. Let's see how much he actually loves his mommy. 2 days later, I walked into an interrogation room at the county jail. Julian was sitting at a metal table, wearing an orange jumpsuit, looking completely destroyed. He had lost weight, his hair was greasy, and his hands were shaking uncontrollably. Arthur and Sarah stood directly behind me. Julian's public defender sat next to him, looking exhausted. When I sat down across from him, Julian couldn't even look me in the eye. He stared at his handcuffed wrists. Julian, I said coldly, I'm going to make this very simple. We know about your father. We know about Evelyn. We know about the charity fraud. And we know Beatrice orchestrated all of it. Julian flinched as if I had physically struck him. He looked up, his eyes wide with absolute panic. Victoria, I swear to God, I didn't want any of it. She controlled everything. If I didn't do exactly what she said, she threatened to kill me too. She killed Evelyn. I saw the body. I had to help her move it, or she would have poisoned me just like she poisoned Dad. Then prove it, Arthur interjected smoothly. The district attorney is prepared to offer you a deal. You plead guilty to the attempted murder of Victoria, and you turn state's evidence against your mother. You give us the exact location of Evelyn's body, you testify against Beatrice regarding your father's murder, and you hand over every single piece of evidence regarding her financial crimes. In exchange, the DA will drop the conspiracy charges, recommend a 5-year sentence in a minimum security federal facility, and place you in the witness protection program upon release. If you refuse, we take this to trial, and you will get life without the possibility of parole. Julian started hyperventilating, tears streaming down his face. If she finds out I'm talking, she'll have me killed in here. She has guards on her payroll. She won't find out until it's too late, Sarah promised. Do you have proof, Julian? Concrete proof? Julian swallowed hard, nodding frantically. Yes, I've been secretly recording her for years. I was terrified she was going to frame me for Evelyn's murder. I have a hidden encrypted hard drive in a safety deposit box under a fake name. It has audio of her admitting to poisoning my father. It has the exact GPS coordinates in the Nevada desert where we buried Evelyn. It has the ledgers for all the charity bribes. It's everything. Give us the key, I demanded. Julian looked at me, his face twisted in pathetic agony. Victoria, I really did love you. In the beginning, before she poisoned my mind. I'm so sorry. I don't care, I said, standing up. Give my lawyer the key, Julian. Enjoy prison. Within 24 hours, Sarah and the FBI had retrieved the encrypted hard drive. Julian wasn't lying. The evidence was absolutely devastating. Hours of audio recordings of Beatrice casually discussing murder, bribery, and money laundering. The FBI immediately dispatched a forensic excavation team to the GPS coordinates in Nevada. They found a 55-gallon steel drum buried 10 feet underground. Inside were the acid-dissolved remains of Evelyn, identified by her dental records. The FBI didn't just arrest Beatrice this time, they made a spectacle of it. Beatrice was hosting a massive, $10,000 a plate charity gala at a luxury hotel in downtown San Francisco, actively using the event to fundraise for her legal defense by playing the victim. She was standing at the podium, giving a tearful speech to hundreds of wealthy elites about how her family was being torn apart by a vindictive daughter-in-law. The doors to the ballroom blew open. 30 FBI agents, accompanied by the local police and federal marshals, stormed the room. Beatrice Julian, the lead agent's voice boomed over a megaphone, silencing the entire ballroom. You are under arrest for the first-degree murders of William Julian and Evelyn Julian, racketeering, embezzlement, and the attempted murder of Victoria. Put your hands behind your back. The collective gasp from the high society crowd was deafening. Beatrice froze at the podium, the microphone picking up her panicked, ragged breathing. She tried to run toward the kitchen doors, but two female agents tackled her to the marble floor, completely ruining her custom Valentino gown. They dragged her out of the ballroom in handcuffs, screaming and thrashing, as camera flashes from the press outside illuminated her total downfall. The trial of Beatrice Julian was dubbed the trial of the century by the media. It took place 8 months later, and the courthouse was an absolute circus. True crime podcasters, national news anchors, and hundreds of spectators camped outside the building every single day. Beatrice had lost all her former glory. Without access to her frozen bank accounts, her high-priced defense team had abandoned her, leaving her with a competent but overwhelmed public defender. She sat at the defense table looking haggard, her dyed hair growing out gray, her posture slumped, but her eyes still burned with that same venomous hatred every time she looked at me in the gallery. The prosecution was ruthless. They spent the first 2 weeks methodically dismantling Beatrice's entire life. They brought in the forensic anthropologists who detailed the horrific way Evelyn's body had been disposed of. They brought in the disgraced doctor, who took a plea deal to testify about how Beatrice blackmailed him into falsifying William's death certificate. They paraded a dozen charity directors and politicians who confessed to taking bribes and laundering money for her. But the absolute climax of the trial was day 16, when Julian took the stand. When Julian walked into the courtroom in his prison uniform, Beatrice stood up and screamed at him, "You ungrateful little traitor. I gave you everything. You are nothing without me." The judge had to threaten to gag her before she finally sat down, seething. Julian's testimony was devastating. He wept openly on the stand as he detailed the decades of psychological abuse and manipulation he suffered under his mother. He played the audio recordings for the jury. Hearing Beatrice's own voice, casually discussing the exact dosage of the heart attack-inducing chemical she gave her husband caused 3 jurors to physically recoil in horror. Then came the questions about me. "Did your mother instruct you to marry Victoria?" the prosecutor asked. "Yes," Julian choked out, wiping his nose. "She told me Victoria was young, naive, and had more money than she knew what to do with. She told me to make her fall in love with me, marry her, and wait for the right time to take the company." "And the incident on the yacht?" "My mother planned it for 6 months," Julian confessed, refusing to look in my direction. "She chose the location because the currents were strong, and there were reports of great white sharks in the area. She told me to push her over the railing while the boat was accelerating so she would be sucked into the wake. She stood right next to me and laughed when Victoria went under." The courtroom was dead silent, save for the sound of reporters furiously typing on their laptops. I took the stand the next day. I didn't cry. I didn't break down. I wore a sharp, tailored business suit, and I looked directly at the jury. I recounted every single detail of the freezing water, the burning in my lungs, the absolute terror of realizing the man I loved was trying to kill me. "What went through your mind when you realized they were leaving you to die?" the defense attorney asked, trying to find a crack in my composure. I looked directly at Beatrice. I realized that I had been fighting the wrong enemies my entire life, and I promised myself that if I survived the ocean, I would make sure she never saw the sun outside of a prison yard ever again. The jury deliberated for less than 4 hours. When the foreperson stood up to read the verdict, the tension in the room was suffocating. On the charge of first-degree murder of William Julian, guilty. On the charge of first-degree murder of Evelyn Julian, guilty. On the charge of attempted murder of Victoria, guilty. On the charges of racketeering, wire fraud, and embezzlement, guilty. Guilty on all 28 counts. Beatrice collapsed into her chair, letting out a hollow, agonizing wail that echoed off the courtroom walls. It was the sound of a monster finally realizing she had been caught. The sentencing hearing took place a week later. The judge, an incredibly stern woman who had zero patience for Beatrice's theatrics, didn't hold back. "Beatrice Julian, you are a parasite," the judge declared, looking down from the bench. You have spent your entire life destroying the people who trusted you most, all for the sake of greed and absolute control. You murdered your own husband. You murdered your own daughter. You attempted to murder your daughter-in-law. You have shown zero remorse, only anger that you were finally caught. I am sentencing you to 2 consecutive life sentences, without the possibility of parole, in a maximum security federal penitentiary. You will die behind bars. As the bailiffs moved in to handcuff her, Beatrice suddenly lunged toward the wooden divider separating the defense tables from the gallery where I was sitting. Her face was purple with rage, spit flying from her lips. I should have poisoned you. I should have done it myself. You ruined my life. I didn't flinch. I just stood up, looked her dead in the eyes, and smiled. Enjoy the deep blue, Beatrice. The guards dragged her out of the courtroom, her screams fading down the hallway. It has been 4 years since the trial. Julian is currently serving his 15-year sentence. According to Arthur, Julian spends his days in protective custody, terrified of the general population, reading books, and trying to appeal for early release. His appeals are constantly denied. When he eventually gets out, he will be placed in witness protection with a new name, no money, and no future. I haven't spoken a single word to him since that day in the interrogation room, and I never will. Beatrice's fate was far worse. She was sent to a maximum security women's prison in the desert. Stripped of her wealth, her designer clothes, and her societal power, she became just another number. 2 years into her sentence, she suffered a severe stroke that left her partially paralyzed and unable to speak. She died alone in the prison infirmary 6 months later. Nobody claimed her body. She was buried in an unmarked grave in the prison cemetery. As for me, I sued Beatrice's estate and the corrupt charities in civil court, recovering the stolen $18.5 million and securing another $50 million in punitive damages, which I immediately donated to domestic violence shelters and ocean conservation funds. My company, free from the shadow of my manipulative husband, expanded globally. We are now valued at over $5 billion, and we just secured a massive government contract to power the next generation of electric vehicles. Last weekend, to celebrate the company's new valuation, Chloe, Sarah, Arthur, and I went out on the ocean. We didn't charter a yacht this time. We took out my yacht. A massive, state-of-the-art vessel that I bought with my own money. We anchored off the coast of Big Sur, right near the exact spot where I had been pushed into the water years ago. The sun was setting, painting the sky in brilliant shades of gold and purple. The water was calm. I stood by the railing, holding a glass of vintage champagne, looking down into the dark, deep blue water. I used to have nightmares about the ocean. I used to wake up gasping for air, feeling the ghost of Julian's hands on my back. But not anymore. The ocean didn't kill me. It forged me into something entirely unbreakable. They tried to throw me to the sharks, completely unaware that I was the deadliest predator in the water. I raised my glass to the horizon, took a sip of the champagne, and smiled. Family worship brother and mocked my side hustle. At his engagement, I exposed my $215 million transfer, and left them to drown in debt. My name is Harper Bennett. I'm 27 years old, and for as long as I can remember, I have been the ghost haunting my own family's house. I was the child who was supposed to be quiet, practical, and entirely self-sufficient, which in the Bennett household was just a polite way of saying I was the child they never had to pay attention to. All the affection, the financial support, and the glowing pride were funneled directly into my older brother, Julian. Julian was the golden boy, the one with the loud laugh, the charismatic smile, and the big, shiny corporate future. I was just the background noise. Growing up, love in my house was a zero-sum game, and Julian always held the winning hand. I remember being 12 years old, and winning first place in a state-level science fair. I had spent 3 months building a working model of a cardiovascular system. My parents didn't even show up to the awards ceremony because Julian had a junior varsity baseball game. Not varsity, junior varsity. When I came home holding my gold plaque, my mother gave me a distracted pat on the head, said, "That's nice, Harper. Put it on the fridge," and immediately went back to icing Julian's shoulder. They framed his participation jersey in the living room. My plaque ended up in a box in the basement. They called me low maintenance, like it was a badge of honor. Harper doesn't need all that fuss, my dad would say, adjusting Julian's tie before his high school graduation, while I stood off to the side in a hand-me-down dress. When I got into a highly competitive nursing program on a full academic scholarship, my parents barely blinked. My dad actually chuckled and said, "That's great, kiddo. Nurses are always useful." Then he turned completely away from me to ask Julian how his business major was treating him. It was as if my entire life was just a warm-up act for the main event, Julian Bennett's inevitable rise to the top of the corporate ladder. The profound irony of my family's neglect is that being ignored made me incredibly resilient. It made me dangerous. While they were utterly glued to Julian's superficial highlight reel, I was in the trenches. I took a job as an intensive care unit, ICU, trauma nurse right out of college. I worked the grueling 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. night shifts in one of the busiest, most chaotic hospitals in downtown Chicago. Nobody in my family understood the sheer magnitude of the chaos I handled every single night. They thought I just fluffed pillows and handed out Tylenol. They didn't know that I was the one pushing epinephrine into the veins of a 20-year-old car crash victim. They didn't know I was the one holding the hands of stroke patients as they took their last breaths. I made split-second, life-or-death decisions at 3 a.m., while my family was comfortably asleep in their suburban beds. And in the fleeting pockets of time between coding patients and charting vitals, while other nurses doom-scrolled on their phones or drank stale breakroom coffee, I was sketching out an idea on the back of medical supply manifests. Working in the ICU, I kept seeing the same fatal flaw over and over again. The hospital's internal patient transfer and bed management system was a catastrophic mess. We had critical patients waiting in the ER for hours because the ICU beds weren't being logged as clean. We had chaotic staffing handoffs, dangerous delays in medication transfers, and a complete lack of real-time coordination. Patients were literally coding in the hallways because of administrative bottlenecks. I couldn't stand it anymore. So, with the help of my college roommate, Sarah, who was now a brilliant software engineer, I started building a platform. We called it Shift Sync. It was a real-time, predictive coordination system for high-acuity hospital departments. At first, it was just a clunky prototype. My life became a punishing marathon of sleep deprivation. I would drag myself home from the hospital at 8 a.m., smelling like iodine and exhaustion. I'd shower, crash into bed for exactly 4 hours, wake up at 1 p.m., chug 2 energy drinks, and hop on Zoom calls with Sarah. We would debug server issues, refine the user interface, and pitch to local hospital administrators who usually hung up on us. Then, at 6 p.m., I'd put my scrubs back on and head back to the ICU for another 1-2-hour shift of saving lives. My family knew absolutely nothing about this. Well, they knew exactly 1% of it. To them, I was just still working nights, which in my mother's warped mind translated to still not doing anything worth bragging about at her country club luncheons, but they knew every microscopic detail of Julian's life. Julian had graduated, become a corporate real estate associate, and was now gunning for a vice president position at his firm. Our parents essentially worshipped him. They cashed out a massive chunk of their retirement savings to help him put a down payment on a luxury downtown condo. They called it investing in his trajectory. I remember the day I asked them for help. Sarah and I had finally landed a meeting with a massive health tech venture capital firm, but we needed $15,000 to cover the legal fees for patenting our proprietary algorithm before we showed them the source code. I went to my parents' house, swallowed my pride, and asked if they would be willing to co-sign a small, low-interest line of credit. I wasn't even asking for their cash, just their signature. My dad laughed right in my face. He literally threw his head back and laughed. "Sweetheart, apps are a dime a dozen, it's a fad," he said, patting my cheek like I was a toddler holding a crayon drawing. "Be realistic. Nursing is a solid backup plan. Don't risk your credit score on some little tech fantasy. Leave the business world to your brother." Funny how my steady, literal life-saving career was just a backup plan. But Julian's spreadsheets and golf outings were considered visionary. I left their house that day with burning tears of humiliation in my eyes, but by the time I reached my beat-up 2010 Toyota Corolla, the tears had dried into pure, unadulterated rage. I didn't ask them for a single thing ever again. Sarah and I maxed out our own credit cards. We ate ramen noodles for 6 months. We paid the lawyers ourselves. And then, the night everything changed, I was on my break in the hospital staff lounge. I was half asleep on a cracked vinyl sofa, my scrub stained with betadine, when my phone started vibrating violently off the table. I checked the screen. 4 missed calls from Sarah. And a text message in all caps, "Answer the phone, we got the Seattle deal." I stumbled into the sterile supply closet, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird, and called her back. Sarah was hyperventilating, crying, and screaming all at once. A massive, multinational medical software conglomerate based in Seattle didn't just want to license ShiftSync, they wanted to acquire us outright. They wanted to integrate our algorithm into thousands of hospitals globally. The number she screamed into the phone made my knees actually buckle. I slid down the wall of the supply closet, sitting on the cold linoleum floor next to boxes of saline bags, completely unable to breathe. It didn't feel real. It felt like a hallucination brought on by sleep deprivation. I finished my ICU shift in an absolute daze. The next 3 weeks were a blur of extreme secrecy. I was juggling high-stakes contract negotiations, signing endless non-disclosure agreements, and consulting with elite corporate lawyers, all in between triaging septic shock patients. During this exact same time, my parents were blowing up the family group chat with digital invitations for Thanksgiving dinner. But it wasn't just Thanksgiving. My mother had officially dubbed it Julian's engagement and VP promotion celebration. My mom sent a message with 6 champagne emojis. We are so incredibly proud of our boy. Julian is officially stepping up as VP of acquisitions, and he's bringing Claire to celebrate their engagement. Harper, please try to get your shift covered so you can serve the appetizers. I was sitting in a glass-walled conference room in a high-rise downtown, signing away the intellectual property of a company I had built on sheer willpower and caffeine, when that text came through. Serve the appetizers. I just smiled. When the wire transfer finally hit my checking account, I was sitting in my car in the hospital parking garage. The final payout, after the lawyers took their cut, after the taxes were accounted for, and after Sarah got her 50%, was exactly $215 million. $215 million. I stared at the glowing screen of my banking app. I refreshed it 12 times. The numbers didn't glitch. They didn't disappear. There were so many commas, it looked like a typo. I rested my forehead against the steering wheel of my rusty Toyota, and sobbed until my chest physically ached. Then, I wiped my face, walked into the hospital, and worked a 1-2 hour shift, because my patients still needed their IVs changed and their ventilators monitored. I didn't tell my parents. I didn't tell Julian. I knew exactly what would happen if I did. They would minimize it. They would claim they always believed in me. Or worse, they would immediately demand a cut to fund Julian's lavish lifestyle. I wanted to wait for the perfect moment. I wanted to look them in the eyes when they were at the absolute peak of their arrogance. Thanksgiving Day arrived. I parked my dented Corolla at the curb in front of my parents' sprawling suburban house. I purposely didn't buy a new car. I didn't wear a designer dress. I wore a pair of plain black jeans, a simple maroon sweater, and the same faded winter coat I'd worn since nursing school. I wanted to look exactly like the invisible Harper they expected. The house smelled like roasted turkey, expensive sage stuffing, and my mother's overwhelming floral perfume. I could hear the clinking of crystal wine glasses and Julian's booming, arrogant laugh echoing from the living room. I pressed my thumb against the brass doorknob, took a deep breath of the freezing November air, and walked into the battlefield. My mother, Susan, rushed the door. She gave me a stiff, one-armed hug, careful not to wrinkle her silk blouse. "Harper, you made it. You look exhausted, honey. Are you still working those dreadful night shifts? I keep telling you, you're going to ruin your complexion before you're 30. Good to see you too, Mom," I said, slipping off my boots. "And yes, still working nights. The ICU doesn't close for holidays." She waved her hand dismissively, already turning her back to me. "Well, hurry up and wash your hands. Julian and Claire are in the living room." He brought a $300 bottle of Cabernet. "So sophisticated. Can you go to the kitchen and start plating the bruschetta?" I walked into the living room. Julian was holding court by the fireplace. He was wearing a custom-tailored suit, a Rolex that cost more than my first year's nursing salary, and an impossibly smug expression. Next to him was Claire, his fiancée, a woman whose entire personality was built around her Pilates routine and her family's trust fund. My dad, Richard, was sitting in his leather recliner, gazing at Julian like he was the second coming of Christ. "Well, look who emerged from the hospital dungeon." Julian smirked, raising his wine glass at me. "Happy Thanksgiving, little sis. Glad you could take a break from emptying bedpans to celebrate real success." Claire let out a high-pitched, breathy giggle. "Oh, Julian, stop. Nursing is very noble work. Somebody has to do it." "How's that little computer hobby of yours going?" Julian asked, taking a slow sip of his wine. "You still tapping away on your laptop trying to be Mark Zuckerberg?" "It's going fine," I said, keeping my face entirely blank. My dad chimed in, pointing his cigar at me. "Now, Harper, don't let that tech nonsense distract you. Nursing is practical. You've always been our practical girl. We never have to worry about you." "But Julian here. Julian is playing in the big leagues now. Vice President of Commercial Acquisitions. The firm is trusting him with millions." "Hundreds of millions, Dad," Julian corrected, puffing out his chest. "It's high-stakes stuff. You need a killer instinct for it. Not exactly something you learn. Changing bandages." There it was. The same old script. The same condescending tone. I just smiled, excused myself, and went to the kitchen to plate the appetizers. My hands were shaking, but not from sadness. I was vibrating with anticipation. I felt like a sniper regulating my breathing before taking the shot. When we finally sat down at the dining room table, the seating arrangement was as blatantly insulting as always. Julian and Claire were seated in the center, flanked by my beaming parents. I was placed at the absolute far end of the table, right next to the swinging kitchen door, positioned perfectly to act as the family waitress. My dad stood up and tapped his crystal glass with a silver spoon. "I want to make a toast," he announced, his voice thick with emotion. "To Julian, our pride and joy. You have exceeded every expectation we ever had. You are a vice president, you are marrying a wonderful woman, and you are building an empire. We couldn't be prouder. To Julian." "To Julian," my mother echoed, wiping a tear from her eye. I raised my water glass in silence. Julian took a huge gulp of his Cabernet, set the glass down, and leaned back in his chair, lacing his fingers over his stomach. He looked down the table at me with a pitying smirk. "So, Harper, still grinding out those double shifts? You know, once my new VP salary kicks in, maybe I can throw you a few bucks so you can buy a nicer car. That piece of junk out front is lowering the property value of the neighborhood." The table erupted into polite, mocking laughter. My mother lightly swatted Julian's arm. "Oh, be nice to your sister, Julian. She does the best she can with what she has." I looked at the perfectly roasted turkey in the center of the table. I looked at the flickering candlelight reflecting off the expensive silverware. I thought about the thousands of hours I spent fighting to keep people alive. I thought about the coding errors Sarah and I fixed at 4 a.m. I thought about my dad laughing in my face when I asked for a signature. I set my fork down. The soft clink against the porcelain plate was the only sound I made. "Actually, Julian," I said, my voice eerily calm and steady, "I'm going to be buying a new car tomorrow. Probably a few of them." Julian raised an eyebrow. "Oh yeah? Finally picked up enough overtime shifts?" "No," I replied, locking eyes with him. "I sold my company." The room went completely, dead silent. It wasn't an immediate realization, it was a slow, creeping confusion that washed over the table. My mother's polite smile froze on her face. My dad lowered his wine glass. Claire blinked rapidly. "You, what?" Julian asked, his smirk faltering just a fraction. "I sold my company," I repeated, my voice echoing slightly in the silent dining room. "ShiftSync. The hospital coordination platform I've been building for the last 3 years. The one you called a little computer hobby. A medical tech conglomerate out of Seattle acquired the algorithm and the patent rights 3 weeks ago." Julian stared at me for 3 agonizingly long seconds before he let out a loud, forced bark of laughter. "Right. Okay. Sure. Harper. And what did your little worthless business go for? 10 grand? 20? Enough to pay off your student loans?" The word worthless hung in the air. He had used that exact word so many times to describe me, my dreams, and my life. I let the silence stretch out. I wanted them to feel the tension. I wanted them to lean in. I reached for my water glass, took a slow, deliberate sip, set it back down, and looked Julian dead in the soul. $215 million. The reaction was instantaneous and violent. My dad's elbow slipped off the armrest, causing his wine glass to tip over. A pool of dark red Cabernet spilled across the pristine white tablecloth, looking exactly like blood. My mother let out a sharp, choked gasp, her hand flying to her throat as all the color drained from her face. Claire dropped her fork. It clattered loudly onto the floor. Julian's face went slack. The arrogant, smug mask completely shattered, replaced by a look of sheer, unadulterated shock. "You're lying," he whispered, his voice cracking. "You're full of it. You don't just sell an app for that kind of money. You're a nurse." "I was a nurse, who saw a billion-dollar inefficiency in the healthcare system, and fixed it," I said smoothly. "My initial payout was wired to my account yesterday. After taxes, legal fees, and paying out my co-founder, I am sitting on over $100 million in liquid cash, plus a massive equity stake in the parent company, and a consulting salary that dwarfs your entire firm's annual revenue." "Stop it," my mother shrieked, her voice shrill and panicked. She was desperately trying to mop up the spilled wine with a cloth napkin, her hands shaking violently. "Harper, this is not a funny joke. This is Julian's night. How dare you make up such a ridiculous lie to steal his spotlight?" "It's not a lie, Mom," I said. "Then prove it," Julian yelled, suddenly slamming his fists on the table, rattling the china. His face was turning an ugly shade of magenta. He looked frantic, like a cornered animal. "Show us. Show me the bank account right now. You still drive a piece of crap car. You're wearing a thrift store sweater. If you were rich, we would know." "Why would you know?" I asked, tilting my head. "You have never asked me a single genuine question about my life in 27 years. You never asked about my code. You never asked about my patents. You just laughed at me. So why on earth would I share my success with you?" But I knew I had to twist the knife. I reached into my pocket, pulled out my phone, unlocked it, and opened my private banking app. I clicked on the newly established Apex Holdings account. I slid the phone across the polished wood table until it stopped right in front of Julian's plate. Julian stared down at the screen. I watched his eyes track the numbers. I watched him silently count the commas. 1, 2, 3. Available balance. $107,500,000. Julian physically recoiled from the phone like it was radioactive. He slumped back in his chair, his mouth opening and closing soundlessly. The math was breaking his brain. The realization that his little sister, the backup plan, the punching bag, the failure had just eclipsed his entire life's ambition in a single afternoon was destroying him in real time. My God, my dad whispered, leaning over to look at the screen. His hands were trembling so badly he had to grip the edge of the table. He looked up at me, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and terror. Harper, how? Why didn't you come to us? Why didn't you let us invest? We're your family. I let out a harsh, bitter laugh that echoed off the walls. Come to you? Dad. I came to you 3 years ago. I asked you to co-sign a $15,000 line of credit so I could patent the code. You laughed in my face. You told me it was a fad. You told me to stick to my backup plan and leave the business to Julian. Remember? My dad flinched as if I had physically struck him. He opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came out. You funded his condo, I continued, pointing a finger at Julian, who was staring blankly at the wall. You paid for his cars. You worshipped his every move. When he lost 50 grand on a bad stock tip 2 years ago, you called it a learning experience. When I asked for a fraction of that support to build a company that is now revolutionizing medical infrastructure, you told me I was delusional. Harper, please, my mother cried, tears streaming down her face, ruining her expensive makeup. We didn't know. We didn't understand technology. We love you. We are so proud of you, baby. We can celebrate both of you tonight. No, Mom, I said, standing up from the table. I didn't yell. I didn't scream. I spoke with the icy precision of a surgeon. You don't get to claim me now. You don't get to be proud of the finish line when you actively tried to trip me at the starting block. I didn't come here tonight to celebrate. I came here to let you know that I am officially stepping out of the role you forced me into. I walked over, picked up my phone, and slipped it back into my pocket. What are you doing? Julian choked out, his voice barely above a whisper. You're just going to leave? You're going to flex your money and walk out on your family? I'm not flexing, I said softly. I'm surviving. For 27 years, I made myself small so you could feel big, Julian. I swallowed my pride so your fragile ego wouldn't shatter. I'm done shrinking. I turned around and walked out of the dining room. My mother chased after me into the hallway, grabbing my arm. Harper, wait. You can't do this. You're tearing this family apart over money. I'm not tearing it apart over money, Mom, I said, gently but firmly prying her fingers off my sleeve. I'm leaving because you only saw my worth when it came with a 9-figure price tag. Have a great Thanksgiving. I walked out the front door, got into my beat-up Toyota Corolla, and drove away into the cold November night. For the first time in my entire life, I felt like I could breathe. I felt a strange, fierce peace blooming in my chest. I had finally severed the chains. The fallout was immediate, chaotic, and entirely predictable. For the first 2 weeks after Thanksgiving, my phone did not stop ringing. My parents left me dozens of frantic, tear-filled voicemails. They oscillated wildly between begging for my forgiveness, demanding that I come over for a family meeting, and aggressively trying to guilt-trip me for ruining Julian's special night. My extended family, aunts, uncles and cousins who hadn't spoken to me in a decade suddenly started flooding my DMs, congratulating me on my brilliant success, and subtly dropping hints about their mortgages, their kids' college funds, and their brilliant business ideas. I blocked every single one of them. Julian sent me exactly one text message. It read, "You humiliated me in front of Claire. You made me look like an absolute joke. I hope your money keeps you warm at night, you selfish bitch." I didn't reply. I just took a screenshot, saved it to a folder, and went back to my new life. And my new life was extraordinary. I officially resigned from my nursing position, though I donated $5 million anonymously to the hospital's ICU ward to upgrade their ventilators and establish a fund for nurses' mental health care. I moved out of my cramped apartment and bought a stunning penthouse overlooking Lake Michigan. I hired a private wealth management firm, established a family office called Apex Holdings to manage my investments, and started traveling. For 6 months, I heard nothing but deafening silence from my family. They realized I wasn't going to cave, and their pride wouldn't let them keep begging. I assumed that was the end of our story. I assumed we would just fade into the background of each other's lives, occasionally seeing each other at funerals or weddings. I was wrong. The universe had one final, brutal twist waiting in the wings. It happened in late August, about 9 months after the Thanksgiving dinner. I was sitting in the sleek, glass-walled conference room of Apex Holdings, my wealth management firm. My lead portfolio manager, David, had called an emergency meeting. Part of Apex's strategy was to invest in distressed local real estate, buying up defaulted commercial and residential loans at a steep discount, restructuring them, or liquidating the assets. David slid a thick manila folder across the mahogany table. Harper, we were doing our routine sweeps of defaulted secondary mortgages and bundled debt packages from regional banks in the Chicago suburbs. We found a massive, highly toxic financial cluster tied to a bankrupt commercial real estate syndicate. I was going to authorize the purchase of the debt portfolio, but my analysts flagged one of the residential collateral addresses. I think you need to look at this. I opened the folder. The first page was a foreclosure notice. I looked at the address. It was my parents' house. My blood ran cold. I flipped frantically through the pages of legal jargon, loan agreements, and bank statements. David, what is this? My parents' house has been fully paid off for 10 years. How are they facing foreclosure? David sighed, taking off his glasses. They took out a massive home equity line of credit, HELOC, about 2 years ago. They leveraged the entire value of the house, plus drained their 401k accounts, to secure a $1.2 million liquid cash loan. They took that cash and invested it directly into an unregulated, highly leveraged commercial real estate syndicate. I stared at the paperwork. Who ran the syndicate? David pointed to a signature at the bottom of the page. A firm called Vanguard Commercial Properties. My stomach plummeted into my shoes. Vanguard Commercial Properties. That was Julian's firm. Suddenly, all the puzzle pieces snapped violently together. Julian hadn't earned his vice president promotion through hard work or brilliant acquisitions. He had bought it. Or rather, my parents had bought it for him. They had secretly mortgaged their entire financial existence, risking their home and their retirement, to inject over $1 million into his boss's shady real estate fund. It was a classic nepotism play. Invest in my fund, and I'll make your son VP. What happened to the fund? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. It collapsed, David said bluntly. The commercial real estate market downtown took a massive hit post-COVID. The syndicate was over-leveraged. The boss got caught moving money around illegally to cover margin calls. The firm filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy 3 weeks ago. The bank is now calling in all the collateral loans. Your parents' debt was bundled and sold to a debt collection agency. They have 30 days before the bank seizes the house and evicts them. I sat in the chair, completely paralyzed. My parents had literally bet their house, their retirement, and their entire future on Julian's golden boy image. And Julian had driven them straight off a financial cliff. What do you want to do, Harper? David asked gently. We can ignore it. Let the bank take the house. It's not your problem. I looked at the foreclosure notice. I thought about my dad laughing in my face when I asked for $15,000. I thought about my mom telling me to serve the appetizers. I thought about Julian calling my company worthless. I looked up at David. Buy the debt. Harper, it's a toxic asset. I don't care. I interrupted, my voice hardening into steel. Have Apex Holdings purchase the entire loan package from the debt collectors, pay whatever premium they want. I want to own the paper. I want to own the mortgage. Do it today. 3 days later, all the legal paperwork was finalized. Apex Holdings officially owned the debt. I was, legally speaking, my parents' sole creditor. I owned their house. I had David draft a very specific legal summons and have it delivered by courier to my parents' house, requesting their mandatory presence at the Apex Holdings corporate office to discuss the restructuring of their defaulted loan. I made sure the letterhead looked incredibly corporate and intimidating. They had no idea I owned Apex. The following Tuesday, at exactly 10 a.m., my receptionist buzzed my office. Miss Bennett, your 10 o'clock is here. A Mr. and Mrs. Bennett, accompanied by a younger man. Julian had come with them. Perfect. Send them to conference room B, I said. I'll be right there. I stood up, smoothed down my tailored designer suit, and walked down the glass hallway. My heart was pounding, but my mind was terrifyingly clear. I pushed open the heavy oak door to the conference room. My parents and Julian were sitting huddled on one side of the massive table. They looked awful. My dad had aged 10 years, his hair was thinning and his face was gray. My mom was clutching her designer purse like a life preserver, her eyes red and swollen. Julian looked completely defeated. He wasn't wearing his custom suit. He was wearing wrinkled khakis and a polo shirt. He looked like exactly what he was, an unemployed fraud. They didn't look up when I walked in. They were staring down at the legal pads in front of them, preparing to beg a faceless corporate entity for mercy. I walked to the head of the table, pulled out the leather CEO chair, and sat down. Good morning, I said. All three of their heads snapped up simultaneously. The silence that followed was the heaviest, most suffocating silence I have ever experienced in my entire life. My dad's jaw literally dropped open. My mother gasped, a sharp, ragged sound. Julian physically pushed himself back in his chair, his eyes wide with absolute horror. Harper? My dad choked out, looking around the opulent boardroom as if trying to figure out if he was hallucinating. What are you doing here? Do you work here? I don't work here, Dad, I said smoothly, opening the manila folder and spreading their foreclosure documents out on the table. I own the building. I am the founder and CEO of Apex Holdings. I watched the realization hit them like a freight train. I watched the blood drain from Julian's face until he looked like a corpse. Apex bought your loan package from the regional bank. I continued, my voice entirely devoid of emotion. You owe the bank $1.2 million, plus interest, penalties, and late fees. Since you are in default, the house is legally forfeit. However, since Apex now owns the debt, I am the one who decides whether to process the eviction or restructure the terms. Oh my God, my mother whispered, burying her face in her trembling hands and breaking into loud, agonizing sobs. Oh my God, Harper, please, please. My dad looked like he was having a heart attack. He turned slowly to look at Julian, his eyes filled with a devastating mixture of betrayal and despair. You, my dad whispered to Julian. You told us, it was a sure thing. You told us your boss was a genius. You told us the VP promotion was guaranteed. Julian couldn't even look at him. He stared at the mahogany table, his fists clenched so tight his knuckles were white. The market turned, Julian muttered defensively, though his voice was shaking. Nobody could have predicted the commercial crash. It wasn't my fault. It was absolutely your fault, Julian, I snapped, my voice cracking like a whip. You let your parents leverage their entire existence to buy you a title you didn't earn. And when the house of cards collapsed, you dragged them down with you. What happened to Claire, by the way? Did she stick around when the trust fund evaporated? Julian flinched, a spasm of pain crossing his face. She called off the engagement last week, he whispered. Shocking, I deadpanned. I turned my attention back to my parents. They looked broken. The golden pedestal they had built for Julian had completely shattered, and they were buried under the rubble. Here is what is going to happen, I said, leaning forward and folding my hands on the table. I am not going to evict you. I am not going to put my own parents on the street. My mom let out a loud gasp of relief, reaching across the table as if to grab my hand. I pulled my hand back. However, I continued, my tone freezing her in place. I am not forgiving the debt. I am not giving you a free ride. You made a profoundly stupid, reckless financial decision to fund Julian's ego, and you will face the consequences. I am restructuring the loan. The title of the house transfers to Apex Holdings immediately. You will become my tenants. You will pay me a fixed monthly rent, drafted directly from Dad's pension, until the debt is paid off, which, given the math, will be the rest of your lives. You live in my house now. Do you understand? My dad stared at me. The arrogant, dismissive man who had laughed at my dreams was completely gone. In his place was a tired, defeated old man. Slowly he nodded his head. We understand, Harper. We are so sorry. For everything. For being blind. Apologies don't pay the mortgage, Dad, I said coldly. I pushed the new contract across the table. Sign the transfer. With shaking hands, my dad picked up the pen and signed away his home. When they were finished, I gathered the papers and stood up. The legal team will email you the finalized documents. We're done here. My parents stood up, looking like ghosts, and slowly shuffled out of the conference room. Julian didn't move. He remained sitting in his chair, staring at the empty table. You can leave too, Julian, I said, walking toward the door. Harper, wait, he said. His voice cracked. He sounded incredibly small. He stood up and turned to face me. The arrogant, smug golden boy was completely gone. His eyes were red, and his shoulders were slumped. What do you want, Julian? I asked, checking my watch. He swallowed hard, looking down at his shoes before finally meeting my eyes. I'm blacklisted, he said quietly. My boss is facing federal indictment for the wire fraud. My name is tied to the syndicate. Every major commercial firm in the Midwest won't even return my emails. I have no savings. I have no fiancé. I have nothing. I stared at him, feeling absolutely nothing. That sounds like a personal problem. Please, he whispered, a tear actually escaping his eye and rolling down his cheek. Harper, please. I know I was a monster to you. I know I treated you like garbage. I bought into their hype. I thought I was untouchable, and I was wrong. I am so sorry. He took a step toward me, his hands pleading. I need a job. I need anything. I know Apex Holdings is expanding. I know real estate. I can analyze portfolios. I can do the grunt work. I'll start at the absolute bottom. I'll get coffee. I can't go bankrupt. Please, Harper. You're my sister. I stood there in the silent boardroom, looking at the brother who had mocked me, belittled me, and actively tried to destroy my self-worth for 27 years. He was literally begging me for his survival. The power dynamic hadn't just shifted, It had completely inverted. I thought about the nights in the ICU. I thought about the panic attacks. I thought about the Thanksgiving dinner. I looked him dead in the eyes. "You're right, Julian," I said softly. "I am your sister. But you made it very clear that in the business world, you need a killer instinct. You told me that yourself." I opened the boardroom door. "Apex isn't hiring," I said. "Good luck with your backup plan." I walked out, letting the heavy oak door click shut behind me, leaving him completely alone in the room. I walked back to my corner office, stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, and looked out over the sprawling Chicago skyline. The city looked beautiful in the morning light. For the first time in my life, I wasn't standing in anyone's shadow. I had built my own empire from the ground up, out of the scraps they threw away. They gambled everything on the golden child, and they lost. I bet everything on myself, and I won, and I will never, ever, apologize for it. Family called me pathetic to impress the sister's groom. I charged double to save the wedding, secured my inheritance, and silenced the room. Subreddit: my family spent my entire adult life treating me like the dirt on the bottom of their expensive shoes. They thought my blue-collar life was a joke, a humiliating stain on their perfect corporate image. So, at her $1 million wedding, I did something that wrecked their flawless little facade and let karma handle the bill. Grab your snacks, get comfortable, and enjoy the show. My name is Elias, I'm 28, and I run a custom metal fabrication shop in Pine Bluff, Oregon. The name of my business is Iron and Ember. I make custom driveway gates, intricate stair railings, structural supports, decorative metalwork, and bespoke furniture. Basically, if it involves a welding torch, angle grinders, and heavy steel, I'm the guy you call. I started this business from absolutely nothing 5 years ago, in a damp, freezing rented garage bay on the edge of town. I worked 8-0-hour weeks, bled over my tools, and breathed in enough metal dust to last a lifetime. Today, I own a massive commercial shop, employ 3 full-time welding rigs, and have enough high-end, steady clientele that I bought my own 4-bedroom house on 3 acres of land last year. I have zero debt. I am completely self-made. Not too bad for a guy who barely scraped through high school and completely skipped college. But if you ask my family, I'm basically an uneducated grease monkey who plays with fire for a living. I am the black sheep, the cautionary tale they whisper about at their country club mixers. My older brother, Marcus, is 33. He works in commercial real estate up in Portland, makes decent money, has a picture-perfect wife and 2 kids, and drives a leased BMW that he strongly implies he bought outright in cash. He's all about the hustle, the grind, and the illusion of wealth. Then there is my younger sister, Chloe. She's 25, and she has been my mother's absolute golden child since the day she figured out how to manipulate a situation with a pout and a smile. She got her business marketing degree from a private university, works a mid-level account manager position at a trendy agency in Bend, and acts like she is single-handedly running the Fortune 500. My parents, Arthur and Helen, treat her like she is the second coming. To them, corporate titles, office corner suites, and networking events are the only valid forms of existence. Me? I'm the failed project. The son who didn't pan out. Sunday dinners at their massive, sterile house in Eugene were a mandatory monthly obligation. I usually showed up, ate my dad's chronically overcooked dry steaks, listened to Marcus drone on and on about fluctuating interest rates and property zoning laws, and left before my mom could bring out the dessert. It was standard operating procedure. Keep my head down, eat the food, ignore the subtle jabs, and escape back to my sanctuary in the shop. But this particular Sunday felt entirely off the second I parked my truck in their pristine driveway. Chloe was there early, which was genuinely shocking. She is chronically, unapologetically late to everything, treating everyone else's time as completely disposable. But there she was, hovering nervously by the kitchen island in a ridiculous, overly expensive cocktail dress, checking her phone every 30 seconds like she was waiting for a call from the lottery commission. Elias. My mom sighed when I walked through the door, barely looking up from the organic kale salad she was violently tearing apart. You're actually on time for once. Please wipe your boots. Miracle of modern science, Mom, I said smoothly, setting a 6-pack of local craft soda on the granite counter. She immediately frowned at it, her nose wrinkling in disgust. We have imported sparkling water in the fridge, Elias. Now you've brought all this refined sugar into the house. I suppose variety is fine. Dad was outside on the patio prepping the gas grill, wearing a pristine polo shirt and his ridiculous kiss the cook apron that had never seen a single grease stain. Marcus and his wife, Clara, were already set up in the living room like royalty, completely ignoring their 2 kids who were actively destroying a bowl of expensive macadamia nuts while glued to a blaring iPad. Everything seemed normal enough on the surface. Then the heavy oak doorbell rang. Chloe practically levitated off the leather sofa. That's Julian. Julian was the mysterious fiancé none of us had met yet. She'd been dropping insufferable hints for the past 2 months about this guy. How incredibly successful he was, how he managed a massive investment portfolio, how mature and refined he was compared to the losers she usually dated. The heavy front door opened, and in walked a guy who looked like he had been genetically engineered in a country club laboratory. He wore tailored chinos, a crisp linen button-down shirt, a watch that cost more than my first truck, and his hair was perfectly swooped. He smiled with perfectly veneered teeth, looking like a junior senator on the campaign trail. "Everyone, this is Julian," Chloe announced, her voice practically vibrating with smug pride. "Julian, this is my family." Handshakes were distributed all around. My mom immediately launched into her gracious, fawning hostess routine, practically curtsying. My dad gave him the aggressively firm alpha male grip, and the solemn nod of approval. Marcus sized him up like he was evaluating a prime piece of commercial real estate, immediately trying to talk golf handicaps. Julian handled the barrage without breaking a single sweat. He complimented the architecture of the house, praised the smell of the dry steaks on the grill, and laughed a little too hard at my dad's terrible, recycled jokes. Then, his eyes landed on me. I was standing near the kitchen island, wearing clean dark jeans and a plain black t-shirt, arms crossed. "Elias, right?" Julian said, extending a perfectly manicured hand. "Great to finally meet you, man." I shook it. His grip was practiced. "Likewise, Chloe's told us a lot about you." "She's told me a bit about you too," Julian said politely. "You do metalwork or something? Like an artist?" Before I could even open my mouth to explain the scale of my fabrication business, Chloe physically jumped between us. "Elias has a little welding business. He makes fences and stuff." "And stuff," I repeated, keeping my face completely neutral, though my jaw tightened. Julian nodded, trying to maintain the polite small talk. "That's cool. Manual labor, right? Keeps you in shape." "Something like that," I said, letting the conversation die. We all eventually migrated to the massive dining room. Dad brought in the ruined steaks. Mom fussed endlessly over the organic side dishes. Marcus poured expensive red wine for everyone except me, assuming I wouldn't appreciate the vintage, and Julian settled into the head of the table like he had been coming to these family dinners for a decade. The entire torturous meal was basically the four of them pretending I was invisible. Julian would tell a mildly amusing story about closing some massive corporate merger for his consulting firm, and my parents and brother would physically lean in, nodding aggressively, asking detailed follow-up questions, and acting like he was reciting ancient wisdom. At one point, there was a lull, and I casually mentioned that I had just finished a massive custom architectural railing job for a boutique hotel downtown, a contract worth over 20 grand. My mom literally cleared her throat and changed the subject mid-sentence. "That's nice, dear," she said dismissively, not even looking at me. "Julian, please tell us more about your recent ski trip to Aspen. Chloe says the powder was just divine." It kept happening. Every time I spoke, I was treated like background static, like a mild annoyance they had to tolerate. Then came the exact moment that completely severed my emotional ties to these people. Julian turned to me, probably noticing the blatant exclusion and trying to be a polite guest. "So, Elias, what exactly do you do? Like, day-to-day operations? Do you have employees?" I set down my water glass and started to answer properly. "I run a custom fabrication shop. I design structural steel components, build architectural." Mom loudly clapped her hands together, cutting me off completely. "Oh, please don't ask him that, Julian. He will absolutely bore you to death talking about dirty welding torches and rusty metal grades. It's dreadfully dull." The entire table laughed. It wasn't a polite chuckle. It was that deep, knowing laugh that clearly says, "We're all in on the joke, and you are the punchline." Marcus snorted wine into his glass. "Yeah, Julian, unless you need a rusty garden gate for a trailer park, you're probably not interested in his portfolio." More roaring laughs. My dad grinned proudly at Marcus's wit. Even Clara, Marcus's wife, smiled and shook her head. Then Chloe leaned back in her expensive upholstered chair, twirled her wine glass, and looked at me with pure, unfiltered condescension. "Honestly, maybe just lie next time someone asks, Elias. Tell people you're in construction management or manufacturing logistics. You know, just so you don't sound so incredibly pathetic." The massive dining room went dead quiet for half a second. The air got sucked out of the room. Then, Mom giggled nervously, trying to break the tension. Dad coughed into his napkin. Marcus shook his head and smirked like, "Classic Chloe, telling it like it is." Julian looked genuinely uncomfortable, his eyes darting between me and Chloe, but he kept his mouth firmly shut. I sat there, my fork resting lightly in my hand. I looked at my little sister, dressed in her designer clothes. I looked at my parents, who were supposed to love and support me, laughing at my expense like I was the court jester. I looked at my brother, who leased a car to look rich while drowning in credit card debt, mocking my completely debt-free business. And right then and there, Something deep inside my chest just clicked. It didn't break, it just shut off. The lingering desire for their approval, the familial obligation, the hope that they would one day respect me, it all evaporated into thin air. I set my fork down on the expensive china plate. I didn't yell. I didn't flip the table. I just smiled. A cold, dead smile. "You're totally right, Chloe," I said, my voice dangerously calm. "Wouldn't want to embarrass the family in front of the new money." She looked incredibly satisfied, like she had just won a massive debate. I didn't say another word. I sat in total silence for the next 10 minutes, finishing my steak while they immediately went back to fawning over Julian's investment portfolio and his luxury condo. I watched my parents hang on his every word. 20 minutes later, I calmly stood up from the table. "I'm heading out. I have an early job tomorrow." Mom looked up, feigning mild disappointment. "Already? We haven't even had the tiramisu." "I'm good, thanks for the hospitality," I said flatly. I grabbed my worn leather jacket from the hall tree, walked out the heavy front door, climbed into my heavy-duty work truck, and drove the hour back to Pine Bluff. The entire drive home, the cab of my truck was silent, but my mind was deafening. I kept replaying that specific moment. The mocking laughs. The casual dismissal. The way my own sister said the word pathetic like it was a scientifically proven fact. By the time I pulled into my gravel driveway and saw the massive steel structure of my shop glowing in the moonlight, I wasn't angry anymore. Anger is chaotic. I was motivated. I was cold, calculating, and completely done playing the dutiful loser son. I didn't hear a single word from any of them for 2 full weeks. No phone calls, no casual texts, not even the usual annoying group chat notifications about whose turn it was to host the upcoming holidays. Just absolute, blissful silence. That was perfectly fine by me. I had a business to run. I was in the shop late one Tuesday afternoon, laying down some beautiful TIG welds on a set of massive custom security gates for an equestrian ranch, when Vance Tracker walked through the open bay doors. Vance runs the major industrial welding supply shop in the county. He sold me half my heavy equipment when I started, gave me lines of credit when I had nothing, and has become something incredibly close to a father figure to me over the years. He's a former Navy Seabee, built like a brick wall, sports a thick gray beard, and absolutely never sugarcoats a damn thing. "Those beads look like stacked dimes, kid," Vance said, his gruff voice echoing over the hum of the ventilation fans as he eyed the massive steel gates. "This client actually going to pay you your worth this time?" "Already got 60% up front in escrow," I said, lifting my welding hood. "Smart man, you're learning." He dropped a heavy canvas bag of specialized electrode rods onto my scarred steel workbench. "By the way, heard through the grapevine your sister is getting hitched." I wiped the sweat off my forehead with a grimy rag and looked at him. "Where exactly did you hear that?" "Small town gossip, Elias. My niece, Becca, works catering and event management out at Emerald Lake Manor, said your family booked the entire estate out for a massive 3-day weekend in late August. Apparently, it's going to be the event of the season." Emerald Lake Manor. I knew the place well. It was the most ridiculously opulent, disgustingly expensive wedding venue in the entire Pacific Northwest. It sat on a private glacial lake, surrounded by manicured botanical gardens, with a price tag that made normal, working-class people physically nauseous. "Good for her," I said, turning back to my TIG torch. Vance leaned his massive frame against the workbench, crossing his arms. "You don't sound particularly thrilled. Did your invitation get lost in the mail?" "I'm not invited yet. We had a bit of a falling out." "Give it time," he snorted, shaking his head. "Families like that? They always come crawling back when they need free labor or a scapegoat. Just watch your six." "You have no idea, Vance." After he left, that conversation lodged itself deep in my brain. If Chloe was planning a massive, 3-day extravaganza at Emerald Lake Manor, that meant serious, liquid cash. And I knew for a fact my parents weren't exactly rolling in that kind of money. Dad was a retired mid-level county administrator with a decent pension, and Mom worked part-time as an office manager at a boutique dental clinic. They lived comfortably, sure, but they were absolutely not $100,000 weekend wedding at the most exclusive venue in the state comfortable. Which immediately got me thinking about something I hadn't thought about in years. My grandpa Harrison, Dad's father. He died when I was 24. Grandpa Harrison was a master machinist. He worked in the dirty, greasy trades his entire life, his hands permanently stained with oil. He was the absolute only person in my entire extended family who ever understood what I was trying to do. When I told him I was skipping college to start my own fabrication shop, he didn't laugh. He didn't call me pathetic. He looked me dead in the eye, and I saw pure, unadulterated pride. Before he passed, he had set up private trust accounts for all 3 of us grandkids. They weren't multi-million-dollar funds, but they were substantial. Mine was specifically supposed to be around $42,500. It was legally earmarked for me to access when I turned 25, specifically meant to be used for business development or higher education. When I turned 25, I was drowning in the chaos of trying to keep Iron and Ember from going bankrupt. I was working 8-hour days, sleeping on a cot in the shop, and I honestly, stupidly, forgot all about the trust fund. I had vaguely assumed my parents were managing it, or that it was sitting safely in an account waiting for me to claim it when I finally had a second to breathe. That night, I left the shop early. I went back to my house, opened a beer, and started frantically digging through my heavy fireproof filing cabinet until I found the original estate paperwork from Grandpa Harrison's death. It took me 3 hours of reading dense legal jargon to locate the specific trust documents and the corresponding account numbers. The next morning, at exactly 8 a.m., I called the primary holding bank. I got transferred 4 different times, put on hold for 45 minutes, and finally reached a senior account manager who could actually look at the archived files. I need detailed information on a trust account that was established in 2018, I said, reading off the long string of numbers. It should have been legally dispersed to me when I turned 25, which was 3 years ago. The woman on the other end typed loudly on her keyboard. Let me pull those archives, Mr. Elias. Okay, yes. I am showing that specific account was fully liquidated and closed in 2022. All funds were dispersed via cashier's check to the secondary custodial account holder. My grip tightened on my phone so hard my knuckles turned white. The blood in my veins felt like ice water. Who exactly was the secondary custodial holder? Arthur Elias. Are you related to the custodian? Yeah, I said, my voice dropping an octave. I'm his son. Can you tell me the exact total amount that was dispersed on that date? The final dispersal amount, including accrued interest, was exactly $42,580. I thanked the woman, hung up the phone, and sat in the cab of my truck staring blankly at the steering wheel for 20 solid minutes. $42,500. Money that my grandfather, the only man who believed in me, left specifically for me to build my dream. Money that could have saved me from eating ramen noodles for 2 years. Money that could have bought me the ventilation system that would have stopped me from coughing up black dust. And my own father had quietly drained the account without saying a single damn word to me. I didn't wait. I called my parents' house that exact evening. Mom answered on the second ring, her voice sickeningly sweet. Elias. Hi, sweetie. We were just talking about you. Chloe is looking at floral arrangements and I need to talk to Dad, right now. Oh, he's in the den watching the golf tournament. Can I have him call you back after the back nine? No. Put him on the phone, Mom. Now. Live. Something in my tone, a dark, heavy finality made her instantly pause. The fake sweetness vanished. Is everything okay, Elias? You sound hostile. Put him on the phone. She didn't argue. A minute later, the line clicked and Dad picked up, sighing heavily into the receiver, sounding massively inconvenienced. What's going on, Elias? Your mother says you're in a mood. Grandpa Harrison's trust fund, I said, skipping the pleasantries. The specific account he set up for my 25th birthday. Where did it go, Dad? There was a long, suffocating silence on the line. I could hear the faint sound of the golf announcer on the TV in the background. Then, the TV was abruptly muted. We used it, he said finally, his voice defensive and tight. For what? Another long pause. We needed it, Elias. Things came up. Marcus's kids had some unexpected medical bills that his insurance didn't fully cover. Your mother had that massive dental reconstruction surgery. And the economy has been tough. We had to make executive family decisions. Executive family decisions. I repeated, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. That money was legally left to me. For my business that I built while sleeping on a concrete floor. And we are your family, Dad snapped, his temper flaring to cover his guilt. We all help each other out in this family. That's what families do. We pool our resources. Did Marcus know? I asked quietly. Did Chloe? This isn't an appropriate conversation for the phone, Elias. Did they get their trust funds, Dad? Answer the question. He let out a long, dramatic sigh, playing the victim. Marcus used his dispersal for the down payment on his new house in Portland. Chloe's was put toward paying off her private student loans, and the rest is helping secure the deposits for her wedding venue. I closed my eyes. The sheer audacity of it was staggering. That was his polite, corporate way of saying they gave my siblings every single penny of their money, and then they secretly stole my money to cover their own debts and fund my sister's extravagant lifestyle. So, everyone got their piece of the pie, except the pathetic blue-collar worker. We were absolutely planning to pay you back, Elias, he added quickly, sensing my silence. When? When we became more liquid. When we could afford it. I laughed. A harsh, barking sound that held zero humor. Right. And exactly how much of that 42 grand have you set aside to pay me back over the last 3 years? Silence. Absolute, damning silence. That's exactly what I thought, I said. Elias, please don't make this a massive deal. Dad pleaded, his voice taking on a patronizing tone. You're doing fine with your little shop now. You bought that house. It's just family money. It all comes out in the wash. No, I said, my voice dropping to a deadly whisper. It was my money. Grandpa's money. I hung up the phone before he could formulate another pathetic excuse. I turned my phone off completely. For the next 3 days, I didn't reach out. I let them stew in their own guilt and anxiety. Meanwhile, I kept working. I kept my head down, my welding hood down, and I started putting the puzzle pieces together. 42 grand. That was almost exactly the massive baseline cost for a premium weekend package at Emerald Lake Manor. I knew that, because Vance's niece had mentioned the venue's ridiculous pricing structure. So Chloe gets her dream fairy tale wedding, Marcus gets his massive Portland house, my parents maintain their wealthy country club facade, and I get my inheritance secretly stolen to bankroll the entire illusion. Yeah, that absolutely was not going to stand. Then, 4 days later, the universe handed me a loaded gun. I got a frantic phone call from a number I didn't recognize. Is this Elias, the owner of Iron and Ember Fabrication? A woman's voice asked. She sounded breathless, practically hyperventilating. Speaking. How can I help you? Hi, my name is Sarah Jenkins. I am the senior venue coordinator out at Emerald Lake Manor. I got your direct number from Vance Tracker over at the supply shop. Mr. Elias, we have a massive emergency situation out here and we desperately need a master custom metalworker ASAP. I sat up straighter in my office chair, kicking my boots off my desk. What kind of emergency? We have a massive, high-profile wedding booked in exactly 6 weeks. It's our biggest event of the season. The couple commissioned this incredibly elaborate, structural steel arbor for the ceremony. It's a massive custom piece. Very expensive. But the original fabricator just called me an hour ago and backed out completely. He breached contract, refunded the deposit, and walked away. Claimed the bride's design modifications were too complex and he couldn't guarantee structural integrity in time. We are completely scrambling to find someone who can take over the project. 6 weeks is an incredibly tight turnaround for a large custom architectural piece, I said truthfully. I know, Sarah pleaded. I know it is. But Vance swore up and down that you are the absolute best fabricator in a 3-county radius. And honestly, Elias, you are our only option. Every other premium shop is booked solid for the summer, or simply doesn't have the TIG welding skills for this level of intricate detail. I leaned back, a slow smile creeping across my face. What exactly is the design? She described it in a rush. A massive 12-foot decorative steel structural arbor, heavy gauge tubing, intricate hand-forged scrollwork, integrated channels for hidden LED lighting, and a custom multi-stage bronze powder coating. It was designed to be the absolute centerpiece of the ceremony, sitting right on the edge of the glacial lake. Challenging? Absolutely. Impossible? Not for me. When do you need a hard answer? I asked. Yesterday, she sighed in exasperation. The bride is literally losing her mind. She is threatening to sue the venue. This arbor is the focal point of her entire aesthetic. Without it, she's threatening to cancel the entire event. Something clicked perfectly into place in my mind. The timeline, the venue, the bride losing her mind over aesthetics. Sarah, I asked softly. What is the bride's name? Chloe. Chloe Elias. Do you happen to know her? My smile stretched from ear to ear. The absolute irony of it was intoxicating. Yeah, Sarah. I know her. She's my younger sister. Sarah went dead quiet on the line. I could practically hear her heart drop into her stomach. Oh God. Is that going to be a problem? I had no idea. Not at all, I said smoothly. In fact, it makes things much easier. Send me the digital blueprints and the engineering specs right now. I'll review them tonight and call you first thing tomorrow morning. Thank you. Seriously, Elias, you are an absolute lifesaver. I hung up the phone and sat alone in my dusty office, surrounded by the smell of burnt steel and grinding wheels, and I started laughing. It started as a chuckle, and grew into a full-blown belly laugh. Because the universe hadn't just handed me a loaded gun, it had painted a massive bullseye on my family's back. Leverage. Pure, unadulterated leverage. The digital design specs Sarah emailed over were ridiculously ambitious. The original fabricator hadn't backed out because it was too complex. I looked at the revision notes. He had backed out because Chloe had submitted 14 different major structural changes in 3 weeks, making his life an absolute living nightmare. She was playing Bridezilla, and he told her to kick rocks. I could build it. Easily. I had the steel stock, I had the equipment, and I had the skill. But building it wasn't the point. Extortion was the point. I called Sarah back at exactly 8 a.m. the next morning. I looked over the blueprints, I said, keeping my voice totally professional. It's highly complex, and it's doable. But 6 weeks means I have to push 2 other lucrative jobs back, pay my guys overtime, and rush order the custom powder coating. Can I do it? Yes. Will it cost the original quote? Absolutely not. How much more? Sarah asked nervously. The original guy quoted her 22 grand, I noted, looking at the attached invoice. He severely underbid just to win the contract. My price is $35,000. $17,500 as a non-refundable deposit paid by wire transfer today, and the remaining half paid via certified cashier's check upon delivery and installation. Sarah actually gasped. Elias, that is incredibly steep. That's a $13,000 upcharge. Do you want it done right, or do you want it done cheap? Because the cheap guy just bailed on you. I can absolutely promise you, with complete certainty, that you will not find another master welder in the Pacific Northwest who can deliver this specific structure, safely, in 6 weeks. A long, heavy pause. Let me call the bride. I will get back to you within the hour. It didn't take an hour. 45 minutes later, my personal cell phone rang. It was Chloe. I let it ring 4 times, savoring the moment, before I finally swiped to answer. Hello? Elias. Her voice was tight, strained, vibrating with barely suppressed panic and rage. I need to talk to you. I'm listening. Sarah, my venue coordinator, just called me. She said you are the only fabricator available to save the metalwork for my ceremony arbor. That's correct. I reviewed the engineering specs. Can you actually build it? She demanded, still laced with that familiar condescension. I kicked my heavy steel-toed boots up onto my desk. I can build anything, Chloe. The real question is whether you actually want me to. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Well, I said slowly, letting every word drip with venom. The last time we spoke at Sunday dinner, you explicitly told me to lie about my job because I sounded so incredibly pathetic. I'm just wondering if you really want pathetic manual labor ruining the aesthetic of your perfect high society dream wedding. Total, suffocating silence on the other end of the line. I could hear her breathing rapidly. That was just a joke, Elias, she finally stammered. You know how I get. I was just trying to be funny. Was it? Because Mom and Dad, and Marcus seemed to think it was hilarious, but I didn't hear a punchline. She exhaled hard, the sound of a cornered animal. Look, Elias, I am sorry, okay? Is that what you want to hear? I'm sorry. I was showing off in front of Julian and I was stressed. It was stupid and insensitive. Can we please just be adults and move past it? I desperately need your help. This wedding is everything to me. $35,000, I said coldly. What? Are you insane? The original guy quoted me 22. The original guy bailed because you micromanaged him into a panic attack. I am your absolute only option, Chloe. Every other shop is booked. So, it's 35 grand. Or you and Julian get married standing under a bare, rusted aluminum pop-up tent from a discount party rental store. Your choice. I could hear her hyperventilating, trying desperately to control her temper because she knew I held all the cards. I have to talk to Dad and Julian. This is way over budget. You have exactly 2 hours to wire the deposit, or I take another contract and you're permanently out of luck. I hung up the phone. That evening my phone blew up. Dad called 6 times. I didn't answer. He left a rambling, furious voicemail about extorting your own flesh and blood, and family loyalty. I saved the voicemail to laugh at later. The next morning, Sarah called me. Her voice was professional but laced with relief. Elias. The bride agreed to your price. She is absolutely furious. But she authorized the funds. There is one strict condition, though. I don't do conditions, Sarah. She is demanding to be heavily involved in the fabrication process. She wants twice-weekly video check-ins, progress photos, and the right to come to your shop to inspect the welds. I smiled. Absolutely not. Excuse me? I do not do client check-ins for high-stress rush jobs. And I absolutely do not allow clients on my active shop floor for liability reasons. She will get 0 updates. I will deliver the finished product to the venue exactly 3 days before the ceremony. If she wants to micromanage, she can go find a magician to conjure an arbor out of thin air. Sarah paused, then let out a quiet laugh. Honestly? Thank God. I will relay your terms. You deliver on time, she pays the balance. Deal? Deal. Have her wire the deposit. The $17,500 deposit hit my business account 2 hours later. I stared at the glowing numbers on my computer screen for a long time. Then, I picked up my phone and called my father. He answered on the first ring, his voice trembling with rage. Elias, how dare you extort your sister like this? You are a selfish, greedy. See, I'm building Chloe's arbor. I interrupted, my voice perfectly level. The deposit cleared. I start cutting steel tomorrow. You should be doing it for cost. Family discount, he yelled. Shut up and listen to me, Dad, I commanded, the sheer force of my tone silencing him instantly. I want my money back. My $42,500. With interest. Elias, we already discussed this. We do not have that kind of liquid cash, just lying around in checking accounts. Figure it out. You magically found 35 grand to pay for Chloe's metal arbor. You found money for Marcus's down payment. You have assets. You have credit lines. We can't just. Listen to me very carefully, I said, my voice dropping to a terrifying calm. If I do not see a massive movement of funds into my account by the end of this month, I am going to have a very loud, very public conversation with Julian's wealthy, conservative parents at the wedding reception. I will tell them exactly how their beautiful new daughter-in-law's wedding was funded by stealing from a dead man's trust fund. You wouldn't dare, Dad whispered, genuine fear finally breaking through his arrogance. You would ruin her life. Try me, I said. And I hung up. The next 6 weeks were an absolute blur of sparks, grinding dust, and pure adrenaline. I threw myself into the Clearwater project with a manic intensity. I worked 12-hour days on the arbor. The design was coming together perfectly. The welds were flawless, strong enough to hold up a house. The intricate scrollwork was hand-forged, heated with an oxyacetylene torch and bent over an anvil until it flowed like metal vines. The integrated LED housing was completely seamless. Divorced over a fabricated story from her toxic best friend, I kept quiet until I got the proof. I dropped the evidence, and ruined them. Both. I, a 3-4-year-old guy, have just completed the final steps of my divorce from Chloe, a 3-year-old female. In Austin, Texas, where we had been living together for 7 years and had been married for 3 years, we had a happy and comfortable existence. Upon reflection, I see that I was a complete and utter idiot for failing to recognize the impending catastrophe from a mile away. The warning indicators were not merely present, rather, they were blazing neon lights. Nonetheless, I continued to disregard them since I had a deep affection for Chloe. Indeed, I did it. But there was a term for the enormous and obvious fissure that existed in our relationship: Roxy. Chloe's best buddy from college was Roxy back in the day. When you first met someone, did you feel your stomach plummet because you knew without a doubt that they were going to cause you complete and utter trouble? Roxy was the one who said that. She had a pathological need to be the center of attention in every single room she entered. Not just because she was noisy and aggressively self-absorbed, but also because she was hyper-focused on herself. I had the impression that Roxy was evaluating me from the moment Chloe introduced us to each other at a bar in the downtown area. She wasn't looking at me like a friend's new partner. Rather, she was looking at me like an obstacle. In the same way that she needed to figure out how to disassemble me, I was a conundrum. On the other hand, Chloe was totally unaware of it. To her, Roxy was her soulmate. She was the girl who had her hair pulled back during fraternity parties, and who comforted her while she was going through a difficult breakup. Roxy knew precisely how to push my buttons, and she made a sport out of it. I told myself, okay, I'll bite my tongue. She's important to the woman I love. However, Roxy knew exactly how to push my buttons. The moment Chloe and I announced our engagement, things began to take a fast turn for the worse. 4 years into our relationship, I made the proposal. We had a wonderful home, we were doing well in our work, and everything seemed to be going well. Chloe was beaming with happiness. However, as soon as the ring was placed on her finger, Roxy was nearly a living being in our minds. At first, it was not very obvious. For the wedding, Chloe and I decided to go with a color palette that featured gold and dark blue. The proposal was rejected by Roxy, who informed Chloe that it appeared to be a corporate retreat and advocated for the use of blush pink and sage green. Because I didn't care about colors, I didn't give it any thought. The catering was the next point of contention. Considering that we were in Texas, it was only logical for us to pay for a big barbecue buffet. There were exactly 0 vegans on our guest list. But Roxy threw a fuss, and demanded that we spend an additional $4,000 on a specific vegan, gluten-free station, because she believed that a modern wedding needs to be inclusive. None of them. Chloe, however, went along with Roxy's suggestion that the barbecue would make her feel excluded. When she was 1 month away from being married, she reached the pinnacle of her arrogance. The aisle walk was Roxy's own personal demand. As a bridesmaid, not at all. She desired to walk down the aisle before the wedding party, to a unique acoustic tune, and she wanted to do so, without any other people there. Justification on her part? I've been Chloe's rock through every trauma and heartbreak. This day is about celebrating the people who built her up to be ready for marriage. With the assumption that it was a joke, Chloe's statement caused me to literally burst out laughing. Nevertheless, Chloe was not laughing. She appeared to be fatigued and simply nodded. It's just a small thing, Mark. If it makes her happy, what's the harm? It was my attempt to step in. I sat Chloe down and gave her the following advice. This is our wedding. It is not a Broadway stage for Roxy to perform a one-woman show. Your sister is your maid of honor. That is enough. Chloe instantly became defensive and accused me of being unaccommodating. Roxy acted as if I had spit in her face once she had the knowledge that I had objected to something. Wow, she exclaimed to me the following day in our kitchen, her eyes narrowing in surprise. I didn't realize your fiancé was so controlling, Chloe. Chloe did not protect me in any way. Her gaze was fixed solely on the ground. Roxy was able to make her momentous entry. She made the most of every moment as she made her way down that aisle, performing as if she were walking down the red carpet. The members of my family in the front row were visibly uncomfortable. I gritted my teeth, smiled for the cameras, and prayed that once we were legally bound, Roxy's hold on our lives would loosen. I did this while smiling for the cameras. I was completely and utterly incorrect. Immediately following the wedding, Roxy did not disappear into the background. During the course of our marriage, she became the third person. The name Roxy was in every single plan for the weekend, every single getaway, and every single restaurant idea. Oh, Roxy said that Italian place is overrated, let's go where she suggested. Roxy is free this weekend, I told her she could tag along to the lake. I attempted to establish some limits. I gently conveyed to Chloe that I had the impression that I was married to both of them, and that I required both of us to have our separate lives. The reaction that Chloe usually gave was the same. Mark, she is my best friend. You just don't completely comprehend the connection that we share. Despite the fact that I could not comprehend it, I was aware that Roxy had not the slightest bit of respect for either my marriage or for me. In addition, Chloe was unable to see it because she was buried in the fog. The most significant error I've ever made in my life was to remain silent in order to maintain peace. By maintaining my silence, I gave Roxy permission to interfere in the situation. Around the time that we had been married for 2 years, things were beginning to feel more at ease. It was a routine for us. I work, I go to the gym, we cook together, and we watch TV on the couch. It was then that the tranquility was disrupted on a dreary Tuesday evening. I had just finished preparing fish for dinner when I heard the doorbell ring. I was in the kitchen. On the moment that Chloe responded to it, I heard hysterical cries that were accompanied by gasps. I was holding a dish towel as I came out into the hallway, and there was Roxy waiting for me. The mascara was pouring down her cheeks, and she was holding a large luggage. She was completely saturated. Roxy cried. He kicked me out. As she collapsed into Chloe's arms, I was thrown out. Derek dumped me. I have nowhere to go. As Chloe led her inside, she gave me a look that was so frightened that it was obvious that she was telling me, "Don't you dare say no." During the dramatic recounting of how her boyfriend of 8 months had taken her by surprise and said that she was too toxic, Roxy hurled herself onto the sofa in our living room. In all honesty, Derek was a really intelligent man. While Roxy was crying so loudly that the neighbors could hear her, Chloe approached me in the kitchen and asked me in a low voice, "Is it possible for her to stay here for a few times? Just until she figures things out?" What am I supposed to say? I mustered up the courage to nod. Yeah. A few days. A couple of days evolved into 5 weeks of excruciating pain. Roxy did not merely reside with us. Rather, she made her way into our house. As soon as I had finished painting the guest room and arranging it to function as a tidy and peaceful office space, it turned into a landfill. Clothes of designer brands were strewn about everywhere. Stains of grease were left on the wood of the nightstands, which were covered in empty wine bottles and containers of Uber Eats that had been partially consumed. She took complete control of the living room. Following a 10-hour shift at the company, I would arrive home fatigued, only to discover Roxy splayed out on the couch wearing the bathrobe that belonged to my wife, watching reality television at a volume of 60, and surrounded by crumpled chip bags. She didn't even recognize my presence when I walked in the door. Nothing more than a blank stare at the screen. A biohazard was present in the kitchen. Roxy pretended to be a baker whenever she was under a lot of pressure, which meant that she used every single pot, pan, and mixing bowl that we had, burned whatever it was that she was preparing, and then left the charred remnants in the sink for me to clean down. I was going completely insane. To Chloe, I pleaded with her. "It's been over a month, Chloe. She's treating our house like a frat house. She needs to leave." Chloe appeared to be in a state of conflict. "I know it's hard, Mark, but she's depressed. She has no one else." She has parents who live 40 minutes away," I exclaimed out loud. "They judge her," Chloe pointed out in her argument. "Just give her a little more time." The final straw broke 3 days after it had been broken. After finishing my errands on a Saturday afternoon, I returned home with the anticipation of preparing a cup of coffee using my high-end espresso machine, which is my pride and pleasure and was a gift to myself after I received a significant promotion. As I entered the kitchen, I became completely still. Complete disassembly of the machine was carried out. Parts were submerged in water that was cloudy and soapy. The steam wand appeared to be twisting. The island was where Roxy was sitting, and she was scrolling through her phone. My voice was raised to an alarmingly low pitch as I said, "What did you do to my machine?" He didn't even bother to look up. "Oh, it was making a weird noise when I tried to make a latte, so I took it apart to clean it." "You're welcome." Taking the components out of the water, I shouted, "You don't know how to clean a $2,000 espresso machine," as I removed them from the water. "You've ruined the electrical housing." She eventually looked at me with a look of complete and utter disgust, rolling her eyes. "God, Mark, it's just a stupid coffee maker. Stop being so dramatic. I'll buy you a new one when I get my life together." I observed a crimson color. I did not watch for Chloe to arrive at her house. As I turned to Roxy, I gestured in the direction of the hallway. "Pack your bags. You are leaving. Today." Laughing, Roxy scoffed. "You can't kick me out. Chloe said I could stay." "I pay the mortgage, Roxy. You have 2 hours, or I'm putting your trash bags on the front lawn." Roxy was in the driveway loading her car when Chloe arrived home, and she was crying so hard that she could have won an Oscar for her performance. In a fit of rage, Chloe ran up to me. "How could you do this to her? She's at her lowest. She destroyed my property, Chloe. She's been disrespecting me in my own home for over a month. I am done." Before finally leaving to go to her parents' place, Chloe spent the next 3 hours reassuring Roxy through her words of comfort. When Chloe returned to the house, she found that the environment was utterly poisonous. She informed me that I was nasty, that I lacked empathy, and that I had irreparably broken her connection with her closest friend. I informed her that I didn't care about the situation. The house was peaceful for the first time in what seemed like weeks. I believed that the worst was behind us. I was completely unaware that the nightmare hadn't even started yet. I believed that Chloe and I were gradually healing the damage a couple of weeks after I had kicked Roxy out of the house. We were beginning to talk more to one another, we were attending couples counseling, and things were beginning to feel more normal. The following Saturday was the one that completely ruined my life. Both Chloe and Roxy had gone out to have breakfast together. Even though I detested the fact that they continued to hang out together, I knew better than to prevent it. I decided to stay at home, clean my car, do some laundry, and then go to the enormous H-E-B grocery store that is located a few miles away in order to load up on supplies for the upcoming week. Saturday was very unremarkable and typical. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chloe arrived home, and I was in the kitchen putting away chicken breasts. I gave her a kind grin. "Hey, how was brunch?" She did not smile in response. Her eyes were red and puffy, and her face was as rigid as a rock. She walked straight into our bedroom, locked the door behind her, and abandoned her purse on the counter. She did not utter a single word as she carried her purse. Standing there, clutching a carton of eggs, I was absolutely perplexed by the situation. The door was knocked on by me. "Chloe? Are you okay? Did something happen with Roxy?" The voice she said was muted but oozing with malice. "Leave me alone, Mark," she repeated. It was there that she remained for the remainder of the day. She did not bother to come out for dinner. At almost 11 o'clock at night, when I finally went to bed, she was positioned on the very edge of the mattress, facing the wall, and wearing an angry expression on her face. I was unable to continue to put up with it the following morning. At the very edge of the bed, I sat down. "Chloe, stop. What is going on? What did I do?" She forced herself to sit up, pulled the blanket up to her chest, and glared at me as if I were a complete stranger. "Where were you yesterday around 1 p.m.? TM. I was at H-E-B. I bought groceries. You saw me putting them away." It was a harsh and acrid laugh that she let out. "Right, groceries. Is that what you call her?" I became aware of a knot rising in my stomach. "What the hell are you talking about?" Chloe spewed out, "Roxy saw you, Mark," while her voice continued to shake with anger. "She was driving past the H-E-B parking lot. She saw you leaning into your car, making out with a blonde woman. She said you were wearing your gray Patagonia jacket, the exact jacket hanging in the hallway right now." I was utterly unable to move since the claim was so ridiculous. I sat there for a long time. "Chloe, I was putting groceries in my trunk, by myself. There was no blonde woman. I didn't speak to anyone except the cashier, whose name was literally Greg. Are you out of your mind?" The tears began to fall from Chloe's eyes as she cried, "Don't gaslight me. Roxy wouldn't lie about this. She called me crying, because she was so heartbroken for me." I responded with a cry. "Roxy despises my guts," as my own wrath began to flare up. I kicked her out of the house. "Of course she would lie. She's trying to punish me." Chloe gave a passionate shake of her head. No, she's my best friend. She wouldn't do something this evil just to get back at you. She described your car. She described your jacket. I was now walking around the room and pulling at my hair as I said, because she knows what car I drive and what jacket I wear. Chloe, check my phone, check my location history, check the dashcam in the car. I will literally drive us to HEB right now and beg them for the security footage. I did not cheat on you. I quickly grabbed my phone and pushed it into her hands as if it were a weapon. She did not accept it as a gift. She mumbled, "Location history can be faked," as she cast her gaze downward toward the ground, "and dashcams can be turned off." I don't know what to believe. The impact of the sentence was greater than that of a physical blow. My mind is at a loss for what to believe. For 7 years, after 7 years of faithfulness, of providing support for her, and of constructing a life together, it was only one sentence from a woman who deliberately loathed me that was enough to undo everything that had been done. She was so adamant that she refused to even look at the proof. Due to the fact that Roxy's claim was unquestionable, she had already made up her mind. I lowered my voice to a whisper and asked, "Are you seriously under the impression that I would cheat on you? In a grocery store parking lot, in broad daylight, wearing a jacket your friend recognizes? Do you think I'm that stupid, or just that evil?" Chloe decided not to respond. She just shed a tear. Finally, she hushed, "I need space," and she continued, "I'm going to my parents' house." After packing her belongings, she left within the hour. She was not stopped by me. It was too late for me to fight, because I was too fatigued and too deeply hurt by the betrayal of her doubt. I was sitting on the couch in a house that was completely empty, staring at the wall, and I felt my entire reality disintegrate. After 3 days had passed, Chloe sent me a text message. "I believe that it would be best if we went our separate ways. My attorney will get in touch with you. Please refrain from getting in touch with me. Not in any other way. Nothing to talk about." There was no looking at the tape from the dashcam, which I checked, and it showed me loading groceries by myself fine, but she banned my number before I could send it. It's just a text message and a lawyer. What followed was a living horror for the following 2 months. The news of our separation spread like wildfire among our group of friends, and Roxy was the person who was most responsible for starting the fire. It was a vast web of lies that she woven. Not only did she tell people that I had cheated on her, but she also gave them the impression that I had been emotionally abusive, that I had forced her out because she had discovered my dark secrets, and that Chloe was a wounded woman who was trying to escape a monster. I had been friends with the same people for years, but they stopped responding to my texts. There was a sudden departure from the league of the guys with whom I played fantasy football. When I ran into folks at coffee shops, they looked at me with a look of complete loathing, and then quickly left the establishment. As a result, I was entirely alone. My very own family was filled with horror, and even though they believed me, the tension of the rumors was consuming me to the point of death. I sank into a profound state of depression. After a long day at work, I returned home to a quiet house and found myself staring at the ceiling. Despite the fact that I was seething with rage at Roxy, my most intense and excruciating rage was reserved for Chloe. I was discarded by her as if I were junk. It seemed as if she did not even bother to engage in a conversation with me. I made the decision that I would no longer continue to fight for a woman who prioritized a parasite before her own spouse. I signed the documents for the divorce. The equity in the house was in her possession. Simply put, I desired to be liberated from the insanity. After a period of 2 months, the divorce was eventually formalized, and then the universe became involved. Thursday evening was the time of day. I was sitting at the kitchen island, eating a bowl of pasta, when I heard a buzzing sound from my phone. It was a number that was not known. "How are you, Mark? This is Maya. It's been a long since we last spoke, but I really need to catch up with you. It is not a secret that Roxy lied about cheating. I offer evidence. Let me know when you are available to meet." While I was staring at the TV, my vision began to become blurry. Maya was a young lady who was a part of Chloe and Roxy's larger circle of friends. She was always reserved, and a little on the edge, but she was nice. At that moment, my heart began to beat against my ribs. Instantaneously, I responded to the text message by saying, "I am available to meet right now. What are you doing?" 30 minutes later, I entered a Starbucks located in the downtown area that was barely lighted. Maya appeared to be in a state of extreme anxiety as she sat in a booth in the corner, holding a mug of tea in her hand. I chose to forego the pleasantries and instead take a seat across from her. There was a slight tremor in my voice when I inquired, "What do you have, Maya?" She took a deep breath while displaying an expression of extreme guilt. "Mark, I am so sorry. I've been sitting on this for months because Roxy terrifies me. She has a way of ruining people who cross her. But watching you lose your marriage, seeing everyone turn on you, I couldn't sleep anymore. You need to see this." She then moved her phone across the table after unlocking it, opening the iMessage thread she had with Roxy, and placing it there. I hung my head down. The content of the messages was from the very same Saturday when the alleged cheating incident took place. At 2:15 p.m., Roxy said, "Oh my goodness, I just dropped the absolute bomb on Chloe." Maya will ask, "What did you do?" At 2:18 p.m., I informed Roxy that I spotted Mark making out with a blonde at HEB around 2:20 o'clock in the afternoon. Her face ought to have been visible to you. In other words, she bought it with all of her heart. Currently, she is in the process of packing her bags. Maya. Wait, what? This is at 2:25 p.m. Are you sure you saw him in person? At 2:28 p.m., Roxy responded, "Lama. No. I was at the nail salon. However, he ejected me from the house like a dog." Maya. He is a narcissist who is dominating, and he was attempting to separate Chloe from me for whatever reason. My mission was to save her. On top of that, she is so easily duped that it was almost too simple. Without him, she is in a better position. My respiration came to a halt. The images of the words became muddled. It's so naive that she's so gullible. It was way too simple to be true. I had to set the phone down on the table because my hands were shaking so badly that I couldn't hold it. It wasn't only that Roxy had made a mistake. It was not someone that she had misidentified. She had meticulously planned out the devastation of my life, she had carried it out without a hitch, and she had smiled about it. In addition, Chloe, who is my wife and the person who made the pledge to love and honor me, was referred to as a gullible pawn. No, Maya was not finished yet. Scroll down, Mark. There's more. Messages from a week later were displayed when I swiped down. Maya, Roxy, this is a very disorganized situation. What happens if they are able to locate him? But what if they discover the answer? I don't think so, Roxy. Chloe prevented him from accessing anything. In all honesty, I was in desperate need of the distraction anyway. She wouldn't notice the cash if she was concentrating on Mark, which she was. Who is the cash, Maya? Roxy. Don't get too worked up. While I was living with them, I was able to use Chloe's iPad during that time. Over the course of a few weeks, I used her emergency funds to send me almost $8,000 via Venmo in order to pay off my American Express card. That is an account that she never checks. When she finally becomes aware of it, she will be so preoccupied with the divorce that she will believe Mark has taken it. It was a bodily gag to me. The room began to spin. It's not simply that Roxy was spiteful that she ruined my marriage. It was a smokescreen that she used to cover up a large theft, and she ruined it. In order to cover her tracks, she blew up our family and stole $8,000 from my wife by blowing up our family. I was staring at the girl on the other side of me when I finally managed to exhale. Maya. Why did you let this happen? Maya's cheeks were dripping with moist tears. I was terrified. Roxy threatened to ruin my career. She knows my boss. But I can't live with this anymore. I forwarded all the screenshots to your email. Do whatever you need to do. It wasn't just Maya that I thanked. After making the payment for her tea, I walked out to my car and sat in the driver's seat for 20 minutes, allowing the sheer magnitude of the situation to wash over me. My despair, which had been weighing me down for months, vanished in an instant, and it was immediately replaced by a wrath that was icy, razor-sharp, and scary. It was not in my nature to scream. It was my goal to carry out a demolition that was immaculate. I started by sending the screenshots to my attorney as the first step. Due to the fact that the divorce was finalized, the assets of the marriage had already been divided. However, the discovery of the stolen $8,000, which was technically half of my property at the time, indicated that Roxy had committed both wire fraud and theft. My attorney was drooling profusely. The second step was that I took out my phone, unblocked Chloe's number, and sent a single text message to our conversation. What actually took place on that day is something that I can attest to. Tomorrow at noon, I will be waiting for you at the benches in Centennial Park. If you do not show up, you will be miserable for the rest of your life, because of your decision. Instantaneously, she read it. The response she gave was, "Fine." An hour later, there was a clear blue sky and a cool breeze the following day. I was wearing a nice watch and a clean shirt as I sat on the green park bench, and I had the distinct impression that I was extremely detached. There was no longer any love in my heart for the woman I was about to meet. The moment Chloe refused to look at the footage from my dashcam, she passed away. I loved her the most. Chloe arrived to the scene looking miserable. It was obvious that she had lost weight because she had dark circles under her eyes, and she was wearing a sweater that was too big for her. Her arms were crossed, and she looked at me in a defensive manner. "Make it quick, Mark. What is this about?" No words were spoken by me. The PDF of the screenshots that I had printed out was opened on my iPad, and I handed it to her after pulling it out of my pocket. When I said, "Read the highlighted parts," my voice was completely silent. Chloe grabbed the iPad and rolled her eyes as she did so. However, as her eyes moved across the screen, the irritation began to subside. Her posture became more rigid. The color quickly disappeared from her face, leaving her with a presence that was eerie and spectral. As she read the text, her eyes widened and darted back and forth across the page. Despite the fact that she was still wearing her wedding ring on her right hand, her hands began to shake so violently that the iPad began to tap against it. Upon reaching the section where she discussed the $8,000, she made a sound that I will never forget. She let out a guttural, wounded gasp, as if someone had just stabbed her in the stomach with a knife. While she was staring at me with wide, horrified eyes, she dropped the iPad onto the bench and covered her mouth with both hands. Chloe mumbled beneath her breath, She lied. And her voice was shaking. She made it up. She stole from me. In response, I said, yeah, while leaning back against the bench and experiencing no sensation at all. She made it up because she hated me. She stole from you because she thinks you're a gullible idiot. And she was right, wasn't she? As if I had struck her, Chloe jerked back and forth. Her face was flooded with tears, and they began to pour down in torrents. Mark. Oh my God, Mark, I didn't know. I swear to God I didn't know. You didn't want to know, I reprimanded her in a heartless manner. I offered you my phone. I offered you my dashcam. I begged you to look at the truth. But you chose her. You threw away 7 years of our lives, you let her drag my name through the mud, and you let all our friends think I was a monster. All because you couldn't take 3 seconds to question your toxic, parasitic friend. When Chloe was standing next to the bench, she suddenly fell to her knees and collapsed onto the ground. While she was crying uncontrollably, she grabbed my hand. I'm so sorry. I'm so stupid. Mark, please forgive me. We can fix this. We can tear up the divorce papers, we can get remarried, we can go to therapy. I will never speak to her again. I'll do anything. Please, you're the love of my life. I looked down at the woman with whom I had intended to start a family and with whom I had completed the construction of our home. The sight of her begging in the dirt did not make me happy, but it also did not make me feel sorry for her by any means. There was no water in the well at all. After carefully removing my hand from her grasp, I stood up and walked away. There is nothing to fix, Chloe, I whispered to her from a distance. This isn't just about Roxy lying, it's about the fact that you had absolutely zero trust in me. A marriage without trust is nothing. You chose your side. Now you get to live with the consequences. She grabbed my leg and yelled, Mark, no, please don't walk away, as she put her hand on my leg. Adding, by the way, I looked down at her for the very last time before speaking. My lawyer is forwarding those screenshots to the police regarding the wire fraud. I suggest you check your bank statements. Goodbye, Chloe. I walked away after turning around. In spite of the fact that her cries reverberated throughout the park, I did not turn around. I felt like I could finally breathe for the first time in almost a year. I had been unable to do so. Still, I wasn't finished. As soon as I arrived at my vehicle, I opened the group chat that I was still technically a part of. This was the chat with all of the friends that we shared in common who had shunned me. Those screenshots have been uploaded. A single message was typed by me, for the record, cheers to your companion. After that, I left the group, blocked every single number, and drove back to my house to place an order for an enormous steak. Over the course of the following month, the fallout was biblical. Because she wanted to make amends, Maya kept me informed about the situation. An explosion occurred in Roxy's life the moment those screenshots were posted in the group chat. As if they were a pack of wolves, her friends who had been so cruel to her and who had demonized me turned against her. Nobody likes a thief, and nobody likes a pathological liar who blows up a marriage for fun. Both behavior are disliked by everyone. It was immediately decided that she would be excluded from the entire social circle. Having been fueled by complete and utter destruction as well as rage, Chloe went straight to the police. Roxy was charged with theft of $8,000, and she filed charges against her. The digital paper trail was proven beyond a reasonable doubt due to the fact that Roxy paid her American Express card with Chloe's iPad and then transferred the money directly to her own accounts. In 2 weeks, Roxy was taken into custody at her place of employment. Maya claims that the police used handcuffs to walk her out of the building, right in front of the Human Resources Department. On the spot, she was terminated from her position. Roxy made an attempt to portray herself as a victim on social media by posting rambling, unfocused status updates about how she was being framed by a toxic abuser, and how nobody understands the pressure she was under. However, this strategy was a complete and utter failure. She was being ridiculed by individuals she hadn't communicated with in years in the comments section. Eventually, she deleted all of her accounts and was forced to move back in with her parents, which was precisely the situation she was attempting to avoid when she broke into my residential property. She is currently facing serious charges of grand theft and wire fraud, and she is expected to serve a significant amount of time in jail. The situation in Chloe's life is not significantly better. Totally and completely, the guilt shattered her. Because she was unable to afford the mortgage on her own, Especially considering the fact that the funds that were stolen were gone, she was forced to sell the lovely house that we had purchased together. In the less desirable part of town, she relocated to a cramped apartment with only one bedroom that was depressing. Months passed while she attempted to get in touch with me, emails that are lengthy and rambling. She left voicemails in which she cried, pleaded for a second chance, and stated that she was going to undergo intensive therapy in order to analyze the reasons why she was so easily manipulated. Never once did I respond. After some time, I arranged for my attorney to send a letter requesting that the messages be stopped, and they eventually stopped. I was informed by a friend of ours that Chloe is a mere shadow of the person she used to be. The only two people who actually cared about her were Roxy and me, and she alienated the friend group because they couldn't stand the constant drama. She also lost the only two people who were with her to begin with. She rejected a man who loved her without conditions in favor of a friend who saw her as a walking ATM as a potential partner. What about me? It's going really well for me. The money that was provided to me as part of the divorce settlement was invested by me. Not only did I receive a significant promotion at work, but I also purchased a chic condo in the downtown area that overlooks the water, and I have begun dating once more. My current girlfriend is a sweet and reasonable person, and her best friend is a golden retriever, which is exactly my speed. I am very interested in her. Despite the fact that it took its sweet time to arrive, karma was able to perfectly level the playing field that had been created. The legal nightmare that Roxy deserved was brought upon her. It was Chloe's choice to live a life of solitude. As a result, I was able to regain my freedom, my dignity, and the ultimate satisfaction of knowing that I had been correct the entire time. My sister hacked my daughter's 4-year hair growth, while she begged no. Dad defended her, but Grandma called the cops. She got 16 months probation. When I opened the door to my parents' house that afternoon, the first sound I heard was my 8-year-old daughter's heartbroken wailing. It wasn't the crying that kids do when they're having a tantrum or upset about something. This was raw, desperate pain that caused my heart to stop beating. Emma was curled up on the couch, face buried in a pillow, and her shoulders shook with each sob. But what surprised me was not the tears. It was her hair. Her lovely golden hair reached down to her waistline. She had been growing her hair for 4 years. She proudly displayed her hair to her friends every day. She imagined her hair growing to be as long as Rapunzel's. It was now merely choppy shoulder-length bits trimmed so severely that it appeared to have been butchered with dull scissors. Right then, I felt the blood in my veins turn icy. My wife raced in behind me, and when she saw our daughter, she immediately froze. I could hear her panting for breath. Then her voice broke through the silence, frigid as ice. Who did it? Emma looked up, her eyes puffy from crying so hard, lips shaking as she murmured, "Aunt Rachel." Following Emma's response, what followed next shattered my connection with my family. Before I go into the facts of the narrative, I'd like to thank you for listening to us today. I hope you have a calm day, and don't forget to like my post if you want to wish me well. Hello everyone. My name is Ryan, and I am a 8-year-old software developer living in Denver, Colorado, with my wife and daughter. We just relocated here 2 years ago after my wife, Emma, and I had a significant disagreement with my extended family. It's not like I was afraid of them taking revenge, so I fled. I wanted to start again with our life, and I wanted my kid to be free from my toxic family, including my poisonous parents and toxic sister. The story I'm telling you today occurred on Saturday, August 12, 2023. My wife, Emma, and I were still living near my parents' home in Phoenix, Arizona. I recall that day vividly because it was the funeral of Chris, my best buddy from college. Chris perished in a vehicle accident, leaving his wife and 2 small children. The news of his demise left me absolutely crushed. Chris was more than simply a friend, he was like a brother to me. The funeral was held in Tucson, about 1.5 hours from Phoenix. We had planned to take Emma with us, but she had been profoundly affected by my mother-in-law's burial 2 years prior. Emma had nightmares for months thereafter, and we didn't want her to go through this again. That morning, as we were getting ready, Hannah asked me worriedly, "Are you sure it's okay to leave Emma at your parents' house?" I could ask Jessica to watch her. Jessica was Hannah's best friend, and we trusted her fully. But I turned it down. I told my wife, "Jessica's about to have her baby. Plus, my parents watching Emma won't be a problem. It's just for one day." Hannah was quiet for a bit, then said, "Is Rachel going to be there?" When my wife mentioned my sister, I hesitated but didn't make a decision. A few seconds later, I nodded and said, "Probably, but I'll tell my parents not to leave Rachel alone with Emma." Hannah eventually agreed to my explanation, despite her obvious discomfort with it. And that was my worst mistake, I didn't listen to my wife. Around 9 a.m., we dropped Emma off at my parents' home. When we stepped in, I noticed Rachel seated on the couch, scrolling through her phone. When we entered, she looked up and gave Emma a strange look. But, At the time, I pushed Rachel's stare to the side since I was prepping for the funeral. Before leaving, I told my mother, "Please watch Emma for us. We'll be back before 6 p.m. My mother immediately nodded and answered, "Don't worry. I'll take good care of Emma." Looking into my mother's eyes and hearing her confident promise, I knew she would take great care of Emma. Emma approached me and hugged me before my wife and I got into the car. Her voice was soft as she said, "Dad, I'm a little scared." I immediately knelt, stroked my daughter's hair, and asked, "Sweetheart, what are you afraid of?" Emma hesitated for a moment, then answered, "I don't know. It's just a feeling." At the time, I assumed she was worried about being away from us all day. I hurriedly kissed Emma's forehead and whispered, "It'll be fine. We'll be home soon." If I'd known what was going to happen that day, I would never have left my daughter there. That morning went on normally. I video called my mother at 11 a.m. Emma was playing in the living room, watching cartoons and painting. My mother was baking in the kitchen and checking on my granddaughter to see if she needed anything. My father had gone out for coffee with his pals. Hannah and I returned to my mother's house around 5 p.m. to pick up Emma. And what happened thereafter made me regret everything. When I opened the door to my parents' house that afternoon, the first sound I heard was my 8-year-old daughter's heartbroken wailing. Emma sat alone in the living room, huddled up on the couch, face buried in a pillow, shoulders quivering with each sob. But what surprised me was not the tears. It was her hair. Her lovely golden hair reached down to her waistline. She had been growing her hair for 4 years. She proudly displayed her hair to her friends every day. She imagined her hair growing to be as long as Rapunzel's. Now, there was only choppy shoulder-length chunks. The cut was so bad that it appeared to have been hacked at with dull scissors. My wife raced in behind me, and when she saw our daughter, she immediately froze. I could hear her panting for breath. Then her voice broke through the silence, frigid as ice. "Who did it?" Emma looked up, her eyes puffy from crying so hard, lips shaking as she murmured, "Aunt Rachel." My wife and I fell silent when we heard our daughter named Rachel. I knew Rachel had trimmed my daughter's hair. Following that, the first thing we did not do was locate Rachel. And it wasn't to see my mother either. My wife and I ran over to hug and console Emma. In our arms, Emma told us everything in a strangled voice. Every detail caused my heart to throb. It all began around 3 p.m. when only Rachel and Emma were at home. My mother had to go out to get more culinary items, so she left Rachel to watch my kid. Emma informed us that Rachel sat next to her, her voice particularly kind, and added, "Emma, I just learned a wonderful new hairdo. Would you like to test it?" Emma instantly shook her head and answered, "I don't want to cut my hair." Rachel persisted in convincing her. Her voice is still kind. "I am not cutting anything. It is simply a matter of styling." Emma was hesitant at this point, but Rachel had promised not to cut her hair, so she consented to let her braid it. That's when everything started going awry. Rachel escorted Emma into the restroom and seated her in a chair facing away from the mirror. When Emma inquired why she couldn't look in the mirror, Rachel responded, "It's a surprise. You'll adore it." Emma then heard the sound of scissors. At this point, my daughter turned around and inquired, "What are you doing?" Rachel pushed Emma's head to face forward again and said, "Sit still. I'm just trimming a little bit." Emma began weeping and attempting to stand up, but Rachel gripped my daughter's shoulders tightly. Cut after cut went through my daughter's long hair, which had been growing for 4 years. Emma screamed and begged Rachel to stop, but my sister would not listen. She continued to trim her hair until it was barely shoulder length, having previously reached her waist. When Rachel let go, Emma bolted from the bathroom, glanced in the hallway mirror, and burst into sobs. Her hair was trimmed improperly, with ragged layers that seemed like someone had intentionally ruined it. My mother arrived home about then. She raced in when she heard Emma crying, then stood motionless when she saw her granddaughter's hair. At this point, my mother questioned Rachel, "What did you do?" Rachel shrugged, her voice serene as she said, "I just chopped her hair. It was too long and messy." After that response, my mother said nothing further. She simply walked Emma to the living room and attempted to console her granddaughter, but she refused to stop crying. Emma continued to wail for about 12 minutes, despite my attempts to console her. My mother got up and went somewhere. My daughter wasn't sure where Grandma had gone. She just kept her head down and wept. When she glanced up, my wife and I returned to take her up. What my daughter told us infuriated me. My sister had done something that made me angry. I was furious at my own foolishness. I was angry because I had previously ignored all of the warning flags, and I was unhappy with my mother because she had left Emma alone at home with Rachel. Even worse, when she cut my daughter's hair, my mother did not chastise her. Holding Emma in my arms, I recalled Rachel's demeanor and what she had said about my daughter's hair. I had been thoughtless and ignored the warning indications. Rachel has always had an issue with Emma's long hair. My sister has been making disparaging remarks about Emma's hair ever since she began growing it. During a family supper, Rachel looked at Emma and then turned to me, mockingly saying, "Why do you allow Emma have such long hair?" Hannah immediately set down her fork and said coldly, "That is Emma's choice. It's not your business." Rachel remained silent following that comment. But I saw my sister glance at Hannah with utter disdain. My wife and sister's friendship deteriorated from that point on. About 3 months before the haircutting event, during a family gathering, Rachel unexpectedly suggested to Emma, "Let me cut your hair. I recently learned a lovely short hairdo." Emma shook her head. Her voice was frightened as she said, "I don't want to cut my hair." Rachel didn't give up and kept trying to persuade her. She replied, "Just a little trim. Trust me, you'll look so much prettier." Hannah jumped up, walked behind Emma like a protective shield, and said firmly. Emma said, "No, this conversation is finished." When Hannah intervened, Rachel shrugged, smiled coldly, and said, "You're taking this too seriously. I want what's best for your daughter," Hannah said to me on the walk home after the gathering. "I do not trust Rachel. She'll do something to Emma's hair if she gets the chance." At that point, I sighed and said, "You are overthinking this. Rachel can be a little much, but she wouldn't go that far." Right after I said that, Hannah turned to look at me, dissatisfied. She said nothing else, but I knew she disagreed with me, and later I understood Hannah was correct all along. If I had listened to my wife, none of this would have occurred. After my kid had stopped crying, I gently inquired, "Where is Aunt Rachel?" Emma turned toward Rachel's chamber and replied, "Aunt Rachel is in her room." After cutting my hair, she walked to her room. As soon as Emma stopped speaking, I dashed to Rachel's door. I hammered on the door with my fist. While beating, I yelled, "Where the hell are you, Rachel? Get out of here right away." About 10 seconds later, the door opened. When Rachel saw me, she stood stunned for a few seconds before swiftly regaining her calm. Rachel glanced at us innocently and said, "Oh, you're back. I chopped Emma's hair. Doesn't it seem a lot cuter now?" Following that comment, the air in the room felt as thick as concrete. Hannah took a step toward Rachel. Each step is gradual but dangerous. Her voice was as frigid as I had ever heard it. She growled at Rachel. "What have you just said?" Rachel continued with a somewhat angry tone, not realizing how serious the situation was. "Sister-in-law, you are acting as if I killed someone. It's only a haircut. Hair grows back." That remark set off a time bomb inside Hannah. Hannah took another step toward Rachel, saying, word for word, "My daughter said no. You had no right to touch Emma's hair." At this point, Rachel began to appear concerned. She backed up and took a defensive stance against her door. While the air between the three of us remained suffocatingly tight, the front door opened again. My mother and father walked in. My father, Michael, is 64 years old and retired from a construction company. He's a typical patriarch who believes his decisions are always correct and refuses to accept disagreement. Mostly, he defends Rachel in every scenario, regardless of how wrong my sister is. His appearance at that point informed me that the situation was about to spiral out of control in unexpected ways. My mother, Linda, is a 60-year-old homemaker. She is gentle, yet too weak. She has spent her entire life in her husband's shadow, never daring to speak up or express her own opinions. When there is dispute in the family, my mother remains silent or attempts to calm things down with comments like, "Let it go. We're family." After going inside the house, my father took in the scene in front of him. He placed his bag on the floor and demanded loudly, "What's going on here?" Hannah turned to him and responded aggressively, "Rachel cut Emma's hair." Emma was crying. She refused, but Rachel kept cutting anyway. "This behavior is unacceptable, Dad." When my wife finished speaking, my father frowned, looked at Emma's choppy hair, and waved his hand dismissively. "It's just a haircut. Hair will grow back." Rachel only wanted what was best for Emma. "You're making too big a deal out of this." Rachel seemed to gain power after hearing Dad defend her. She quickly went to Hannah and said smugly, "See, Dad thinks the same way I do. You should thank me. Emma's hair was so long, messy, and unsanitary. I helped Emma look neater. Instead of being grateful, you're making a scene." My blood began to boil immediately after that comment. I moved forward, stood next to Hannah, and yelled directly to Rachel's face, "Grateful? You want us to be grateful because you made my daughter cry until her eyes swelled up? Are you insane?" Rachel gazed at me wide-eyed, apparently not expecting me to say anything. She stammered. You're turning against me too?" I asked, my voice icy as ice. "I'm not turning against you. I'm protecting my daughter, which you should understand if you have a conscience." My mother stood beside us, silent as always. She merely gazed down at the ground, hands fumbling with the corner of her shirt, not daring to speak something. When he saw his golden child being attacked, my father stepped forward, stood next to Rachel like a protective wall, pointed at my face, and yelled, "Ryan, you're a man. You need to know how to control your wife. Don't let her cause chaos in your parents' house." Hannah stepped forward and asked my father, "You said, my husband needs to control me." Rachel mockingly responded, "Violated her body? My dear sister-in-law, where did you study law? I just cut my niece's hair. This is a family business. Don't turn it into a criminal case." Rachel then went to Emma and said gently, "Emma, doesn't your new hair look pretty? I helped you. You'll thank me later." Emma shrank back, cowering behind me, her voice shaking. "I didn't want to. I said no." Seeing my daughter so afraid tore my heart apart. I turned to Rachel, my voice filled with wrath. "Did you hear Emma say no?" Emma said, "You have no right to do anything to Emma's body when she refused. Do you understand?" Rachel shrugged, still keeping her nonchalant attitude, and responded, "She's little. What does she know? Adults have to decide for her. I did it for her own good." Hannah took a big breath once Rachel finished speaking. She said coldly, "Do Dad and Mom know anything? This is assault under Arizona law. Touching someone without consent, especially children, is a criminal offense. I'm a lawyer. I know what I'm talking about." Hearing Hannah speak, Rachel laughed loudly, clapped mockingly, and told Hannah, "Oh, the lawyer is speaking up now. Don't threaten me. You think the police will arrest me for cutting a kid's hair? You can't do anything to me. Here is my parents' house, and the entire family is on my side." Rachel turned to my father, her voice whining, "Dad, see, she always wants to turn everything into drama. I simply wanted to help Emma." My father nodded, rubbed Rachel's shoulder, and added, "I know. My daughter did nothing wrong." Seeing Rachel's smugness after being supported by my father, Hannah grabbed out her phone and stated, without hesitation, "Fine, I'll call 911 right now. Let the cops judge if this is assault or not." My father's attitude utterly surprised me. He stepped up to confront Hannah, pointed to the door, and said, "Leave my house right now. You dare to threaten to call the cops on my daughter? Get out. Get out of my house." My mother eventually spoke up, her voice hushed as if she was frightened someone would hear. "Stop. Everyone, please calm down. This is a family business. Don't make a big deal out of it. Ryan, talk to your wife. Such a small thing." Hearing my mother talk made me feel as if something had snapped inside me. For so many years, I had kept quiet. I had given in. I'd kept the peace as Mom desired. But now, staring at my daughter wailing with her cut hair, I couldn't stay silent any longer. I turned to my mother and said, "Mom, shut up." My mother started, her eyes wide, staring at me. Following that roar, I continued, my voice trembling with wrath. "You promised you'd take good care of Emma. You told me you'd watch her, but you let my daughter get her hair cut by her aunt while she was crying and begging. Where were you when that happened? What did you do to protect your granddaughter?" I asked her. My mother mumbled back, I just went out for a bit." I interrupted Mom before she could finish. I stated again. A bit was enough for my sister to destroy what my daughter treasured most, and now you're telling me to calm down, telling me not to make a big deal? My mother fell utterly silent when I asked my inquiry. I stood in the center of the room, feeling like I was being torn in half. On one side stood my family, with whom I grew up, where I had childhood memories, and where I once thought I belonged. On the opposite side were my wife and daughter, whom I had sworn to protect with my life. And in that moment, I realized I needed to make a decision. That decision was easier than I expected, but before I could say anything, Hannah turned to me and murmured in such a calm voice that it scared me. "Take our daughter to the car first, then come back in here. I'll handle this, and your job is to stop your parents." Hearing my wife's remarks, I nodded. There were no qualms or hesitations because I knew Hannah had always been correct about Rachel over the years. She had cautioned me, concerned, and been careful, but I had not listened to her. I stepped up to Emma and took her hand. I took her to the door, then I went outside, carefully placed Emma in the car, and told her, "Stay here and wait for me. Don't go inside by yourself. The adults are talking. You shouldn't be there." After that command, I returned to the home, and what occurred next changed everything forever. When I returned to the house, the scene before me froze me. Hannah had removed her jacket and laid it neatly on the stair railing. She stood in the center of the living room, arms at her sides, but her eyes were fixed on Rachel with a coldness I hadn't seen in our 10 years together. Without saying anything, Hannah turned and headed into the kitchen. Rachel was standing in the corner of the room, initially grinning. But when she saw Hannah return with kitchen scissors in hand, her face became pale. The arrogant smile faded completely. She stammered and her voice trembled. What? What are you going to do? Hannah did not respond. She came toward Rachel, each step slow but threatening, like a leopard stalking its prey. Rachel began backing up. She raised both hands in front of her, as if to halt her. Don't come near me, Dad. Dad. But Hannah was faster. She surged forward, her left hand seizing Rachel's long hair and pulling it firmly backward. Rachel shouted with pain. Both hands attempted to grip Hannah's hands in order to break free, but it was ineffective. My father cried, "Let go of my daughter. Are you insane?" and raced at them. I reacted instinctively. I dashed over, standing between my father and them. Meanwhile, Hannah dragged Rachel out to the yard by her hair. Rachel screamed as she tried to break free, but Hannah was far stronger than she realized. My wife's years of working out and kickboxing were finally paying off. At this time, my father yelled at me, "Move! How can you let your wife do this to my daughter? Move right now." He attempted to shove me away, but I stayed fast. My mother, observing the pandemonium, also screamed. Her voice was panicky, "Ryan, stop your wife, please." I shook my head and said, "No, that was the first time in my life I said no to my parents, and I didn't regret it at all." Outside, Hannah had wrestled Rachel face down onto the lawn. She was flailing wildly, hands clawing at the ground and legs kicking furiously, but Hannah soon got on top of her back, knees clamped hard around both sides of her waist. One hand pushed Rachel's head onto the grass. Then, cut by cut, I started going through Rachel's lengthy hair. The sound of scissors cutting through hair produced crisp, snip-snip sounds. Strands of long brown hair dropped over the green grass, creating a circle around the two of them. Rachel yelled, her voice so high it was piercing. "Stop! Someone rescue me, Dad, Mom, save me." She attempted to raise her head, but Hannah pressed it down. She attempted to roll over, but Hannah was seated too closely. She attempted to grab Hannah from behind but was unsuccessful. Hannah kept chopping, her face as frigid as ice, and didn't say anything. Each action was precise and deliberate, as if she were executing a necessary task. Neighbors started to come from their porches to observe. Mr. Thompson from next door stood holding his coffee cup, neglecting to sip. Mrs. Martinez across the street had taken out her phone, unsure if she was filming a video or phoning the police. The two Wilson children stood behind their screen door, their eyes wide, watching. Rachel kept shouting, her voice becoming hoarse. "I'll sue. I'll put you in jail. You're crazy. You're insane." Hannah didn't answer. She just kept cutting, strand by strand, and falling. My father was still attempting to shove past me. He shoved, went, and even attempted to punch my stomach, but I held firmly to the door frame, using all of my might to keep him back. He roared at me, spit flying into my face. "Are you insane letting your wife attack your sister?" I asked. "Rachel attacked my daughter first. She violated your granddaughter while she was crying and begging. Now she's getting a taste of how that feels." My mother was crying, kneeling on the floor with her hands held together as if she were praying. "Ryan, please. This is our family. You can't let this happen." I stared at my mother, my heart aching, but refusing to give in. Outside, Hannah was nearly finished. Rachel's beautiful long hair was now uneven and patchy, with some sections nearly reaching the scalp and others only a few inches away. It appeared even worse than Emma's hair. Rachel had ceased screaming now. She laid face down in the grass, her shoulders trembling from crying and her hands grabbing clumps of grass. Hannah gritted her teeth as she finished cutting Rachel's hair, saying, "Now you know how my daughter felt." Just then, I heard a cab pull up in front of the home. The automobile door opened, and a figure with a cane emerged. Grandma had arrived. The taxi door opened, and grandmother got out. My grandmother was 82 years old at the time. She examined the scene before her. Her granddaughter-in-law sat on her granddaughter's back, wielding scissors, her hair strewn across the yard. Her youngster is blocking the door, preventing his parents from getting out. Neighbors stood around, as if they were watching a movie. Grandma did not say anything. She entered the yard with her cane. Each step was slow yet authoritative. Hannah paused when she saw her. She continued to sit on Rachel's back but stopped cutting. Grandma came to a halt a few steps away and glanced down at Rachel, who was lying face down on the grass with her hair chopped exactly as choppy as Emma's. Then she turned to face my father, her voice deep and cold. Larry called and said, "Your daughter-in-law was going crazy. I came to see for myself." My father jumped in, his voice seething. "Mom, you see, his wife attacked Rachel. We need to call the police to arrest her." Grandma lifted her hand, gesturing for my father to remain silent. Then she inquired, "Why did your daughter-in-law do this?" At this time, I spoke up to grandmother. "Rachel cut Emma's hair when she didn't agree to it. She begged, but Rachel didn't stop." Grandma went silent for a bit. Then she turned to face Rachel, who was still lying on the ground, and said, "Is that true, Rachel?" Rachel wailed in response. "Grandma, I just wanted what was best for her. Her hair was too long and messy." Grandma cut her off, her voice sharp and cold. "I asked if it's true that you cut Emma's hair when Emma didn't agree to it or not." Rachel went mute, not daring to respond. Grandma nodded and said, "So, it's true." A few seconds later, she turned to Hannah, gazed at her for a long time, and said, "Get up. I understand you want to protect Emma, but this is enough." Hannah nodded and stood up from Rachel's back. She still held the scissors in her hand, her eyes fixed on Grandma. At this point, Grandma turned to my father and said, "Michael, you and Rachel will apologize to Emma right now." My father responded, "What are you saying, Mom?" His wife had just attacked Rachel. "And you're telling us to apologize?" Grandma approached my father, standing face to face with him, her voice unshakable. "Rachel assaulted an 8-year-old child. Your covering for her makes you an accomplice. I won't repeat this a third time. Apologize now." At this moment, Rachel had managed to stand up, her hair disheveled and her face covered in tears and grass. She cried, "I won't apologize. I didn't do anything wrong." My father was equally obstinate, responding, "I won't apologize either. Do whatever you want, Mom." Grandma glanced at them silently. She then answered, "Fine, then." Her tone made me tremble. It was not acceptance. It was a declaration of war. After that, she turned to me and said, "Ryan, call the police." My father laughed mockingly and added, "Are you crazy, Mom? Call the cops to arrest his wife." As soon as Dad finished speaking, Grandma replied coldly, "Call the police so they can arrest everyone who deserves to be arrested. And I guarantee you, Rachel's crime will be worse than Hannah's." That statement from Grandma made my father's face pale, but he still refused to apologize to my daughter. 20 minutes later, 2 police cars were parked in front of my parents' home. The setting was very chaotic. Rachel sat on the front porch, her hair cut unevenly, and cried incessantly. My father stood next to her, his face crimson with wrath. My mother sat inside the home, as silent as she had been all day. Hannah stood next to our car, where Emma sat inside with the windows tightly pulled up. Grandma sat in a chair on the front porch, leaning on her cane and watching everything with keen eyes. The cops separated everyone and took individual statements. I gave the entire story to one officer. I showed him images of Emma's long hair from the past on my phone, then pointed to my daughter's jagged hair through the car window. Hannah also gave a statement to another officer. She gently explained why she did what she did, not denying or making excuses. Rachel shouted, sobbed, and played the victim. She pointed to her hair and cried, "Look, she attacked me. Arrest her." My father also demanded Hannah's arrest. However, when the cops spoke with Emma, everything changed. Emma revealed in detail how Rachel had tightened her shoulders, refused to let her stand up, chopped her hair while crying, and begged her to stop. Emma recounted her terror and helplessness when my sister did that to her, and she was unable to fight back. The police took thorough notes. Then they called another agency, Child Protective Services, or CPS for short. When CPS arrived, they interrogated Emma in private, with no family members present. After that, they spoke with each adult. About 2 hours later, the police assembled everyone and declared, "After our preliminary investigation, we've determined this is a case involving child abuse." Rachel shouted, horrified, as the police told her that she would be transported to the station for further questioning. "Abuse? I just cut her hair." The law enforcement officer replied, "Ma'am, touching someone else's body, especially a child's, without consent, is illegal in Arizona. This will be considered under assault charges." At this time, my father hurried over and cried, "You can't arrest my daughter for something so minor." Another officer moved in to block him. "Warning, sir, please calm down. If you continue to interfere, we'll have to arrest you for obstruction." My father refused to stop, ranting and attempting to approach Rachel. As a result, he was likewise handcuffed and placed in a police car. My mother sobbed and begged the police to pardon her husband and daughter, but she said nothing about what Rachel had done to Emma. Hannah was also sent to the station for interrogation due to cutting Rachel's hair. Before getting into the car, she turned to me and said, "Take Emma home, and remember to tell her I love her." I nodded, but my throat tightened and I was unable to speak. Grandma stood up and walked up to me with her cane. She calmly answered, "Take me with you. I'll stay with you until this is over." That night was the longest of my life. The trial took place in September 2023, 2 months after my daughter had her hair chopped. Rachel was sentenced to 16 months probation, 180 hours of community service, psychological counseling, and a 4-year prohibition on contact with Emma. My father was fined $2,500 and sentenced to 7 months of probation for obstructing justice. Hannah's lawyer devised a defense strategy based on the defense of others. She maintained that Hannah responded in response to her daughter's assault, and that her actions were proportionate to what Rachel had done to Emma. Hannah was declared not guilty due to the defense of others. Justice was served, which made us delighted. 1 month following the trial, after talking with Emma, we decided to relocate to Denver, Colorado. 2 years have gone, and we are still pleased with our decision to leave. Every 3 to 4 months, we return to Phoenix to see my grandmother. My wife, daughter, and I are content with our current lives. Through this anecdote, I'd like to offer you 3 pieces of advice. First, respect your child's no. Pay attention when your youngster refuses to talk about their body. Please do not compel children to embrace or kiss relatives if they do not want to. Instead, remind them that their bodies belong to them, and they have complete control over who touches them. Second, heed to your partner's warnings. Outsiders can perceive things more clearly since family sentiments do not interfere with their assessment. If your wife or husband expresses discomfort with someone, do not discount it. Listen and observe. Finally, when faced with the choice between preserving peace with relatives and protecting your child, always prioritize your child's safety. The correct answer is always your child. No relationship is more essential than the safety of the child you have brought into the world. Wife gave me a 30-day silent treatment to break me. I found peace, realized I didn't need her and dropped divorce papers instead. Reddit, get yourself a drink, and make yourself comfortable. My name is Liam, and I am 35 years old. I recently divorced my wife, Chloe, who is 32 years old, because she attempted to play a psychological game of chicken with me, which ultimately led to our relationship falling off a cliff. In order to comprehend the process by which a marriage disintegrates after 30 days of silence, it is necessary to comprehend the baseline. When we first met, Chloe was 28 years old, and I was 31 years old. What a wonderful match we were. I am employed in the logistics department of a corporation, which is a high-pressure job with long hours but excellent salary. Chloe works as an ultrasound technician at a big hospital in Austin, Texas, where she is employed. It was a life that was perfectly balanced and comfortable, for sure. In addition to paying off our automobiles and purchasing a lovely home with 4 bedrooms in a peaceful suburb, we began to actually enjoy each other's presence. We chose not to have children primarily because we cherished our independence. Exploring new breweries, going on impromptu weekend trips to the hill country, and simply being together were some of our favorite things to do. It was the 4th bedroom in that house that served as my safe haven. My interest in sim racing is quite strong. Playing video games is not merely a pastime, rather, it is a full-fledged interest. A direct drive wheelbase, load cell pedals, triple monitors, and a bespoke aluminum profile rig were all components of my guitar setup. After spending the entire week resolving issues related to global shipping, this was my way of decompressing. Chloe never had any problems connected to it. In point of fact, she would have been sitting in the room, reading a book, while I was competing in endurance races with my friend Dave. Morgan, Chloe's older sister, who is 38 years old, experienced a dramatic breakdown in her life approximately 8 months ago. Prior to that, everything was going swimmingly perfectly. When Morgan's husband ultimately caught her in a series of financial lies, he kicked her out of the house, which was the beginning of a divorce that was very nasty and very public. Morgan found herself living in a tiny apartment, drowning in legal bills, and filled with a toxic, bitter hate toward males all of a sudden. In addition, Morgan became a parasite on Chloe because she was going through a period of agony that required her company. Almost every single day, Morgan began showing up at our house without previous notice. My initial reaction was one of sympathy. I'd prepare them dinner, give them some space, and let Morgan work out his frustrations. However, the venting never came to an end. When she first started whining about her ex-husband, she ultimately moved on to complaining about the entire male species, and then she started complaining about me. Morgan began providing Chloe with a consistent diet consisting of detrimental podcasts and astringent reading. The patriarchal illusion, decentering men, and weaponized incompetence in the modern home are some examples of titles that have been published. The change that occurred in Chloe was subtle. Suddenly, the woman who used to make fun of my ridiculous jokes and express her admiration for me by leaving me sticky notes began to scrutinize my every action through the prism of Morgan's sour perspective. The fact that I loaded the dishwasher in a manner that was different from what she preferred was no longer a minor annoyance, rather, it was a deliberate act of patriarchal defiance to force her to redo my labor. Similarly, if I forgot to take the trash out before 7 a.m. and did it at 8 a.m. instead, I was gaslighting her regarding our household agreements. He was the master of the puppets, Morgan. Every single remark that came out of Chloe's mouth began with "Morgan says," or "Morgan thinks," my sim racing, which had been a regular part of my routine for the past 5 years. All of a sudden became a major source of dispute. Morgan was of the opinion that any man who chose to devote his time to a hobby rather than gazing adoringly at his wife was emotionally abandoning her during that time. I made an effort to be patient. The counseling of couples was my suggestion. It was my intention to subtly bring up the possibility that Morgan's influence was clouding her judgment. When Chloe looked at me, it was as if I had just handed her a slap. Morgan was right, she snarled at him. You can't stand seeing a woman empowered. You just want me to be a subservient little wife. A Tuesday evening, exactly 4 weeks ago, was the moment when things reached their breaking point. After working a grueling 10-hour shift at the logistics company, I finally made it home. My mind was utterly rendered inoperable. As I entered the kitchen, I discovered Morgan and Chloe were enjoying a glass of wine while listening to a podcast about the ways in which men deplete the life force of women. I greeted them with a courteous nod, grabbed a bottle of sparkling water, and indicated that I would be joining Dave for my weekly league race at 7 o'clock in the evening on the sim rig. The force with which Chloe slammed her wine glass down the granite countertop was so intense that I was afraid the stem would break. The tone of her voice was dripping with poison as she asked, "Are you going to race again? Don't you think that's incredibly excessive and selfish?" "Chloe, it's Tuesday," I responded in a composed manner. "I race every Tuesday for exactly 2 hours. I've done this since before we were married. Ma." A loud scowl came from Morgan, and she rolled her eyes. "See, Chloe? This is exactly what we talked about. The complete disregard for your emotional needs. He prioritizes a toy car over his real-life marriage." It was too much for me to handle. I turned my gaze directly toward Morgan. "I wasn't talking to you, Morgan. This is my house, and I'm speaking to my wife. Your marriage failed, don't try to ruin mine just because you're miserable." It was completely silence in the room. A reddish hue appeared on Chloe's face. The scream that she let out was, "How dare you speak to my sister in such a manner? She is supporting me through the realization that I am trapped in an unfulfilling, one-sided partnership. I literally paid the mortgage, fixed the water heater, and did all the landscaping this weekend, while you two went to a brunch that I also paid for." I fired back. "But sure, I'm a terrible partner. I'm going to go race now." I went up to the second floor, entered my racing room, and then shut the door behind me. Then, after putting on my headset and starting the engine of my virtual Porsche 911 GT3, I spent the next 2 hours driving laps around the Nürburgring with Dave. Once I had successfully logged off and made my way to our master bedroom, I discovered that the door was locked. I made a knock. There is no response. I slept in the room meant for guests. It was the first day of the month that turned out to be the most foolish and eye-opening of my entire life. On the following morning, Chloe had already left by the time I awoke. There is no remark or text. As soon as I arrived home from work, she was sitting on the couch in the living room, browsing through the notifications on her phone. "Hey, how was your day?" I said as I put my briefcase down where it had been. None of it. She didn't even flicker an eye. She did not raise her head. I remained in that position for a whole minute. "Chloe?" After getting to her feet, she proceeded to walk precisely around me as if I were a piece of furniture, and then she went upstairs. There was a click from the lock. By this point, the treatment of silence had taken effect. Morgan's masterclass in manipulating people's emotions was in full gear at that moment. Although it was fascinating in the most pitiful way possible, the first week was fascinating. It was with a horrifying level of dedication that Chloe devoted to the task. As if she were a ghost that haunted the house, she carried out her activities. Her meal would be prepared for only one person, and my coffee mug would be left absolutely empty after she was finished. In the process of doing her laundry, she would pick her items out of the hamper with great care, but she would leave my shirts unwashed. She would order fancy takeout for herself, and sitting at the kitchen island, she would eat scallops that were properly cooked while staring blankly at the wall and refusing to acknowledge my presence. On the other hand, the phone calls were the true kicker. Chloe would undergo a transformation the moment her phone rang with Morgan's caller ID shown on it. When she responded, she would let out a huge chuckle, making her voice sound extraordinarily lively and alive. She never made an effort to modulate her volume. Even when I was sitting in the living room attempting to read, she would pace about the kitchen while projecting her voice in such a way that I would not be able to miss a single word. She would exclaim, "Oh, I'm doing amazing, Morgan," in these situations. Yes, it's just so peaceful not having to carry the mental load of a man-child. No, he hasn't apologized. He's far too stubborn and entrenched in his toxic masculinity for that. I should have listened to you months ago. Over the course of the 6th day, I had everything figured out. It was not fury, rather, it was a planned attempt to gain power. Attempting to instruct me was her goal. Her intention was to bring me to tears. She anticipated that I would break down. I would knock on the door of the guest room. I would get down on my knees. I would apologize for my entire existence, and I would beg her forgiveness. 3 years ago, I witnessed Morgan doing the exact same thing to her ex-husband, as they were having Thanksgiving dinner together. In order to make amends for a joke he had made about her cuisine, Morgan had him sequestered for a period of 4 days until he purchased a fancy bag that cost $2,000. Chloe's method had 2 key flaws that needed to be addressed. First of all, I am not Morgan's ex-husband who has a feeble will. A second point to consider is that if Chloe had not been so quick to criticize my every breath, the house would have been. I cannot believe it. There was no longer any discourse around the fact that the manner in which I folded the towels was essentially repressive. When I wanted to watch a football game instead of a documentary about systemic patriarchy, I no longer experienced the passive-aggressive sighs that I had previously experienced. There was no longer any lectures about my shortcomings that were motivated by Morgan. I was able to take a breath. If I were in my own home, the air seemed lighter. On the 8th day, I made a decision that I was aware of. She could pretend that I did not exist if she wanted to, and I would give her permission to do so. I would live my life in the manner that I desired, entirely free from the burden of other people's expectations of me. Leaning into the solitude was the decision I made. It was then that I began to recover my turf. Chloe had gradually crammed herself into every available place in the house over the course of the past few months. As part of her efforts to improve the aesthetic of the living room, she had moved the furniture, including moving the couch to an awkward and unsettling position and concealing the television remote controls in elegant wicker baskets. Back on Saturday morning, when she was upstairs giving me the silent treatment, I placed all of the furniture back into its original position. I brought the couch into perfect alignment with the 7.5-inch television. All of the remote controls are now sitting on the coffee table. I removed my favorite leather chair, which at the time was considered to be ugly, from the garage and positioned it in the most advantageous viewing position. At the moment that Chloe arrived downstairs, she came to a complete and utter halt. In a state of disbelief, she peered around the living room with her eyes wide open. In an effort to scream at me and demand that I move it back, she opened her mouth in a desperate attempt to do so. When I was watching the Premier League action on the TV, I didn't even take my eyes off of it. I took a cup of coffee and sipped it slowly. The conflict that was going on inside of her was visible to me in a bodily sense. Her yelling was the only way to break the hush. Should she maintain her silence, she would lose control. After making the decision to remain silent, she turned around on her heel and walked back up the steps. Next on my list of targets was the kitchen. Chloe had relegated all of my workout pills, my preferred toaster oven, and my special coffee beans to the dark recesses of the pantry because she believed that they ruined the minimalist vibe. I hauled all of these items out. Immediately adjacent to the front counter, I established a sizable and prominently displayed coffee and protein station. Next, I began preparing the meal. For several months, I had been compelled to consume the tasteless and soul-crushing plates of quinoa and steamed kale that Morgan had persuaded Chloe were necessary for vibrational alignment. Screw that. A premium butcher in the downtown area was where I went. I went out and purchased ribeye steaks that were enormous and wonderfully marbled, as well as thick-cut bacon, fresh garlic, and rosemary. The following evening, I used a cast-iron pan to reverse sear a big ribeye while basting it in garlic herb butter. The entire mansion, which was 3,000 square feet in size, was filled with the aroma of charred meat and butter that was melting. The experience was euphoric. A pile of garlic, mashed potatoes, and grilled asparagus was all that I managed to prepare. At the dining table, I arranged a seat for myself, poured myself a glass of costly bourbon, and proceeded to eat as if I were a princess. Chloe emerged from her room, drawn in by the aroma that was present. As she entered the kitchen, she was carrying her sad little Tupperware container of quinoa salad that had been left over. Her eyes were drawn to my steak. She gave me a look. She turned her gaze back to the meat. It was almost as if she was regurgitating. But she was unable to request a bite to eat. She was completely without words. While I had the pleasure of savoring each and every bite of my steak, she was sitting at the opposite end of the island, violently stabbing her quinoa. On the 14th day, my friend Dave arrived at my house. I made sure he was aware of everything that was going on. In addition to bringing his gaming laptop, Dave also brought a case of energy drinks and 3 enormous pepperoni pizzas. We had a large, raucous and loud gaming session in my sim racing room, where we had put up our equipment. Laughter, calling out callouts, and having the time of our lives were all things that we were doing. On her way to the restroom, Chloe passed through the threshold on her way there. She halted, staring at us with a loathing that was unadulterated and unmitigated. Dave waved in an odd manner. "Hey, Chloe." Immediately after giving him a death gaze, she shut the door to the restroom. Dave hushed. "Dude, your wife looks like she wants to murder me," as he removed his headphone off his head. "How long is this actually going to last? This is insane." "I don't know, man," I joked as I grabbed another slice of pizza off the pizza tray. "But I honestly hope she never speaks to me again. I haven't been this relaxed in a year." Taking me seriously, Dave stared at me. "You're not kidding, are you? You look different. You look like the old Liam. You don't look stressed." I responded, "I'm not." As the knowledge came crashing down on me with a remarkable degree of clarity. I've been killing myself trying to be the exact version of a husband that her toxic sister demanded. And the moment she stopped talking to me, all the anxiety vanished. I feel like a bachelor living in a luxury home. It's paradise. At the beginning of the third week, Chloe displayed signs of genuinely losing her mind. It was intended that the silent treatment would break me, but instead it was actively leading to her destruction. A prison that she had constructed for herself was ensnaring her. For the living room furnishings, for the steaks, for Dave coming over, and for the fact that I was actively thriving, she wanted to yell at me. She wanted to know why I was doing so. On the other hand, her ego, which was significantly bolstered by Morgan's continuous phone calls, would not allow her to speak first. The intensity of Morgan's presence increased. On a daily basis, she began to visit Chloe in the evening, where they would engage in a violent conversation in the kitchen. However, they were not whispering in a quiet enough manner. Morgan growled at me one night as I was getting water from the refrigerator. "He's doing this to manipulate you." That was Morgan's statement. "He's trying to show you he doesn't care so you'll cave. It's classic narcissistic abuse, Chloe. You have to hold the line. He will break. Men always break." Simply smiling, I reached for my water bottle, and then I made my way back to my sim setup. I wasn't trying to manipulate anyone else. I was merely existing in a joyful state. Day 21 came with it the most difficult test. Richard and Susan, Chloe's parents, arrived at their daughter's house on a Sunday afternoon without prior notice. A big homemade pot roast was given by them, and they wanted to catch up with each other. Fearing for her life, Chloe opened the door for them. 3 weeks had passed since she had last communicated with me, and now she was required to perform a housekeeping task in front of her parents. As I made my way downstairs, I had a kind smile on my face and shook Richard's hand. "Richard, Susan. So great to see you guys. That pot roast smells incredible." The look of terror spread across Chloe's face as she glanced at me. It was obvious that she anticipated that I would either ignore them or raise a scene, which would validate her narrative that I was a monster. Instead, I took on the role of the ideal and pleasant host. I was in the process of setting the table, pouring the wine, and having a profound and enjoyable chat with her father about his most recent golf vacation. There, Chloe sat in excruciating stillness for a moment. Despite the fact that she could not ignore me without appearing nuts in front of her parents, she hesitated to interact with me directly. Richard took a chunk out of the roast and inquired, "So, Liam," as he did so, "are you and Chloe planning on flying out to see your folks for the holidays?" When I glanced at Chloe, I smiled warmly and gazed directly at her. "You know, Richard, Chloe and I haven't really discussed it yet, have we, honey?" The color of a fire engine appeared on Chloe's face a moment ago. The knuckles on her hands grew white as she clenched her fork so tightly. "No," she pleaded between clenched teeth as she sputtered out, "we haven't." It was the first time in 21 days that she had communicated with me. She quickly turned around to confront me once her parents had departed, her eyes burning with rage throughout her entire body. "You did that on purpose. You humiliated me." I started loading the dishwasher in a nonchalant manner. No words were spoken by me. I paid no attention to her scream and simply wiped down the granite countertops for a moment. She cried, "Don't you dare ignore me," as her voice reverberated off the high ceilings in the room. "You can talk to my parents, but you won't talk to your own wife?" I used a towel to dry my hands. Then I looked her in the eye before making my way to the upper floor, where I had my racing room. I then put on my headset and closed the door behind me. What she had given me over the previous 3 weeks was exactly what I gave her. While I was laying in the guest bed that night, I looked up at the ceiling and finally came to terms with the reality that I had been trying to avoid. My feelings for her had disappeared. I was no longer married to the lady I had married. She had been replaced by a resentful and easily manipulated clone of her wretched sister. The treatment of silence had not only provided me with tranquility, but it had also provided me with perspective. During the next 40 years of my life, I did not want to spend it walking on eggshells, continuously defending my character against Morgan's imaginary allegations. I did not want to face that possibility. I desired to leave. On the 28th day, I decided to take a half day off from my job. There was a high-end family law attorney named Sarah, and I drove downtown to see her. While I was sitting in her luxurious office for 3 hours, I meticulously dissected each and every asset. The house was in both of our names on the deed, and we owned it. Keep your financial accounts separate, not a single child. It was a divide that was extremely thorough. I want the papers drafted and ready to serve immediately, I told Sarah. I want out. According to Sarah, we can have them finalized by tomorrow morning, she confirmed. Are you sure you want to do this? There is no going back once these are served. I've never been more sure of anything in my entire life, I replied. 30 days in. This is the last day of the treatment that is silent. I was awakened at 6 o'clock in the morning. A new pot of high-quality coffee was prepared by me. I made my way to the dining room table and positioned a stunning bouquet of white lilies, which are Chloe's favorite flowers, in the exact middle of the table. I positioned a thick envelope made of manila that was next to the vase. The documents for the divorce were found inside, with the front page being plainly visible through the plastic window. In a tidy and concise manner, I penned a note on a sticky note and positioned it on top. Thank you for making this month the most enlightening of my entire life. It is only now that I have a complete comprehension of the value of our marriage. Upon entering my sim racing area, I proceeded to boot up the personal computer and put on my headset. I bided my time. The footsteps of Chloe could be heard coming down the stairs at precisely 7:30 inches the morning. Her entrance into the kitchen was audible to me. I could hear the coffee being poured. After that, I became aware of her stopping. This silence lasted for what seemed like an interminable amount of time. I was able to pick up on the faint sound of paper rustling. It was clear to me that she was taking a strong breath in. Suddenly, I heard a flurry of heavy, furious footsteps approaching my door. Chloe rushed into the room while standing with the manila envelope in her hand. Her face was entirely devoid of any color. Her appearance suggested that she was about to throw up. She stutteringly asked, What is this?" Her voice was shaking so fiercely that she could hardly bring herself to articulate the words. My racing chair was turned around, and I looked at her with a cool and distant expression on my face. "I think you know exactly what it is, Chloe. You can read." She screamed out under her breath, "You're divorcing me?" as the papers in her hand began to shake. "Over a fight about a video game? Because I needed some space for a month? You're throwing away 4 years of marriage over this?" "And no, Chloe," I spoke with a tone that was calm and unflappable. "I'm divorcing you because this month showed me exactly who you've become. You decided to punish me with silence because I wouldn't bow down to your sister's toxic worldview. You thought freezing me out would break me. Instead, you accidentally gave me a month to realize how incredibly peaceful and happy my life is without you constantly criticizing me. You showed me what my life would look like if I didn't have to deal with you or Morgan ever again. And it turns out, I love that life." It was then that tears began to trickle down her face. Authentic tears, shed in a state of terror. As if a freight train were crashing down on her, the reality of the situation was crashing down on her. "Liam, please, this is insane. We can fix this. I was just upset," Morgan said. "Morgan ruined her own marriage, and now she's successfully ruined yours," I interrupted. "Congratulations. You followed her advice perfectly. Mission accomplished." She shouted out, "I won't sign these," as she threw the envelope onto my desk. "You can't make me. Texas is a no-fault state, Chloe. I don't need your permission to divorce you. You can drag it out and pay lawyers tens of thousands of dollars, or you can sign them, and we can split the house proceeds cleanly. The choice is yours. But the marriage is over. I'm leaving." After getting to my feet, I reached for the duffel bag that I had packed the night before and proceeded to stroll past her. While she was crying uncontrollably, she grabbed my arm. "Liam, please. I love you. I'm sorry. I'll tell Morgan to leave. I'll cut her off. We can go to therapy. Please don't do this." I responded, "You didn't love me," as I carefully eased my arm away from her clutches. "You loved the idea of controlling me. You loved the power trip. But the game is over. Have Morgan come comfort you. You two can be miserable together." I exited the building by the front entrance, climbed into my pickup, and then went to Dave's residence. Before I had even reached the closing of the subdivision, the vibrations on my phone began to occur. It was a biblical kind of fallout. In the first 48 hours, my phone did not stop ringing. It continued to do so. 87 times, Chloe called me. There were hundreds of texts that she sent, ranging from frantic apologies to furious rants inspired by Morgan about how I was a coward for breaking his vows. Both of them were blocked, and I allowed my attorney to handle any correspondence between us. Reddit, however, is where things get weird. The complete and utterly mind-blowing turn of events that demonstrated that I had made the best choice of my entire life. Following my departure, I returned to the house with Dave and 2 other friends in order to pack up my sim setup, my clothes, and my tools. This took place 3 days after I had departed. Through my attorney, I had sent Chloe a text message informing her that I would be arriving at noon and requesting that she not be present. We were surprised to see a large U-Haul truck parked in front of the house when we turned into the driveway. I did not understand. Had Chloe already moved out of the house? After unlocking the front door, I entered the building. The house was in a state of disarray. It wasn't Chloe who was packing her bags to depart. This was Morgan bringing her belongings inside. While Morgan was standing in the center of the living room, she was supervising 2 movers who were bringing her awful velvet sofa into my house. It appeared as though Chloe was absolutely shell-shocked and fatigued as she sat on the stairs. I stepped into the foyer and demanded, "What the hell is going on here?" Immediately after entering, the expression on Morgan's face changed into a sneer as she spun around. "Since you decided to abandon your wife like a typical male, I am moving in to support her emotionally and financially. This is Chloe's house now." Chloe caught my attention. As she glanced up at me, her eyes were filled with a mixture of profound regret and complete and utter terrifying dread. It dawned on me at that moment. The momentous epiphany occurs. The reason why Morgan had been poisoning Chloe was not only because she was resentful. Morgan was in a financial bind. Her divorce had left her with little, and she was about to be evicted from her claustrophobic apartment. When she took a peek at our luxury property in Austin, which had 4 bedrooms and was paid for, she concluded that she wanted it. However, she would never be able to move in with me there since I would never permit it. In order to force me out of the relationship, she launched a psychological warfare effort. She persuaded Chloe that I was a pollutant. Even though she was aware that it would result in a significant rift, she pushed for the silent treatment. She was able to secure free housing in a massive suburban home by manipulating her own sister into destroying her marriage. This was done for the sole purpose of obtaining housing. Then I started laughing and said, "You have got to be kidding me." I literally sat down and laughed out loud. "Chloe, please tell me you see it now. Please tell me you realize what she just did to you." In an attempt to calm herself, Chloe buried her face in her hands and began crying uncontrollably. She told me she got evicted yesterday. She said she had nowhere else to go. She said we didn't need you. "You absolute parasite," I said to Morgan, who for some reason appeared to be experiencing a sudden surge of anxiety. "You destroyed your sister's life for a free room." In a shrill voice, Morgan exclaimed, "I am protecting her from an abuser." "Well, you can protect her from a 1-bedroom apartment, because we are selling this house." I smiled viciously. "The judge is forcing the sale. My lawyer filed the motion yesterday. You have about 30 days before the new owners take possession. Enjoy unpacking just to pack it all back up, Morgan." Morgan's face was completely devoid of any color. "You can't force a sale. Chloe lives here." "Watch me," was my response. After that, I went to my friends. "Grab the rig, boys. We're out of here." In a span of 2 hours, we managed to cram my entire life into a trailer. At the moment that I was leaving, Chloe accompanied me to my truck. She appeared to be in utter disfiguration. In a hushed whisper, she said, "Liam. I was so stupid." And her voice was shaking. "She used me. She manipulated everything. I threw away the best thing in my life for someone who just wanted my house. Please. Is there any way we can undo this?" The moment I looked at her, I experienced a fleeting pang of pity. However, it was quickly overshadowed by the immense relief that came from the realization that I was free. "You made your choices, Chloe," I whispered to her. "You chose the silence. Now you have to live in it. Good luck with Morgan." I got into my truck and exited the parking lot. After another 4 months, the divorce was finally finalized. Due to the insane nature of the Austin market, the house was brought in for a significant premium. Each of us was able to walk away with $85,000 after paying off the remaining balance of the mortgage and the fees. It was an exceptional and unblemished break. I used my half of the money to rent a fantastic loft in the heart of Round Rock that was up to date with the latest technology. I positioned my sim rig so that it was facing a massive window that reached from floor to ceiling and faced the city. I started going to the gym, getting back in touch with all of the friends that Chloe and Morgan had cut me off from, and I also started running 5-kilometer races. As a result of my career taking off, I was recently promoted to the position of Regional Director of Logistics. My life is flourishing in ways that I had no idea were even possible. What about Chloe, then? Immediate and unwavering karma was the result. An acquaintance of ours told me that Morgan's move into the apartment was a complete and utter catastrophe. Immediately after Morgan had her claws fully embedded in Chloe, she stopped acting as if she was supporting her. Morgan was adamant about not getting a job because she believed that Chloe would use the money she earned as an ultrasound technician to cover all of her expenses. They fought over and over again. Even after the house was finally sold, Chloe did not permit Morgan to move into her new apartment, which was significantly smaller. After Morgan's outburst, Chloe was criticized on Facebook for being unsupportive of women, and the two of them have not communicated with one another since then. Chloe is currently living by herself in a cramped 1-bedroom apartment that is completely on her own. According to reports, she attempted to date, but it appears that she spent the entirety of the first date crying about how she had ruined her marriage and allowed her sister to manipulate her. Males make a break for the hills. I only came across her once, and it was at a Whole Foods store approximately 2 weeks ago. I went to the store to purchase some steaks for a barbecue that I was going to host. She could be found in the produce section. She appeared to be elderly, worn out, and utterly depressed. I was observed by her. It was clear to her that I was in good health and that my posture was relaxed. A small wave that broke my heart was given to me by her. The only thing I did was give her a courteous nod, turn my cart around, and then leave without uttering a single word. Oftentimes, the most effective way to respond is to remain silent. My brother pawned my $300,000 inheritance for Wagyu. I watched from 3 tables away as police arrested him for felony fraud. My name is Ethan Thorne. I'm 32 years old, and the diamond my brother sold wasn't just a piece of jewelry. It was our grandmother Clara's 4.5-carat vintage Asher cut engagement ring, set in pure platinum. It was the only thing she left exclusively to me. He thought I wouldn't fight him for it. He thought I'd back down, keep the peace, and let him walk all over me like he had for our entire lives. What he didn't know was that he made one fatal, irreversible mistake. He took the ring to a jeweler who had known our grandmother for 4 decades instead of just tossing it into a random pawn shop display case. The jeweler locked his front door and called me immediately. 6 hours later, I sat in a dimly lit, high-end restaurant, watching my brother laugh across a linen-covered table while his wife admired a brand-new diamond tennis bracelet. I recognized the design. $6,000, give or take. At exactly 8 p.m., the heavy mahogany doors of the restaurant opened. Conversation stalled. Silverware stopped clinking against porcelain. 2 uniformed police officers walked straight toward his table. He saw them before they even said his name. I watched the color completely drain from his face. "Ethan," he mouthed across the room, when we made eye contact. I didn't stand up. I didn't move a muscle. I just waited for the sharp, metallic sound of handcuffs. Because that night wasn't about revenge, it was about consequences. To understand how we got to a Michelin star restaurant surrounded by police, you have to understand the dynamic of the Thorne family. I have paid my own rent since I was 18 years old. I had no trust fund, no temporary loans, no emergency transfers from my dad when my bank account hit zero. I built my life the slow, grueling way. One contract, one promotion, one late night at a time. I am a senior risk analyst for a massive international logistics firm. My entire job is to find weaknesses, liabilities, and exposures before they turn into catastrophic disasters. I look for patterns, fraud, and structural integrity. I read people the exact same way most people read financial spreadsheets. My brother, Connor Thorne, is 35. He calls himself an entrepreneur. In his vocabulary, that word has covered everything from a failed virtual reality startup, to a cryptocurrency consulting scheme that vanished into thin air, to a bespoke luxury marketing agency that lasted exactly 7 months before declaring bankruptcy. Every single time one of his flashy ventures imploded, our parents stepped in with a massive wire transfer and a rehearsed speech about temporary setbacks and market fluctuations. Connor has never felt a real fall in his entire life because someone always caught him before he hit the ground. Our grandmother, Clara, was the only person in the family who didn't clap for him. She used to watch Connor the way a seasoned sailor watches a dark storm building offshore, calm, silent, but absolutely not fooled. She knew exactly what he was. At the reading of her will, the tension in the room was suffocating. We were in a quiet, downtown law office. A polished mahogany table. Diplomas framed on cream-colored walls. Heavy leather chairs. It was the kind of room specifically designed to keep human emotions contained. Everything was divided evenly. The cash, the stock portfolios, the real estate property. Connor leaned back in his chair, a smug smile on his face, already calculating his next business rebound using grandma's money. Then, the attorney cleared his throat and read the final addendum. The ring, her 4.5-carat diamond engagement ring, was to be transferred exclusively to me, Ethan Thorne. Connor's smile vanished instantly. His chair scraped back sharply against the hardwood floor. The sound cut through the dead silent room like metal scraping on bone. "That doesn't make sense," he said flatly, his voice tight. The attorney adjusted his glasses. "It is clearly stated in the addendum, Mr. Thorne." Connor ignored the lawyer entirely. He turned to look at me. He wasn't heated. He wasn't throwing a tantrum. He was just cold. "Ethan doesn't need it," he said, speaking about me as if I wasn't sitting 2 feet away. "He works all the time. He's single. He doesn't even wear jewelry. What's he going to do with a ring?" I didn't respond. I just stared back at him. He leaned forward across the table, invading my space. "Mia would actually use it. It belongs in our social circle, Ethan. It makes more sense for my wife to wear it. It's about optics." There it was. Not grief for our dead grandmother. Not sentimental value. Optics. "It belongs to whoever grandma chose," I said, my voice perfectly even. His jaw tightened so hard I thought his teeth would crack. "She was 88, Ethan. You probably influenced her. You probably manipulated her into this." The attorney forcefully cleared his throat. reminding Connor that this was a legal proceeding, not a negotiation. The papers were slid across the table. Signatures were required. Finality was inked in blue pen. Connor signed his copy with unnecessary, aggressive force, nearly tearing the heavy parchment. As we stood up to leave the office, he stepped uncomfortably close to me. Not enough to cause a scene in front of the lawyer, but just enough to make his message entirely private. "You don't need it," he whispered quietly. "I do." I held his gaze without blinking. "That's not how ownership works, Connor." He studied me for a long, calculating second. Then he nodded once. It was way too calm. I thought the signed legal documents ended the argument. What I didn't realize at the time was that silence from Connor was never a surrender. It was a planning phase. 2 weeks passed after the will reading. Connor didn't call, didn't text, and didn't complain to our parents, at least, not loudly enough for the echo to reach my phone. That should have concerned me infinitely more than an angry outburst would have. Connor never let things go. He just recalibrated his strategy. On a Tuesday evening, my phone buzzed on my kitchen counter. It was a text from Connor. "Hey man. You home tomorrow morning? I want to come by and apologize for how I acted at the lawyer's office. Also, can I borrow your high-end espresso machine? I'm hosting some major angel investors for a brunch pitch tomorrow and I want to impress them." I stared at the glowing screen for a long time. The apology was obvious bait. The espresso machine was camouflage, to justify the visit. But my risk analyst brain wanted to see his play. I agreed. The next morning, at exactly 9 a.m., he arrived. He was dressed in a tailored charcoal suit, holding 2 iced coffees like a peace offering. He flashed the exact same disarming, controlled smile he used in his pitch meetings. He stepped into my apartment and did what he always did, he scanned it. He wasn't admiring my home, he was assessing it. He complimented the open layout, asked a few superficial questions about my corporate job, and loudly mentioned a massive multi-million-dollar deal he was closing by Friday. It was the language of success, entirely devoid of proof. I walked into the kitchen to unplug the espresso machine. He leaned against the granite counter, watching me. "Look, Ethan," he said, his voice dropping into a smooth, practiced register. "I overreacted at the will reading. Mia and I have had some financial pressure lately. It just caught me off guard." Financial pressure. When Connor used that phrase, it meant a massive structure was already collapsing behind his curtain of lies. I handed him the heavy machine. He checked his Rolex. "Mind if I use your bathroom before I head out across town? My apartment has 2 bathrooms. One is a guest bath in the main hallway, and the other is an ensuite attached to my master bedroom." I gestured vaguely toward the hallway without making eye contact. "Go ahead." I stood at the kitchen sink, washing the empty iced coffee cups. A minute later, the water started running in the bathroom, but then I heard footsteps. They were moving in the wrong direction. They were moving toward my master bedroom. I didn't shout. I didn't run after him. I stayed exactly where I was, letting the kitchen sink run, listening intently without appearing to. 4 minutes. That is exactly how long Connor was completely out of my sight. Then, I heard a toilet flush. The sink water ran again. He re-emerged into the kitchen, casually adjusting his silver cufflinks. His expression was completely relaxed. He picked up the espresso machine, tucked it under his arm, and smiled. "Appreciate it, man. We're good, right?" "Sure, Connor," I replied flatly. "We're good." He walked out. The front door locked behind him with a soft, metallic click. I stood frozen in the kitchen for another full 60 seconds before I moved. I didn't feel panic. I didn't feel rage. I just felt pure, cold instinct kicking in. I walked straight down the hall into my master bedroom. I opened my closet door, reached up to the top shelf, and retrieved the small brass key hidden inside a hollowed-out book. I walked over to my nightstand, unlocked my heavy wooden jewelry box, and opened the lid. The velvet slot in the center was completely empty. There was no dramatic gasp. No falling to my knees. Just a quiet, chilling confirmation of what I already knew. Connor hadn't come for an espresso machine. He hadn't come for an apology. He had come with a meticulously executed plan. I pulled out my phone and called him immediately. He answered on the second ring. "Morning again?" he said lightly over the Bluetooth in his car. "Heading to the brunch now. What's up?" I didn't give him a build-up. I didn't give him a soft landing. "Did you take Grandma's ring?" There were exactly 3 seconds of dead silence on the line. Then, a short, controlled, dismissive laugh. "What on earth are you talking about, Ethan? You were in my bedroom. The ring is gone." He exhaled slowly into the phone, playing the role of a deeply disappointed older brother. "Ethan, you really need to calm down. You misplaced something, and your absolute first move is to accuse your own flesh and blood of theft? You were the only person in my apartment. You're always paranoid," he shot back, his tone shifting to condescension. "Check your place again. It's not exactly organized in there. You probably knocked it behind the dresser. I came over to genuinely apologize and mend fences, and this is the garbage I get in return." There it was. The classic Connor Thorne playbook. Deflect, minimize, gaslight, undermine. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't panic. He just tried to reposition my reality. "You have until noon, Connor," I said, my voice dropping an octave. "If the ring isn't back in my hands by 12 p.m., I am calling the police." He didn't answer. The line just went dead. I didn't wait. I immediately called our parents. My mother answered the landline. "Ethan, slow down," she scolded after I explained the situation. "Connor would absolutely never steal from you. You're being dramatic." "He already did, Mom." My father picked up on the upstairs extension. "You are overreacting, Ethan," he commanded, his voice firm and corporate. "Your brother is building something real right now. He is closing a massive deal. He doesn't need to break into your bedroom for pocket money." "It is not pocket money, Dad. It is a $300,000 vintage diamond. It's a piece of jewelry," my father snapped. "Do not destroy his business momentum over a stupid misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" I asked, incredulous. "He denied taking it because he didn't take it," my mother insisted blindly. "You have always resented how much pressure your brother is under. You've always been jealous of his ambition." Jealous. I stood in my bedroom, staring at the empty wooden box. "He was in my private bedroom for 4 minutes, Mom." My father's tone hardened into a direct threat. "Listen to me very carefully, Ethan. If you accuse your brother publicly without hard proof, if you call the police and ruin his reputation, we will have a very serious problem. You will be cut off. And not he will. I will." I understood everything perfectly in that single moment. It genuinely didn't matter what Connor had done. It didn't matter that he committed a felony against his own brother. My parents weren't protecting the truth. They were protecting their investment. They were protecting the fake, glossy version of Connor they had poured hundreds of thousands of dollars into over the years. When the call ended, my apartment felt entirely different. It felt colder. I wasn't angry anymore. I was recalibrating. Connor wasn't my only problem. He just had better camouflage provided by our parents. I was still standing by the nightstand when my phone lit up with an unknown local number. I almost let it go to voicemail, but my gut told me to answer. "Is this Ethan Thorne?" The voice on the other end was older, gruff, and direct. No hesitation. "Yes, speaking. My name is Arthur Sterling. I own Sterling Estate Jewelers down on 5th Avenue. Your grandmother, Clara, was a very close, personal friend of mine for 40 years. My grip tightened on the phone. "She spoke highly of you, Arthur. Which is exactly why I am calling you," he continued, his tone deadly serious. "A man perfectly matching your brother's description came into my shop 25 minutes ago." The room around me went completely still. He placed Clara's 4.5-carat pure platinum engagement ring on my glass counter and aggressively demanded $12,000 in cash. My heartbeat didn't spike. It slowed down to a rhythmic, focused thud. "Does he still have the ring, Arthur?" "No," Arthur replied. "I recognized the custom engraving inside the platinum band immediately. I personally appraised and cleaned that ring for your grandmother a decade ago. I knew that if I turned your brother away, he would have panicked and taken it to a shady pawn shop across town. The stone would have been violently stripped from the antique setting and sold on the black market by nightfall. It would have been gone forever. Last." "What did you do?" I asked, holding my breath. "I offered him $6,000 in cash. He accepted it immediately without a single counteroffer." "Of course he did. He was desperate." "The ring is currently locked inside my heavy floor safe," Arthur said. "I have him on 5 different high-definition, 4K security cameras. And, more importantly, I have the signed pawn declaration document stating, under penalty of perjury, that he is the sole legal owner of the item." There it was. The checkmate. Not suspicion, not paranoia, not instinct. Hard, undeniable, legally binding evidence. "That declaration," I said carefully, my risk analyst brain kicking into overdrive. "Is it legally binding?" "It is sworn under state fraud statutes," Arthur confirmed. "It's ironclad." I looked down at the empty velvet slot in my jewelry box one last time. "Do not call the police yet, Arthur," I instructed. Arthur paused, surprised. "You're sure about that, son?" "Yes. If the police pick him up at his house right now, my parents will intercept the fallout. They will hire expensive defense lawyers, spin a narrative to the cops, call it a family dispute, and bury the evidence. Connor survives in private chaos. He builds his entire life on public image. I need to shatter the image." "I'll be here," Arthur said. "I'll lock the front door." I ended the call, grabbed my keys, and walked out of my apartment. For the first time since opening that empty box, I felt solid ground under my feet. I didn't have anger. I had absolute, Unmitigated leverage. Arthur had the closed sign flipped the moment I arrived. He led me straight into his back office, spun the dial on a massive steel floor safe, and placed the ring on a black velvet tray between us. It looked completely untouched. Cold, precise, and beautiful. He turned his computer monitor toward me and pulled up the security footage. There was Connor, wearing the exact same charcoal suit. He dropped our grandmother's legacy onto the glass counter like it was a cheap piece of plastic. Arthur fast-forwarded the video to the paperwork phase. Connor took the pen and signed the sworn legal declaration without even bothering to read the fine print. Bold, arrogant, and confident. Arthur slid the physical pawn slip across the desk toward me. The state statute was printed clearly in bold red ink at the top. Sworn ownership. Criminal liability for false representation. That is felony grand theft and felony fraud, Arthur said quietly. I nodded once. I wasn't thinking about the theft anymore. I was calculating the trajectory of the fallout. When is he celebrating his wedding anniversary with Mia? I asked. Arthur raised an eyebrow. He bragged about it while I was counting the cash. Tonight, 8 p.m., he mentioned a reservation at the Apex. The Apex. Of course. It was a 5-star, exclusive rooftop restaurant downtown. It was where the city's elite, venture capitalists, and high-end investors dined. He didn't just want a nice dinner. He wanted a stage. He wanted witnesses to his fake success. Good, I said, leaning back in the leather chair. Arthur, call your contact at the local precinct. Tell them you have high-definition video evidence of grand theft and signed felony fraud documentation. Tell them the suspect is currently in possession of stolen funds and has the means for international travel. Arthur studied my face for a long second. You want the arrest to be public, don't you? Yes, I stood up. If he falls at home, my parents will cushion the landing. If he falls in the middle of the Apex in front of his investors, they can't save him. Arthur nodded slowly, a hint of a grim smile on his face. You have your grandmother's titanium backbone, Ethan. I have documentation, I replied. I walked out of the jewelry shop into the late afternoon air. I had 5 hours until 8 p.m. 5 hours to let Connor enjoy the absolute peak of his illusion. Consequences always work best when they arrive mid-toast. The Apex sat on the 40th floor of a gleaming glass high-rise overlooking the city skyline. It was all white linen tables, low ambient jazz, crystal chandeliers, and the kind of atmosphere where people talked about legacy and wealth, like they invented both. I arrived exactly 10 minutes early. I didn't go to intervene, I went to observe. Connor and his wife, Mia, were seated in a prime central booth with a flawless view of the city. He was wearing a tailored tuxedo jacket. Mia was wearing a stunning emerald silk dress. A bottle of vintage champagne was chilling in a silver bucket beside their table. I noticed the jewelry immediately. Mia was wearing a brand new diamond tennis bracelet. Clean cut, modern setting, sparkling under the chandeliers. $6,000. Exactly the amount he stole from me. To massive expansion, Connor said loudly, raising his crystal flute, making sure the venture capitalists at the neighboring table could hear him. And to proving the doubters wrong. I didn't smile. I just waited in the shadows near the bar, until their expensive Wagyu appetizers arrived. Then, I walked slowly across the dining room and pulled out the empty chair right at their table. Connor froze mid-sentence. His champagne glass hovered in the air. Mia blinked, genuinely confused. Ethan, Connor said carefully, his voice dropping to a harsh whisper. What the hell are you doing here? This is a private anniversary dinner. Happy anniversary, Connor, I replied, sitting back and crossing my arms. His jaw tightened furiously. You weren't invited, get up and leave before I call security. I ignored him and glanced at Mia's wrist. That is a truly stunning bracelet, Mia. She smiled automatically, though she looked incredibly uncomfortable. Oh, thank you, Ethan. Connor surprised me. $6,000? I asked, looking directly into Connor's eyes. Connor went completely still. The fake entrepreneur mask slipped. What are you doing? He hissed, his face flushing red. I just wanted to see how my investment was performing, I said casually. Mia's smile vanished entirely. What investment? Connor leaned aggressively across the table. Ethan, step outside right now. No. I checked my watch. 7:59 p.m. You walked into Sterling Estate Jewelers at exactly 9:45 this morning, I said, my voice calm and carrying just enough volume to make him sweat. You placed Grandma Clara's ring on the counter and demanded $12,000. You accepted $6,000. Mia's eyes snapped to her husband in sheer horror. Connor, what is he talking about? That's a lie, Connor stammered, panic finally bleeding into his voice. He's insane, Mia, don't listen to him. You signed a sworn legal declaration claiming sole ownership of the ring, I continued relentlessly. That is felony fraud. Connor. Stop, he hissed, looking around frantically at the neighboring tables. Lower your damn voice. I didn't need to. At exactly 8 p.m., the heavy restaurant doors swung open. 2 uniformed police officers entered, their radios crackling softly, with the visibly panicked restaurant manager trailing behind them. The entire atmosphere of the room shifted instantly. Conversations thinned out and died. Silverware paused mid-air. Connor saw the cops before they even reached the center of the room. I watched his face drain of all color until he looked like a ghost. He looked at me. He wasn't angry anymore. He wasn't calculating a lie. He was just painfully aware that the game was over. Ethan, he muttered, his voice shaking, please, don't. The officers approached the table. Connor tried to stand up, but his knee slammed into the underside of the table. A crystal water glass tipped over, spilling ice and water all over the pristine white linen. Connor Thorne? The lead officer asked, his hand resting casually near his utility belt. Yes, Connor squeaked, desperately trying to force a corporate steadiness into his voice. Is there a problem, officers? Please step away from the table, sir. Mia grabbed his tuxedo sleeve, her eyes wide with terror. Connor, what is happening? It's nothing, babe, he lied quickly, his eyes darting around. It's just a family misunderstanding. Ethan is confused. I remained seated, perfectly calm. It is not a misunderstanding, I said evenly. I filed a grand theft report this afternoon. The jeweler provided the 4K surveillance footage and the signed pawn declaration. The second officer stepped forward and unclipped the steel handcuffs from his belt. Mr. Thorne, you are under arrest for grand theft and felony fraud. Place your hands behind your back. Mia let out a choked gasp, covering her mouth with both hands. Connor turned to me fully, his eyes wide, practically begging. You're destroying my life, he whispered frantically. You're destroying everything I've built. Do you think this makes you a big man? No, I said, looking at him with absolute indifference. It makes you accountable. They grabbed his arms and spun him around. The sharp, metallic click of the handcuffs cut clean through the dead silence of the luxury dining room. That specific sound travels. It echoes. The venture capitalists and investors at the neighboring tables looked away, pretending not to watch, but I saw them memorizing every single detail. Cell phones were subtly angled downward under the tables, recording the scene. Connor's shoulders completely slumped. There were no more grand speeches, no last-minute charm offensives. He was escorted through the rows of white linen tables, crystal glasses, and horrified elites like a dirty stain being removed from a pristine rug. Mia sat frozen in the booth, staring blankly at the diamond bracelet on her wrist. Her breathing was shallow and rapid. She slowly unclasped the jewelry, her hands shaking violently, and placed it on the wet table. I didn't know, she whispered, tears spilling down her cheeks. Ethan, I swear to God I didn't know. I believe you, Mia, I said softly. I stood up, adjusted my jacket, and threw $200 bills on the table for the inconvenience. The officers led Connor into the elevator. He didn't fight them. He didn't look back. The doors closed, and he was gone. Illusion and lies do not survive under fluorescent police lighting. My phone started ringing before I even reached the underground parking garage. The caller ID flashed Mom. I let it ring 3 times before I answered it through my car's Bluetooth system. I didn't even get a chance to say hello. What did you do? She screamed so loudly the audio distorted. There was no greeting, no pretense. Just pure, unhinged hysteria. Mia just called me sobbing. She said the police dragged your brother out of a restaurant in handcuffs. Tell me this is a sick joke, Ethan. It's not a joke, Mom, I said, pulling my car out into the city traffic. He stole Grandma's ring. I pressed charges. You pressed charges? Her voice cracked violently, sounding like something inside her was physically breaking. Ethan, he is your brother. You are destroying his life over a piece of rock. He is a thief, Mom. My father's voice suddenly cut in from the other line. He had been listening. His tone was drastically different, cold, menacing, and calculated. You will call the precinct captain right now, Ethan, and you will correct this mistake. There is nothing to correct, Dad. He committed a felony. It was a misunderstanding, he barked sharply. You could have handled this privately, like a family. Do you have any idea what a felony arrest will do to his reputation? His investors were in that room. You've ruined his company. He should have considered his precious reputation before he signed a legally binding fraud document at a pawn shop. Dead silence on the line. The kind of silence that precedes an explosion. If you do not fix this tonight, my father said, enunciating every single syllable slowly, you are completely finished with this family. You will be cut out of the will. You will be dead to us. There it was. The ultimate threat. The weapon they had held over my head in different forms for my entire life. Withdraw approval, withdraw access, withdraw belonging, fall in line, or be exiled. I kept my eyes focused on the road. The streetlights passed by in steady, rhythmic intervals. "You don't have to cut me off, Dad," I said evenly. "I'm already walking away." My mother gasped loudly. "Ethan, stop being so dramatic. We can fix this." "I'm not being dramatic, I'm being factual. You are choosing a cold piece of jewelry over your own flesh and blood," my father roared. "No," I replied calmly. "I am choosing the law over your delusions." They immediately shifted tactics, realizing threats weren't working. "We will repay you the $6,000, my mother pleaded, her voice breaking into sobs. "We'll write you a check right now. We will smooth this all out. Just tell the police you gave him permission to sell it." They were literally asking me to commit perjury. They were asking me to sign away the truth, to risk my own freedom and clean record. "To protect him," my father added, his voice softening slightly, trying to manipulate me. "No," I said quietly. "To protect your fake version of him." The car was completely silent, except for the hum of the tires against the asphalt. "If you walk this path, Ethan," my father said, his voice dripping with venom, "you walk it entirely alone." I pulled into my apartment building's underground garage and put the car in park. "I have been walking alone for a very long time, Dad." I ended the call. I went into my phone settings and blocked both of their numbers. Then I blocked Connor's number. For the first time in my 32 years of life, the silence in my car felt incredibly clean. The arraignment was set for 2 p.m. the next day. I arrived early. I didn't come out of anxiety. I came out of habit. In risk analysis, you always observe the initial fallout. Courtrooms reward preparation and punish emotion. Connor was brought out from the holding cells wearing a standard-issue county jumpsuit. His wrists were cuffed to a thick chain wrapped around his waist. The tailored tuxedo and vintage champagne from 14 hours ago felt like a hallucination. He looked incredibly small. He wasn't broken yet, but he was painfully exposed. Our parents were sitting in the second row of the gallery. My mother was clutching a wad of tissues, her eyes red and swollen. My father sat perfectly rigid, staring straight ahead, his jaw tight. He was already calculating the damage control, the PR spin, the financial cost of a high-end defense attorney. The judge entered the room. The charges were formally read aloud for the public record. Grand theft, felony fraud. Those words echo entirely differently inside a courtroom than they do in a living room. They carry a physical weight. Connor's private attorney, a slick, expensive lawyer my father clearly hired overnight, stood up and immediately tried to paint a portrait of a simple misunderstanding between brothers. He called it a temporary financial maneuver that was blown wildly out of proportion by an estranged sibling. He heavily emphasized Connor's lucrative business ventures, his marriage, and his deep ties to the community. Then, the prosecutor stood up. He didn't use theatrics. He didn't raise his voice. He just presented the raw data. High-definition surveillance footage, a signed pawn declaration claiming sole ownership under penalty of perjury, immediate liquidation of stolen property for cash, premeditation. Then came the issue of bail. The prosecutor requested bail be set at the full appraised value of the stolen asset, $300,000, citing the defendant's clear risk of flight and his alleged access to large amounts of liquid corporate cash. The judge reviewed the jeweler's sworn statement and the pawn slip. She looked down at Connor. "I see clear, documented evidence of intentional deception and felony fraud," she said firmly. "Bail is set at $300,000. A sharp, audible gasp came from the gallery behind me. My mother. In our state, a bondsman requires a 10% non-refundable fee. That meant they needed $30,000 in pure liquid cash right that second just to get him out of the jumpsuit. Connor instantly turned around to look at our parents, searching their faces for the usual immediate reassurance. He expected the nod. He expected the checkbook to come out. My father didn't nod, he didn't move, he just stared blankly at the floor. Connor's shoulders sank completely. For the absolute first time in his 35 years of existence, there was no immediate rescue. There was no magical wire transfer to make the bad men go away. The gavel struck the block. Court was adjourned. The officers grabbed Connor's arms and led him back through the heavy side door toward the county jail. He glanced over his shoulder at me right before the door closed. He didn't look angry. He just looked profoundly confused, as if his brain physically could not process why the universe wasn't bending to his will anymore. 2 days after the arraignment, the entire illusion didn't just crack, it completely shattered. I was sitting in my office, reviewing quarterly risk projections, when my cell phone rang. It was my Aunt Beatrice, my father's older sister. Aunt Beatrice is a pragmatic, no-nonsense woman who actively avoids our family's drama. She only calls when something is irreversibly destroyed. "Ethan," she said without any preamble or small talk, "you need to understand exactly how deep this situation goes." I stopped typing. "I'm listening." "Your father tried to secure a second mortgage on their house yesterday morning to pay for Connor's bail and the defense attorney's retainer," she explained. The bank denied the application within 20 minutes. That genuinely shocked me. My parents had lived in that massive 4-bedroom suburban estate for 30 years. They had massive equity. Why would they deny it? I asked. Dead silence on the other end of the line. Because, Beatrice said softly, Connor used their home address and their personal information 6 months ago to secretly secure a high-interest, $500,000 commercial business loan for his failing agency. He forged your father's signature on the guarantor documentation. He has defaulted on the payments 4 times. The account is currently in aggressive collections. I leaned back in my ergonomic desk chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. I didn't feel shock. I felt the cold, terrifying click of pattern recognition. Connor hadn't just stolen my inheritance. He had financially gutted our parents. They didn't know? I asked. No, Beatrice replied, her voice tinged with pity. He intercepted the mail. He leveraged their entire life's work without telling them. Their credit scores are completely destroyed. The bank informed your father that the foreclosure process will officially begin in 30 days if the $500,000 debt isn't resolved immediately. There it was. The ring wasn't an act of sudden desperation. It was continuity. Connor didn't fall into crime. He escalated toward it over years of enabled behavior. That same afternoon, a prominent local business blog published a scathing article. Local entrepreneur arrested at the apex for felony theft. The fallout was instantaneous. Investors who were at the restaurant pulled their funding immediately. Corporate bank accounts were frozen pending investigation. His luxury marketing agency website went offline within 48 hours. But the most telling, tragic part wasn't public. My parents quietly listed their massive house for sale. The beautiful estate where they used to host charity galas, the house where Connor's constant failures were always reframed over expensive wine as temporary pivots. Now, it was just a distressed asset in desperate liquidation. I received a long rambling email from Mia that night. The subject line was simply, "We need to talk." It was a desperate plea for money. She claimed Connor had emptied their joint accounts before his arrest, leaving her with thousands in credit card debt. When systems collapse, people immediately begin reassessing their alliances. Connor had been operating like a financial predator for a decade, feeding off our parents, his wife, and trying to feed off me. He just assumed the prey would always forgive him because they loved him. This time, the prey had documentation. I deleted the email without replying. Connor's expensive lawyer tried to negotiate a plea deal, 3 years in a minimum security facility in exchange for a guilty plea to lesser charges. Connor, blinded by a lifetime of arrogance, flatly rejected it. He genuinely believed he could charm 12 random strangers on a jury the exact same way he charmed gullible investors. The trial was set for early December. The courthouse felt incredibly cold that morning. Not just the winter weather outside, but the air inside the building. Finality has a distinct temperature. The gallery was surprisingly full. Local reporters, a few former business associates who were pretending to be supportive but were actually there for the spectacle, and my parents. They sat in the very back row. They looked physically diminished. My father had lost weight. His suit hung loosely on his frame. My mother looked aged, exhausted, and hollow. They had lost their home to a short sale just weeks prior. They were currently living in a cramped apartment on the industrial side of town. Connor entered the courtroom. He wasn't wearing an expensive suit. He was wearing a drab gray suit provided by the public defender's office his high-priced lawyer had dropped him the moment the retainer check bounced. The suit was ill-fitting, wrinkled at the cuffs. He looked pale and gaunt. Jail strips away excess arrogance incredibly fast. The prosecutor opened his case with surgical precision. There were no theatrics, just a devastating timeline of facts. The will reading, the verbal objection, the silent planning period, the apartment visit under the false pretense of borrowing an espresso machine, the surveillance footage at the jewelry shop, the signed, sworn declaration, the luxury dinner, just hours later. It painted a perfect, undeniable picture of malicious intent. The public defender tried his best. He tried to frame the entire event as an informal family borrowing arrangement. He argued that it was a misunderstanding between brothers, a temporary loan meant to be repaid once Connor's lucrative business deals closed. Then, the prosecution called Arthur Sterling to the stand. Arthur testified with absolute calm. He detailed the exact timestamps. He provided clear identification of the ring's unique custom engraving. He described Connor's demeanor in the shop: relaxed, smiling, aggressively negotiating the price of stolen goods. The security footage was played on a large monitor for the jury. There was Connor, in high definition, counting a stack of cash. There was no hesitation, no urgency, no remorse. The pawn declaration was entered into evidence, his signature large and confident beneath the legal warning. Fraud requires intent. The paper made his intent entirely visible. Then, I was called to the stand. I swore in, sat upright, and folded my hands. The prosecutor walked me through the entire sequence. The visit, the bathroom detour, the empty jewelry box, the phone call where Connor gaslit me and called me paranoid. "Did your brother ever claim he intended to borrow the ring?" the prosecutor asked. "No," I replied clearly. "Did he admit to having possession of the ring when you confronted him?" "No. He told me I was crazy and disorganized." The public defender approached me slowly for cross-examination. "Mr. Thorne," he began, trying to sound sympathetic, "would you describe your relationship with your older brother as competitive?" "No." "Is it possible that deep-seated family resentment influenced your decision to aggressively involve law enforcement instead of handling this privately?" "I work in corporate risk compliance," I replied, looking directly at the jury. "When an individual commits felony fraud and theft, I involve the appropriate legal authorities. Personal history is completely irrelevant to the law." He tried one last, desperate angle. "You were heavily aware that your parents financially supported your brother's ventures while you built your career entirely independently. Could that financial disparity have created a profound hostility?" "I do not prosecute feelings," I said, my voice echoing in the quiet room. I responded to a documented theft. There was a quiet, palpable shift in the jury box. The defense had offered emotion and excuses. I had answered with cold, hard documentation. The defense called 0 witnesses. Connor did not testify. It was a smart decision. Cross-examination by the prosecutor would have eviscerated him. Closing arguments were brief. The jury left to deliberate. 2 hours later, they returned. Fast verdicts rarely favor the defendant. The foreperson stood up, holding the slip of paper. "On the charge of grand theft, we find the defendant guilty." Connor closed his eyes tightly. A muscle in his jaw twitched. "On the charge of felony fraud, we find the defendant guilty." There was no dramatic outburst. No screaming. Just the crushing weight of gravity finally catching up to a man who had spent his life floating above it. The judge revoked his bail immediately. The officers moved in. The handcuffs clicked again, sounding much louder in the dead-silent courtroom. As he was escorted out, Connor glanced at me one last time. It wasn't anger. It wasn't an apology. It was pure, terrifying recognition. For the first time in his life, his charm had failed. His parents couldn't buy his way out, and no one was going to replace his consequence with comfort. Sentencing was scheduled for 3 weeks later. The courtroom was mostly empty this time. Public outrage fades quickly when the spectacle is over. Connor stood at the defense table, in a bright orange penitentiary jumpsuit. His wrists were shackled, and his ankles were chained to the floor. The prosecutor didn't just summarize the theft of the ring, he brought up the financial investigation. He entered the forged commercial loan into the public record. He detailed the defaults, the destroyed credit of our parents, the absolute pattern of remorseless deception. Connor was offered the chance to speak before sentencing. He stood up slowly, and cleared his throat. "I made mistakes," he said, his voice raspy, "but prison won't help anyone. I am a builder. I can repay everything if I am just given the chance to work. No apology to me. No apology to our parents for bankrupting them. Just another pitch. Just another negotiation." The judge removed her glasses and looked down at him with absolute disgust. "Mr. Thorne," she said evenly, her voice cutting through the room, "you did not make a mistake. You made a series of highly calculated, predatory decisions. You stole a priceless heirloom from your own brother. You forged your elderly father's signature to secure $500,000. You bankrupted the very people who supported you. You have demonstrated 0 remorse today, unless it directly benefited your bid for leniency." Silence filled the room. "I sentence you to 8 years in the state penitentiary. You will not be eligible for early parole." 8 years. The words landed heavier than the verdict itself. Connor didn't protest. He just slumped forward. The officers secured his chains and led him away through the side door. There would be no appeals strong enough to rewrite the evidence. Just time. 8 long years of it in a concrete box. The hallway outside the courtroom was quiet. People move differently after final sentences are handed down slower, as if something completely irreversible has just altered the air pressure. My parents were waiting for me near the elevator banks. My father looked a decade older than he had just a few months ago. His shoulders were severely rounded, his cheap tie was loosened. His posture no longer carried the arrogant corporate authority he used to wield like a weapon. He just looked fatigued. My mother stepped forward first. "Ethan," she said, her voice thin and raspy. 8 years. There has to be an appeal process. There has to be something we can do." "There can be," I replied coldly. "But it won't change the video evidence." My father spoke next. His voice wasn't angry anymore. It was entirely hollow. "They are transferring him to the maximum security state penitentiary next week." I nodded once. He studied my face, desperately searching for something: regret, pity, anything. "You know, Ethan, Maybe you could have stopped this, he said quietly. No, Dad, I answered, looking him dead in the eye. You could have. Silence. That was when he finally confessed the rest of their reality. The foreclosure on their estate had been finalized. The house was sold at auction way below market value just to cover Connor's outstanding debts. Their massive retirement accounts were completely liquidated to pay for the initial legal retainers' money that essentially vanished into thin air. Because of the forged commercial loan, the bank had permanently frozen their credit lines. Their prestigious country club memberships were revoked. The wealthy investors who once drank their expensive wine and shook Connor's hand now actively avoided my father's phone calls. The collapse wasn't just sudden. It was structural. They had spent 30 years perfectly insulating Connor from the impact of his actions. When the impact finally arrived, it didn't just hit Connor. It tore through the entire foundation supporting him. My mother started crying softly. We gave him everything, Ethan. We gave him our whole lives. Yes, I said, showing no emotion. You absolutely did. They stood there in the fluorescent hallway. They weren't villains anymore. They weren't victims, either. They were just two people who had aggressively invested their entire existence into a toxic asset, and the market had finally crashed. The elevator doors opened behind me. Before stepping inside, I looked at them one last time. This didn't start with Grandma's ring, I said softly. It started decades ago, when you decided that consequences were optional for him. I stepped into the elevator. The doors closed, and with them, whatever fragile obligation I had left to that family was severed forever. 6 months later, I saw them one last time. It wasn't at a courthouse. It wasn't at a family gathering. It was on the wet sidewalk outside Sterling Estate Jewelers. I had just walked out of the shop after picking up Grandma Clara's ring. The police evidence hold had finally been officially released. The heavy platinum band felt different in my hand now. It wasn't heavier in physical weight, but in meaning. My parents were standing under a flickering street lamp in the freezing rain. They had obviously been waiting for me. My father was leaning heavily on a wooden cane. I hadn't noticed him using one before. My mother was wearing a cheap, thin coat that offered no protection against the cold. Time and stress had violently accelerated their aging process. Ethan, my mother said softly. There was no accusation in her voice this time, no manipulation, just pure, unadulterated exhaustion. We're living in a 2-bedroom rental behind a strip mall, my father added, staring at the wet pavement. I didn't respond. I just zipped up my jacket. We drive up to visit him once a month. My mother continued, her voice trembling. The drive is 5 hours each way. He looks terrible, Ethan. He says the prison food is unbearable. He says the other inmates are. He says he won't survive 8 years. He will, I said flatly. Human beings adapt. The freezing rain began falling harder, soaking their clothes. My mother took a desperate step closer to me. We made mistakes, Ethan. We see that clearly now. We enabled him. We backed the wrong child. That sentence just hung there in the freezing air. It wasn't a genuine apology. It was an inventory adjustment. They realized their primary investment was bankrupt, so they were trying to pivot to the backup. You're highly successful, my father said, finally looking up at me. You're stable. You just got promoted to director. We don't have anyone left in this world but you, Ethan. There it was. The ultimate fallback position. I am not your insurance policy, I said evenly. My mother's voice cracked into a sob. We are still your parents. And I was still your son, I replied, my voice dropping to a dangerous whisper, when you screamed at me to commit perjury and lie to the police to save a thief. Silence. The only sound was the rain hitting the concrete. My father looked down at my right hand, where Grandma Clara's ring was securely tucked into my pocket. You got it back, he said quietly. Yes. Isn't that enough for you to forgive us? I held his broken gaze for a long time. No. He nodded slowly, his shoulders sagging, as if something inside him had finally, permanently aligned with reality. You lost your golden son, I said, turning to walk toward my car. But you didn't lose him today. You lost him the exact moment. You taught him. He was above the law. They didn't argue. They didn't threaten to cut me off. They didn't try to negotiate. They just stood there in the freezing rain, completely alone. And for the first time in their lives, they fully understood that I was never coming back to cushion their fall. It has been nearly 2 years since that night at the restaurant. Connor is currently serving his time in the state penitentiary. He has 6 years left. From what I hear through the grapevine, Mia divorced him, took whatever scraps of dignity she had left, and moved across the country. I don't track his days. I only track my own. 6 months after the sentencing, I was promoted to Director of Risk Operations at my firm. It came with a massive portfolio, a large team, and real, heavy responsibility, the kind of responsibility that is earned through competence, not handed out as a bailout. I moved out of my apartment and bought a beautiful, restored brick townhouse near the river. It has a small private courtyard, a heavy iron gate, and quiet mornings. There is no chaos here. There are no frantic emergency calls for bail money. There are no toxic negotiations disguised as family loyalty. I still have Grandma Clara's ring. I keep it locked in a secure safe, but occasionally, I take it out and look at it. The diamond doesn't symbolize revenge to me. It represents absolute clarity. Every tiny scratch on that antique platinum band existed long before this nightmare started. It survived decades of wear, immense pressure, and heat. It outlasted the entire fake illusion my family built around it. And so did I. Connor actually tried to write to me once. It was a short, pathetic letter, routed through the prison's heavily monitored mail system. There was absolutely no apology in it. It was just a rambling list of complaints about what maximum security prison does to a man's pride, followed by a desperate request for me to put money on his commissary account. I threw it directly into the paper shredder without a second thought. My parents completely stopped reaching out after that final conversation in the rain. According to Aunt Beatrice, they live incredibly quiet, miserable lives now. There are no more country club memberships, no more lavish dinner parties. Just the crushing routine of poverty and regret. Consequence has a beautiful way of simplifying a complicated life. I honestly don't hate them anymore. Hate requires active energy, and I refuse to spend another ounce of my energy on them. I simply redirected it into my own life. There is a profound truth that people rarely tell you about cutting ties with a highly toxic family system. The silence that follows the cutoff can feel terrifyingly unfamiliar at first. You spend your whole life expecting the noise, the drama, the pundak, the gaslighting, but what you get instead is pure, unadulterated space. Space to think clearly, space to build a foundation without someone constantly trying to sabotage it, space to define your own identity entirely outside of their reactions. Sharing DNA with someone does not obligate you to subsidize their delusions. Accountability is not an act of cruelty. It is the strict enforcement of personal boundaries. Connor didn't go to prison because I exposed him. He went to prison because he genuinely believed he could take whatever he wanted from whoever he wanted without facing a single consequence. That toxic belief was heavily reinforced and funded by our parents for over 30 years, until it suddenly wasn't. If there is absolutely anything I have learned from this entire ordeal, it is this. Loyalty without accountability isn't love. It is just the maintenance of dysfunction. You do not owe your hard-earned stability to someone else's intentional collapse. And you are always allowed to walk away from anyone who demands that you set yourself on fire just to keep their fake image warm. I don't look at the city skyline the way I did that night at the Apex restaurant. I look at my own heavy iron front gate in the mornings when I leave for work. It is locked, it is secure, and most importantly, it is earned. After 16 years building the company, I was fired by the founder's arrogant son for discovering a secret that could ruin his career. They say the devil is in the details. But that's a myth that people tell themselves when they're too lazy to read the fine print. The devil is not in the details. The devil is in the definition section, which is often found on page 4, paragraph 3, subsection B. That is where I have resided for the past 12 years. While the salespeople were out buying steaks with the company card and the marketing team was busy sniffing their own farts during synergy brainstorming sessions, I was working in the back room on the engine. I am Claire Bennett. I'm a corporate licensing architect. It sounds uninteresting. I understand. It sounds like the kind of job where you could wear beige cardigans and die quietly at your desk. However, in the area of data streaming, I am accountable for preventing billion-dollar pipes from exploding. I wrote the code, not the computer code, but the company's legal code, or DNA. 12 years ago, Streamline was not a tech powerhouse with a glass tower in Wilmington. 3 guys and I were crammed into a rented office above a tire shop, which smelled of burnt rubber and desperation. I recall sitting in a folding chair, a laptop on my knees, and drafting the earliest exclusivity agreements as the founder, Old Man Turner, walked around smoking cheap cigars. He was a bastard. But he was a clever one. I knew the technology wouldn't matter if the rights weren't protected. Claire, he'd sneer, pointing a vicious finger at me. Make it bulletproof. I want a contract so strict that if they try to breathe without paying us, they'll owe us for the oxygen. So I did. I created a paper fortification. I connected clauses like a razor wire spider web. For 12 years, I created the licensing infrastructure that enabled that tire shop to expand into a $800 million empire. I remained in the shadows. I did not wish to become famous. I didn't need those magazine covers. I just wanted the machine to function. Before I get into how the machine tried to eat me, a little aside. I'm unloading my entire mess here since my lawyer told me I couldn't speak with the press right now, but he didn't include anonymous forums. If you want to see how a middle-aged woman takes down a boardroom full of frat boys, subscribe and possibly upvote, since the information I'm about to offer is interesting, and it helps the algorithm recognize I'm not a bot. Okay, back to the grime. The challenge in designing the perfect machine is that people tend to forget that it requires a mechanic. They simply assume it operates on magic. Turner, an elderly man, died last year. Heart attack. It was likely the first time his heart had acted spontaneously in 80 years. With that, the prince inherited the kingdom. Ryan steps in. A.T. Ryan Turner, 32, has an MBA from a school where his father paid for a library wing and teeth that are unnaturally white. On the first day, he walked into the CEO's office wearing a suit more expensive than my first Honda, carrying a cappuccino, and exuding an air of entitlement that had its own gravitational pull. I knew we were in trouble the moment he called his first all-hands meeting. He didn't mention stability, or our key license revenue. He discussed disruption. He used the term pivot 6 times in 3 minutes. He considered the corporation his father established, which I secured, as an ATM for his ego. He looked at me, the woman in the corner wearing sensible glasses and carrying 3-ring binders. But he didn't notice the architect. He saw furniture. He predicted a legacy cost. He saw a boomer residue. I'm 45. You are illiterate, turnip. That is Generation X. But whatever. I remember a meeting about 3 months into his tenure. I was seeking to emphasize the unpredictability of our Asia-Pacific sublicensing transactions. It's a fragile environment. You pull one thread, and the entire sweater unravels. Claire Ryan interrupted with a fidget spinner. Yes, by 2024, the mahogany table will feature a genuine fidget spinner. You're getting bogged down in the how. I want you to focus on the wow. We must be agile. You need to break things. I lowered my reading glasses. Ryan, if we break the sublicensing requirements in Singapore, we will trigger a default provision in the German master agreement. We lost the European market overnight. He rolled his eyes. Actually rolled them as if a teenager had asked to take out the trash. That's just legal jargon, Claire. We have lawyers for that. I need visionaries, not librarians. The room became quieter. The other executives, whom I had worked with for a decade and saved from a dozen lawsuits, were looking at their notes. Nobody said anything. Nobody supported the woman who built the floor they were standing on. That was the moment. It was a shotgun blast. I said nothing. I just closed my binder. The sound of the metal ring locking shut echoed like a gunshot through the quiet room. I said, I understand. My voice was calm. It's always calm. My rage does not scream. It calculates. I'm going to stop becoming a librarian. Ryan smirked, convinced that he had won a power war. He thought he was housebreaking the old crew. He had no idea he had just penetrated the nuclear core and shut down the cooling system. Ryan made the classic blunder of the inherited rich. He mistaken authority for power. He held the title. He had the corner office. He had the signing pen. But he didn't know where the deceased were buried. He didn't even understand there was a cemetery. I returned to my office, which was a little windowless box in comparison to the glass fishbowls supplied to new VP recruits, and started organizing. I did not organize efficiently. I prepared for war. I chose the original founding documents, which were stained with coffee and typed using software that no longer exists. I sat there, surrounded by the hum of servers for which I had approved a budget 10 years ago. I waited. I knew what was coming. And, like Ryan, they are predictable. They're like bad code. They frequently crash the same way. He wanted to save costs in order to fund his innovative new ideas, the bulk of which used blockchain, of course. The silent department that never complains is the simplest cost to reduce. He was going to fire me. I could feel it in the air conditioning. It smelled like cheap cologne and betrayal. But here's the thing about architects, we keep the blueprints. And sometimes we're intelligent. We draw trapdoors that only we can see. I looked at the framed photo of old man Turner on my desk. He appeared sad in the photograph, holding a cigar. Sorry, elderly man. I muttered to the photographer. Your child is about to realize why you never fire the person who holds the keys to the castle. I saved 3 specified files to an encrypted USB device. I kept the drive in my purse, next to the lip balm. Then I waited for the phone to ring. It didn't take long. The call came on a Tuesday morning. Tuesday is a cowardly day to fire staff. Monday is quite forceful. Friday may result in a weekend PR disaster. Tuesdays are boring. Tuesday is safe. Claire, could you please come down to the strategy room? Just a quick sync. Sophie, the HR director, appeared to be 12 years old and mainly shopped at Zara. Her voice had a tremble in it. I am about to ruin your life, but I will do so through therapy. Trembling. I said. On my way. I grabbed my coffee mug. I sipped. It was quite cold. I left it there. I did not grab anything else. No paper or pen, just myself in my suit. I strolled down the corridor, which I had traveled 5,000 times before. I passed the server room. I strolled by the wall of patents, 7 of which listed my name as a contributor. I dropped by the break room, where the new marketing interns were making TikTok films about hustling culture. They stared at me like I was a ghost. Maybe I was. I entered the strategy room. It was a glass box in the center of the floor, designed for transparency. The blinds were drawn. So much for transparency. Sophie sat at the head of the table, gripping a manila folder as a shield. Ryan leaned against the window, staring at the parking lot board. I walked in without turning around. He checked his watch. A Rolex Daytona. Tacky. Have a seat. Claire, Sophie explained, did not offer me water. That's the first sign. They feel horrible about providing water. If not, they just want you to leave. I sat. I folded my hands on the table. Sophie, am I getting fired? Sophie blinked. She was unprepared for the straightforward approach. She wanted to perform the dance. Claire, we're going through a strategic reorganization. Ryan and the board have been reviewing our operational efficiency. Restructuring, I stated unequivocally. Simply say the word. It has fewer syllables. Ryan turned around. Then he delivered the look that said he thinks he is the brightest person in the room because his father owned the building. Claire, please don't make this a drama. The industry is evolving. We require cloud-native minds. You've done adequate work for your age. But we're moving toward a lean, agile style. We need speed. And your department is the bottleneck. Is there a bottleneck? I repeated. Do you mean compliance? Ryan paused in his corporate pitch to explain. I mean dead weight. You read contracts as if we were purchasing real estate in 1990. It's slow. It's dull. And it's expensive. We're automating the licensing structure. AI can do what you do in seconds. I almost laughed. I had to bite the inside of my cheek to keep a chuckle from coming out. AI is doing my work. Good luck getting ChatGPT to understand the subtleties of a crossbred indemnity clause for third-party intellectual property in a non-extradition treaty zone. So I'm redundant. I said that your role had been removed. Sophie quickly rectified, slipping a large envelope over the table. We've put together a severance plan that will take effect immediately. Each year of service is awarded 2 weeks' pay, with a maximum of 6 months. We also offer outplacement services that will help you update your resume. I looked at the package. 6 months' pay for 12 years of building the empire. It was an insult. It was a slap in the face with a wet glove, but I declined. Not yet. What about my equity? I inquired. My vesting schedule. Ryan waved his hand dismissively. Standard terms apply. Anything not vested is forfeited. You know the drill. You wrote half of the policy, correct? He thought it was a burn. He imagined he was using my own efforts against me. I did, I responded. I wrote the policy for the employees. I did not write the policy for the founders or partners. Ryan frowned. What? Nothing. I stated that while standing up, I'll sign the separation agreement, but I need one item first. Sophie panicked slightly as she stated. We can't give you access to your computer. Security measures. I don't need the computer. I need a hard copy of my original employment contract. One signed by your father in 2008. A printout of my current personnel record is also given, indicating the date and cause for my termination. Why? Ryan inquired. His gaze narrowed. I lied on my unemployment application. The state requires confirmation of the first hire date in order to calculate long-term benefits. It was gibberish. Complete bureaucratic gibberish. However, Ryan and Sophie are afraid of bureaucracy. They don't understand it, so they follow it. Okay, Ryan sighed. Sophie printed. Let's get this over with. I have a lunch meeting at Nabu. Sophie hurriedly left the room. Ryan and I were left alone. The air was thick with whispered things. Do you think I'm making a mistake? Ryan said, challenging me. He wanted to fight. He wanted me to scream so he could justify calling me emotional. I guess you are doing exactly what I expected. You are taking down the tree because you believe the leaves are unkempt, unaware that the roots are the only thing holding it up. "We'll be fine," he scoffed. "The revenue is on autopilot." "Is it?" I asked quietly. Sophie reappeared, breathless, and handed me a small bundle of papers. Ryan signed my original 2008 contract and the termination notice, both dated today. "Thank you," I responded. I put the papers in my folder. I didn't sign their separation agreement. "You need to sign the waiver," Sophie said, handing a pen to me. "I'll take it home to review," I responded. "Standard procedure. You gave me 48 hours in the document itself." 12. Subsection. I wrote it, remember? Sophie looked at Ryan. Ryan shrugged. "Whatever. Let her take it. She has no leverage. What will she do? Sue us for being boring?" I stood up. I smoothed my skirt. I looked Ryan in the eye. "Hello, Ryan. Good luck with the pivot." Yeah. Bye, Claire." I walked out. I did not pack any boxes. Didn't say goodbye to the receptionist. I walked directly to the elevator, took it down to the foyer, and went outside into the Delaware sunshine. My heart was pounding, but not from dread. It was pumping with adrenaline. Because, as I clasped the folder to my chest, I realized something they hadn't. I was aware that when old guy Turner accepted my initial job offer in 2008, he was inebriated. And, because he was inebriated and paranoid, he insisted on a very specific, non-standard rule for involuntary termination without cause. He believed the clause would never be activated because he never meant to terminate me. Ryan had just activated a condition that, to their disadvantage, I had disguised in the master licensing deal itself. Ryan just said it was on autopilot. He had no idea, he'd just tossed the captain off the plane at 30,000 feet. And he was sitting in the cockpit, pulling on a joystick that had no connection to anything. I got into my respectable Volvo, and finally grinned. The smile was not pleasant. It was the sneer of a predator who had just seen the victim enter the cage and lock the door from within. "Alexa," I told the empty car. "Play Sympathy for the Devil." My suburban home is quiet. It is a specific sort of silent engineered window that is insulated and triple-paned. I prefer it that way. I no longer have kids or a husband. Todd left 6 years ago for a spin instructor named Candy, with a K. And, frankly, I should have emailed her a thank you note while sitting in the hum of my Sub-Zero wine freezer. I kicked off my heels at the entryway. I didn't change out of my suit. I needed the armor. I poured a glass of Sans Serra, which was crisp, acidic, and sharp, and set it on my dining table. This was my battle area. I placed the document Sophie had given me on the table. I then went to the wall safe behind a generic abstract painting in the passageway. I turned the dial. Click. 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 Heavy steel swung open. There were no diamonds or cash inside, only backup hard drives and a large, fireproof document box. I moved the box onto the table. This was in the context of an emergency kit, or what I refer to as the dead man's switch. I opened the box. The smell of old paper wafted away. I found the original Master Licensing Agreement, MLA, from 2008. The paper was heavy bond stock. Here's the problem about contracts that Ryan and his MBA peers don't understand. A contract is a living thing. It evolves. You can include modifications, addendums, and timetables. Over the course of 12 years, the Streamline MLA developed from a 20-page document to a 400-page beast. Every time we entered a new country or introduced a new data tier, we updated the code. But the original 2008 agreement was solid. If the bedrock cracks, the structure will collapse. I accessed the file I had stolen from the workplace, a digital backup saved to a USB stick. I searched up the 2018 Global Expansion Amendment. This paper enables Streamline to provide its technology to third-party vendors in Asia and Europe. It was a cash cow. It contributed 70% of the company's current revenue. I compared the digital signature in the 2018 addendum to the signature requirements of the 2008 Master Agreement. And there it was. The ghost in the machine. Turner was frightened about being toppled in a boardroom coup in 2008. So I included a provision, Clause 14b, the Sovereignty Clause, stating that any modification that effectively modifies the company's essential IP exclusivity must be countersigned by the original licensor Turner and the key licensing architect, myself, in wet ink rather than digital ink. We inserted an obsolete clause to discourage aggressive takeovers. We joked about it. We termed it the blood oath. Turner was already sick at the time of the 2018 expansion. He was checking out. He digitally signed the amendment from his yacht in the Mediterranean. I digitally signed it at my Wilmington desk. Everybody was rushing. The lawyer said, "Digital is fine. It's industry standard." I let it go. I was aware that this violated Article 14b. But we're all on the same team, right? The corporation was making money. I was getting my bonus. Who's worried about wet ink? But here's the kicker. Axer. Lover. Obuon. According to the 2008 Master Agreement, any amendment that violates the signing process is void ab initio, which means it will continue to operate after today. It suggests that it never had a legal existence. If the 2018 amendment is found null and invalid, Streamline will be unable to license its technology to anyone outside of the United States, resulting in the loss of all funds earned from international partners over the past 6 years. Hundreds of millions of dollars were acquired illegally. It was effectively fraud, or, at most, a global breach of contract. I tasted some wine. It tasted like victory. Ryan didn't just fire an employee. He fired the only person whose quiet enabled a billion-dollar legal blunder. By firing me without cause, he violated the implied covenant of good faith that precluded me from raising this issue. Ryan signed a termination letter, which I examined. The post was eliminated due to redundancy. Redundancy, I explained, tracing the word with my finger. You're a fool. I began organizing the papers into 3 piles. I went inside my home office closet and saw 3 pristine navy blue folders. Folder 1, The Truth, has the 2008 Master Agreement with the wet ink clause noted. The 2018 amendment uses only digital signatures. Legal brief. I've just started writing in my head on why the 2018 document is toilet paper. Folder 2, The Crime, has a printout of Ryan's strategic roadmap outlining the new expansion plans, which are entirely predicated on the 2018 amendment becoming lawful, proof that they are still selling rights that they do not own. Folder 3 contains the price. This was a fun one. I pulled out my original employment contract. Turner signed an elderly guy under the influence of drink. Clause 9 discusses intellectual property retention. In the event of an involuntary termination without cause, employee Claire retains a 1% royalty ownership in any licensing structures she directly authored, retroactive to the date of deployment, which vests immediately. I had written it as a joke. A golden parachute for a startup that lacks capital. 1% of nothing is nothing. 1% of $800 million. That's not nothing. That entails owning a private island, and the name Ryan signifies wealth. The math was amazing. They owed me pay for each license sold since 2008. In addition, there will be a recurring royalty. I sat back. The house was now dark. The only light came from my laptop screen. I wasn't going to sue them yet. That's what a sensible person would do. A typical person would contact a lawyer to file a complaint. No. I was an architect. I intended to let them build the tower a little higher. I planned to let Ryan climb all the way to the top and proclaim his victory to the world before pulling the pin. I needed them to do one more act. I demanded that they openly rely on the bogus contract under Ryan's name once more. I checked my phone. A notification from LinkedIn. Ryan Turner posted. Next week promises to be exciting. Never before has there been so much global expansion. #disruption. It is a new era. I smiled. He was doing the work for me. Proceed, Ryan. I spoke to the brilliant screen. Disrupt yourself. 2 weeks. That's how long I waited. For 14 days, I was a ghost. I didn't update my LinkedIn. I did not reply calls from bewildered ex-colleagues who wanted to know why my email had bounced. I woke up at 6 a.m. Also practiced yoga. As flexibility is essential when dealing with corporations. Then I sat at my dining table and watched the cables. I had created Google Alerts for Streamline, Ryan Turner, and Eurotech Solutions. Eurotech was the largest fish. They were a German firm looking to license our entire streaming backend for the EU market. Ryan had pursued the transaction to show stockholders that he was more than just a nepotist hirer. The transaction was valued $150 million and completely illegal. The press release was sent on Thursday. I first noticed it on TechCrunch. Streamline has partnered with Eurotech on an extraordinary $150 million licensing transaction. CEO Ryan Turner calls it the beginning of a borderless data future. I opened the article. Ryan was photographed shaking hands with the CEO of Eurotech in Berlin. Ryan was grinning. He looked like he had just invented the internet. The post was full of quotes about synergy and robust legal frameworks. I almost felt terrible for Eurotech's lawyers. German lawyers are thorough. They do not love surprises. They prefer rules. They believe that when a US firm declares we own the rights, they truly do. They assumed that due diligence had been undertaken. I assumed Ryan could read. I focused on the photograph. In the background, a screen exhibited a data architecture diagram. My architecture, as governed by the 2008 Master Agreement. Gotcha. I whispered. I didn't call Ryan. Calling Ryan would offer him the opportunity to distort things. He'd try to bury it. Maybe you can entice me with a consulting fee? No. I needed to shut off his air supply. I opened my laptop and typed an email. I didn't send it to Streamline. I sent it to Klaus, the general counsel at Eurotech Solutions. I'd met him once at a convention in Geneva. He was a serious man in three-piece suits who lacked sense of humor. Subject: Inquiry regarding Clause 14b. Streamline Licensing Authority. Dear Klaus, I hope you are doing well. I am writing to you as the original author of the Streamline Master Licensing Agreement 2008. I saw the good news about your love. I am sorting through my personal records now that I am no longer with Streamline, which happened 2 weeks ago. I wanted to bring to your attention a minor administrative matter, so that your compliance team is fully prepared. Could you please ensure that the 2018 worldwide revision related to your license agreement includes the wet ink counter signatures required by Item 14b of the founding document? My records demonstrate that without these specific signatures, the alteration is technically illegal from the start, making any sublicensing of the IP to Euro illegal under US law. I'm sure that was simply a paperwork oversight on Streamline's part. Given the EU's strict liability requirements for intellectual property theft, I thought a friend should alert you. Best regards, Claire. I pressed send. It was the most passive-aggressive paragraph I had ever written. It was beautiful. It wasn't a threat. It was a good heads up. It presented the large swindle as a paperwork issue. I poured a fresh cup of coffee and checked the clock. It was 2 p.m. in Delaware. This indicated that it was 8 p.m. in Germany. Klaus was probably eating dinner. He would check his emails on his phone. He'd read it. He'd frown. He'd call his younger colleagues. They would terminate the agreement. They would look at Clause 14b and the signatures. Then the screaming would start. I gave it 3 hours. My phone rang about 5:15 p.m. It wasn't Klaus. It was a number I recognized. The direct contact for the Streamline General Counsel's office. I let it go to voicemail. 2 minutes later, it rang again. Ryan's mobile number. I let it go to voicemail. 5 minutes later, Ryan texted me. Claire, please answer the phone. What did you send to Germany? We need to talk now. I took a screenshot of the text. I added it to folder 2. Then I said, I'm sorry. Who is this? I had not stored this number. My employment ended 2 weeks ago. The dots appeared instantaneously. He typed frantically. Stop playing games. Klaus just put a hold on the wire transfer. He is considering fraudulent inducement. This has to be rectified. Call them back and admit your error. I smiled. I could hear him panicking about the LTE network. The $150 million wire transfer has been stopped. The stock price was guaranteed to tumble as soon as rumors circulated. I typed back slowly. I can't speak on behalf of the company. Ryan, I'm not an employee. I'm just a perplexed bystander. If you require my professional opinion on the contracts, I am available for consultation. My rate is significantly more than my previous compensation. He did not answer immediately. He probably tossed his phone across the room. 10 minutes later, I got an email, official letterhead from the General Counsel. David. David was a beautiful person, yet he was vulnerable. He did as Ryan told him. Subject: Urgent legal consultation and settlement discussion. Hello Claire. We'd like to invite you to our office tomorrow at 9 a.m. to discuss current discussions about the Eurotech transaction. We believe there was a misunderstanding over the legality of the 2018 amendment. We are open to discussing a retroactive consulting agreement to explain these issues. Please confirm your presence. 8 P.S. We are open to discussing a retroactive. David, please clarify these terms. That was the lawyer pleading. Please come save our asses before we go to prison. I didn't answer immediately. I went to my closet. I pushed aside the sweatpants and yoga gear. I reached into the back to collect the clothing. It was a vintage Armani in charcoal gray, sharp enough to cut through glass. I hadn't worn it in 5 years since it was too formal for Ryan's relaxed working environment. Tomorrow, I informed the suit. We're going to be intimidating. I responded to David with one word. Confirmed. The trap has sprung. Now all I needed to do was walk in and close the jaws. That night, I slept like a baby, the kind of deep, revitalizing sleep you only get when you know you have the winning lotto ticket and everyone else has a misplaced betting slip. While sleeping, I was aware of what was going on at Streamline headquarters. I still had pals there, including low-level analysts and paralegals, the hidden people Ryan neglected. My phone buzzed silently all night with encrypted signal messages. Why is the general counsel raving at the IT director at 10 p.m.? They are cleaning the servers and searching for wet ink documents. Ryan is in the boardroom. He looks like he's about to vomit. Did you do anything? Lol. I did not respond. Plausible deniability is an excellent thing. I awoke about 6:30 a.m. I showered. I arranged my hair tightly, bunned, and severe, with no free strands. I put on an Armani suit. It fit well. It felt like chainmail. I applied makeup. Just enough to appear alive, alert, and dangerous. I drank my coffee black. I gathered the 3 folders. They sat on my kitchen counter, seemingly harmless navy blue cardstock. Folder 1 contains the law. The proof is stored in folder 2, the bill can be found in folder 3. I stored them in the leather briefcase Turner had given me for my 10th anniversary. It was tattered and scarred leather. It seems to have witnessed combat. It did. I drove to the office. The commute appeared weird. I listened to NPR. They were discussing the weather. Sunny. With a high of 75. They didn't mention that a major local technology company was failing. Not yet. I pulled into the parking lot. My badge was deactivated. Obviously, I could not enter the executive garage. I had to park at the visitor lot, which was half a mile away. Petty, I muttered, locking the Volvo. I walked on asphalt. The sun was illuminating the building's glass facade. It looked impressive. From the outside, it appeared to be a bastion of innovation. From the inside, I saw it was a house of cards kept together by a non-existent signature. I strolled into the lobby. Sarah, the receptionist, looked up. Her eyes expanded. She knew I'd been fired. The rumor mill moves quicker than fiber optics. Claire. She mumbled. I have a meeting with David and Ryan, I said, smiling warmly. This was not her fault. Can you buzz me in? I need to call up, she said tentatively, reaching for the phone. Go ahead. She murmured into the receiver before nodding. She turned pale. They said send you straight up to the war room. What war room? I inquired, raising an eyebrow. They used to call it the Synergy Suite. The fact that they returned to the war room meant that the terror had subsided. Thank you, Sarah. I walked to the elevators. I pushed the button for the 12th floor. The door slid open. I walked in and looked at my reflection on the mirrored walls. I appeared relaxed. I appeared like a lady about to examine God. The elevator chimed. The doors opened. The hallway was quiet. Too quiet. Normally, this level was filled with assistants and junior VPs attempting to look busy. Today, it's a ghost town. They had cleared the floor. They didn't want witnesses. I walked along the long corridor, my shoes clicking against the smooth concrete. Click. 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 The sound of a clock counting down. I approached the boardroom's large glass doors. Through the glass, I could see them. Ryan was pacing. He had removed his suit jacket. His tie was unfastened. He seemed to be sweating. David, the general counsel, sat at the table, head in his hands, surrounded by piles of paperwork. 2 professional shooters, most likely charging $1,000 per hour, were whispering and staring at laptops. They looked up as I approached. I didn't knock. I just pushed open the door. It was heavy, but I didn't struggle. Good morning, gentlemen, I said. My voice didn't shake. It filled the room. Ryan stopped pacing. He turned to face me. His eyes were red-rimmed. You, he spat. You have some nerve showing up here after trying to sabotage a $150 million deal. I was invited, I said, walking to the head of the table opposite Marcus, ignoring Ryan. I placed my briefcase on the table, and I didn't sabotage anything. I simply responded to a question from a colleague in Germany. Ryan exclaimed. You maliciously misled our partner. Did I? I looked at Marcus. Marcus. Tell him. Marcus looked up. He looked aged. He looked like he hadn't slept in a week. Ryan, you're correct. Ryan slammed his hand on the table and declared. I don't care about technology. I am concerned about the money that has been frozen in the bank. Sit down, Ryan, I suggested without shouting. I used the same voice I used when he was an intern, and I had to explain how a printer worked, which worked. He actually sat. Now, I added, unlatching my briefcase. You called me here to clarify words. Let us clarify. I took out the 3 folders and lined them up. You have a problem, I said. A very big, very expensive problem. And, contrary to popular perception, I am the only person in the world capable of repairing it. However, rectifying it will cost you. One of the external lawyers, a sharp-looking man with a shaved head, came up and said, Miss Vance, we would want to offer you a consultation arrangement to address the signature difference. We can offer you a regular charge if. I held up my hand. Stop. You feel you are negotiating an hourly rate. It is not. I placed my hand on folder 1. This isn't a consulting gig, I said softly. This is a hostage negotiation, and I'm the one holding the gun. The room became silent, and the air conditioner hummed. Ryan peered at me, his mouth slightly open, and noticed the librarian had teeth. Hostage negotiation. Ryan smiled uneasily. You're ridiculous. We have 50 lawyers on retainer. A 1,995 briefcase, and a grudge. I have the truth, Ryan, I said, sliding folder 1 toward Marcus. Open it. Marcus hesitated. He looked at the external lawyers, who nodded slightly. Go ahead. See what she has. Marcus opened the navy blue folder, which contained a single sheet of parchment-colored paper, a certified copy of the 2008 Master License Agreement, specifically page 42, Clause 14b. Read the underlined sentence, Marcus, out loud for the class. Marcus adjusted his spectacles and cleared his voice. Clause 14b. The sovereignty of intellectual property. Any revision, addition, or alteration that affects the licensed technology's territorial exclusivity must be signed in wet ink by the originating licensee Turner and the primary licensing architect. Vance's unwillingness to follow this protocol renders the amendment void from the start. I leaned forward and said, void ab initio. Do you understand what that means, Ryan? It means it's void from the start, Marcus replied quietly, his cheeks becoming gray. Exactly, I responded. It means that the 2018 Global Expansion Amendment, with which you signed deals in Japan, Brazil, the United Kingdom, and now Germany, never existed legally. You've been selling rights you don't own for 6 years. That's a technicality, Ryan said, standing up again. It's a clerical error. We can sign it right now. Backdate it. No, you can't, I replied politely, because old man Turner has died. He cannot sign it, since I am not an employee. So I can't sign it as the lead licensing architect anymore. We'll argue it in court, the shaved-headed lawyer stated quietly. The party's intent was clear. The corporation treated the change as if it were legitimate. A judge will follow the theory of equitable estoppel. Maybe, I admitted, after 3 years of discovery, depositions, and every single one of your international partners freezing their payments because they don't want to be connected with IP fraud. Can the stock price withstand a 3-year freeze on international revenue? Ryan looked like he'd been hit in the stomach, but he knew the answer. The company was bleeding cash, and without the overseas stream, they'd be bankrupt in 6 months. What do you want? Ryan asked, his voice lower now, the bluster gone. You want your job back. Is this it? Okay, you are retired. Come back. Sign that damn paper. I laughed. A genuine laugh. What is my job? You think I'd like to return to this cubicle farm and report to you? No, Ryan. I do not want a job. I pushed folder 2 across the table. This is a chronology, I continued, and it records every single violation of Clause 14b since 2018. Every contract is signed. And every dollar has been collected. The total amount collected from a void contract is approximately $600 million. Marcus trembled as he scanned the files, which contained transaction IDs, dates, and counterparties that I had taken care to record. If I send this folder to the SEC, I continued, it is not just a contract dispute, this is securities fraud. You reported revenue to shareholders based on an invalid legal instrument. Ryan, you certified the legality of the contracts in your 10-K filings. That is jail time. Federal. Ryan sank into his chair, staring at the lawyers. Is she correct? The outer lawyer sighed. It's problematic. If she becomes a whistleblower, the investigation alone will reduce the market capitalization. Even if we win, we lose. So, I said with my hands clenched, we've established that I have the ability to transform this structure into a crater. Now let's talk about how to avoid that. I looked for folder 3. This is the solution, I clarified. How much? Ryan inquired. Just say the number 1 million. 2. Oh Ryan, I smiled. You're thinking too small. You're thinking like a manager. I want you to think like an owner, because that's who I am. I opened folder 3, and turned the document inside so they could see it. My original 2008 employment contract. Clause 9, I said. Read it. Marcus leaned down, sweating profusely, and read quietly for a moment until his eyes bulged. Gazing at me. Ryan. And then back at the page. Jesus Christ. Marcus muttered. What? Ryan snapped. What does it say? It says, he told me, that in the event of involuntary termination without cause, Claire retains a royalty interest in all licensing structures she personally authored, retroactive to the date of deployment. So, Ryan said, waving his hand. A royalty. What is it? Several thousand? It's defined as 1.5% of gross international licensing revenue, Marcus explained, his voice trembling. 1.5%. Ryan laughed. That's peanuts. Okay. We will pay you 1.5% of this month's sales. No, Ryan, I gently corrected him. Look back to the date of deployment. That means 2018. You owe me 1.5% of every dollar this corporation earned outside of the United States during the last 6 years. 1.5% of each future dollar earned. The room fell silent as the lawyers performed mental calculations. $600 million in historical revenue. 1.5% of that, $9 million in cash, plus future value. If the company accomplished its targets, that 1.5% would be worth an additional $25 million every year in perpetuity. Ryan whispered. That's extortion. No. It's a contract. A contract your father signed. I told him. A deal you violated when you fired me without cause to save a few dollars on my pay. We'll fight it, Ryan replied, his face turning red. We'll argue that you were fired for cause. Incompetence. Insubordination. You can't, I answered, referring to the termination letter in folder 2 that Sophie had given me. The rationale for separation is redundancy, or role reduction. You put it in writing, I corrected. Ryan, you can't change the reason now just because the bill is higher than you expected. The external lawyer shut his laptop and looked at Ryan, stating, she has you cold on the termination cause. Trying to change it now appears to be retaliatory. The Department of Labor would consume us before we ever discussed the contract. $9 million. Ryan was indicating. I don't have $9 million in liquid cash for a severance payment. Then you best find it, I urged. Sell the yacht. Sell the Hamptons vacation home. Or explain to the board why you need to spend the emergency cash because you did not read my personnel file. This destroys me, Ryan said, looking at me with hatred. If I pay this, the board will know. They'll probably fire me. I shrugged. But if you don't pay it, I'll send an email to Eurotech, confirming that the contract is void. Then you lose the $150 million transaction. The SEC comes knocking, and you don't just lose your job, Ryan, you lose the firm. You're going to prison. I leaned back in my chair. So the choice is yours. You can be the CEO who paid a massive settlement to a brilliant architect he wrongfully terminated. An expensive but manageable mistake. Or you can be the CEO who committed fraud and destroyed his father's legacy. I checked my watch. I have a yoga class at 11 a.m., and I need an answer before I leave. Ryan stared at Marcus, who nodded slowly. Pay her, Ryan. It is the only way to shut the 14B breach. We can structure the settlement to include a waiver in which she retroactively acknowledges the signatures. I hate you, Ryan said at me. I know, I said. That's why I added a premium. A premium? Yes, to save your Eurotech agreement, I am contractually required to sign the wet ink validation on the 2018 paperwork for 1.5%. That necessitates a consultation fee. How much? Another $1.5 million, I said. Call it a tax. Ryan had stormed out to call the CFO, leaving me alone with the lawyers. And the next hour was a whirlwind of aggressive typing and whispered phone talks. People imagine the war is a yelling fight, but it's not. The genuine conflict is in the settlement drafting. Sterling, the external lawyer, appeared to move a laptop toward me. "We've created a preliminary settlement and release agreement," he said. "It structures the $10.2 million as a lump sum payment. In exchange, you relinquish any claims, sign the retroactive validity documentation for the 2008 and 2018 agreements, and agree to a normal NDA and non-compete." I moved the laptop closer and examined it. "Section 4. I said, pointing to the screen. "Employee agrees to a global non-compete for a period of 5 years in the data licensing sector." "Standard," Sterling said. "We're paying you a lot. We cannot let you go to a competitor." "Delete it," I responded. "Excuse me. But could you delete it? I am no longer an employee. I'm a consultant. And you're not paying me to be silent. You are paying me for my property and royalties. I am not going to sign a non-compete. If I want to go work for Eurotech next week, I will." Sterling frowned. "Ryan won't like that. Ryan is not here, and he has no choice. If I don't sign the Eurotech agreement today, do you want to be the one to tell him it fell through because you were greedy with a non-compete?" Sterling considered the clause before eliminating it. "Section 7, I replied, is non-disparagement. The employee agrees to never speak negatively about Streamline, its executives, or its operations." "That stays," Sterling said. "We can't have you trashing the CEO on Twitter." "I'll agree to non-disparagement regarding the company," I said. "But I maintain the right to speak freely about my tenure and the reasons of my leave. If anyone asks why I left, I will not lie." "We can speak that," Marcus said, hoping to mediate. "Mutual non-disparagement. We will not disparage you either." "Fine," I replied, "but I'd like to add a clause." Section 8. "What is it?" "The DeVito clause," I explained with a straight face. "What?" "I would like a formal written apology from Ryan Turner, signed in wet ink. Recognizing that my termination was an error in judgment, and thanking me for my 12 years of service. I would like it framed." "He'll never do that," Marcus said. "It's humiliating." "It's necessary," I said, "for my file." I wasn't doing it for the file, but to hang it in my bathroom. They argued, summoned Ryan, and I heard fighting in the hallway before he returned. He looked like he had aged 10 years in one morning. "Fine," he snapped. "You get your money and your apology. Just sign the blasted retroactive amendment, and I'll transfer the funds to Germany." "Money first," my response. "Wire transfer." It was Fedwire. "I'd like to see the confirmation number before my pen touches the paper." "Can't wire $10.2 million in an hour," Ryan lamented. "You're a bankable tech company." I told them, "Call your Chase rep. You can do it in 10 minutes if you want." Ryan glared at the CFO, who had just entered. "Do it." We sat in silence for 12 minutes, the longest 12 minutes of Ryan's life, as I glanced at the abstract art on the wall, a painting of a wild storm that seemed fitting. My phone rang. My bank app informed me that a deposit of $28,400,000 had been received. I checked the balance, and it was correct. I took out a cheap pen from my purse, pulled out the 2018 amendment, a new copy that had just been printed, and signed my name, Claire Bennett, Chief Licensing Architect. I stepped up, closed my briefcase, and placed the 3 documents on the table. The bomb had been defused, but the gold remained in my pocket. I signed the settlement agreement and said, "Done," before capping my pen. "It's a pleasure doing business with you, Ryan," I told him. He didn't look up. He was staring at the table, most likely planning how he would explain the significant decline in cash reserves to the board next quarter. I walked out of the boardroom and down the corridor, but there was one more stop I needed to make. I took the elevator to the lobby. The exhilaration was receding, giving way to a peculiar, heavy exhaustion. It was the crash after the high, but the $28.4 million in my bank account provided a huge cushion to land on. I walked by the reception desk. Sarah was still there, seemingly afraid of making eye contact. "It's okay, Sarah," I said quietly. "I'm leaving for good this time. Did everything go well?" She whispered. "It went great," I said. "Hi, Sarah. Do you recall that plant from my former office? What about the peace lily?" "Yeah. Don't water it," I told him. "Let it die. I despise this place anyway." I walked out the front doors. The air outside smelt good, like freedom, like early retirement. I got into my Volvo, dropped the suitcase on the passenger seat, and went to a small dive pub about 3 miles away. The Rusty Nut, where Old Man Turner used to take us after we signed a major deal in the early days, was a dump, with peanut shells on the floor and buzzing neon signs. It was 11:30 a.m. and the place was deserted except for the bartender, Al, who looked like he'd been chiseled from granite. "Claire," Al blinked. "I have not seen you in years. Shouldn't you be at the glass tower?" "Not anymore." "Al," I responded, taking a stool. "I'm retired." "I'm retired? You seem too young to retire." "I got a severance package," I said. "A generous one." "Well, congratulations. What are you drinking?" "Champagne," I said. "The cheap stuff. Cold." He popped a little bottle of Corbel, which I poured into a flute, and I sat there enjoying the bubbles and checking my phone. I removed my work email account, the Slack app, and the calendar from the app. My phone felt lighter. I thought about Ryan. He was probably constructing a story right now, telling the board that it was a smart legal settlement to strengthen IP holdings. He'd use buzzwords. He'd definitely survive. Ryan, who usually falls upward, would never sleep soundly again. Every time he signed a contract or saw a legal brief, he would flinch, wondering if there was another trapdoor, another clause, another Claire lurking in the weeds. The best part was that I hadn't told him about the server migration protocols. In about 6 months, the system was scheduled to do an automated purge of redundant data logs. I had written the script years ago, and unless someone manually overwrote it, the more data for the entire 2019 to 2023 archive was going to vanish. I could have told him. I could have sold him the password for another $1 million. But some things you do for love, and some things you do just for chaos. I took a sip of champagne. "To Ryan," I said, toasting the empty bar. "May your pivots always be painful." I finished my drink and put a $100 bill on the bar. "Keep the change, Al." I finished my drink of the Olak. I walked out into the sunlight. I had a yoga class to attend, plus I'd heard the Amalfi Coast is beautiful this time of year. And I finally had the time and the wet ink to go see it. My dignity had been capitalized, vested, and fully paid for, not just restored.